चलो बॉयज, एक मैच और हो जाए।
बस 2 सर्कल बाकी है यार, इसको निपटा के खेलते हैं ना।
क्या सर्कल?
यार राज, तू क्यों नहीं खेलता हमारे साथ? अपनी स्क्वाड बन जाएगी।
स्क्वाड? पर पता नहीं यार, इसमें स्कोप है भी क्या?
हाँ हाँ देखना भाई, 2x लगा हुआ है।
2x?
तुझे चाहिए तो 6x मुझसे ले ले, मेरे पास एक्स्ट्रा है? मैंशन चलते हैं गाइस, क्या कहते हो?
लूट के सीधा रोटेशन मारते।
मैंशन में लूट? तो हेलो, ये चल क्या रहा है यार?
BGMI
है?
सब यही खेल रहे ब्रो, तुझे कैसे नहीं पता? हर चीज है इसमें, जैसे फुल ऑन सॉलिड प्लानिंग, स्ट्रॉन्ग टीम वर्क, ट्रस्ट और सबसे जरूरी 4 अच्छे दोस्त, ताकि अपनी स्क्वाड और चिकन डिनर के बीच कोई ना आ सके। अब तो सब अपनी स्क्वाड बना रहे हैं, तू कैसे रह गया?
चल यार राज, अब एक मैच हो जाए।
क्यों नहीं, अपनी स्क्वाड बना ले। हमारी BGMI स्क्वाड तो रेडी है, आप अपनी कब बना रहे हो?
नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है आज के iQOO बैटलग्राउंड मोबाइल इंडिया प्रो सीरीज पावर्ड बाय लोको के प्रील्यूड सेगमेंट के अंदर, जहां पे हम बात करेंगे इन सभी टीमों के परफॉर्मेंसेस पे एंड चर्चा भी करेंगे आज कुछ स्पेशल गेस्ट के साथ। एंड फिलहाल के लिए मेरे साथ जुड़े हैं मेरे 2 अजीम दोस्त ओशन और आरका। कैसे आप?
Well, काफी ज्यादा अच्छा हूं मैं, लेकिन जिस तरीके से आपने बात करी टीम्स की परफॉर्मेंस की, 50% गेम हमारे खत्म हो चुके हैं। आखिरी के कुछ यहाँ पर दिन इनफैक्ट बचे नजर आ रहे हैं। इतनी लंबी जर्नी खत्म होती जा रही है, थोड़ा इमोशनल फीलिंग जरूर है।
Yeah, the same thing goes with me. Like I have a lot of mixed emotions for many teams right now.
Yes.
A lot of them are still fighting hard, not able to find their composure. So in case they do, the tournament level is going to go another level higher.
डेफिनेटली टूर्नामेंट लेवल तो काफ़ी ज़्यादा ऊपर जा भी चुका है अब तक, बट कुछ कुछ टीमों के ऊपर हम आज स्पेशल अटेंशन देने वाले हैं। आई थिंक शुरुआत करना चाहूँगा ग्लोबल ई-स्पोर्ट्स के ऊपर। अगर ग्लोबल ई-स्पोर्ट्स की बात करी जाए, डे 1 और डे 2 में दोनों ही दिनों में उन्होंने 64 पॉइंट्स निकाले। बट जो डिफरेंशिएटिंग फैक्टर थी ओशन, वहाँ पे हम लोग को देखने को मिला फर्स्ट डे पे 32 फिनिशर पोजिशन पॉइंट्स थे, बट कल इन्होंने ज़्यादा पोजिशन पॉइंट्स निकाले, कम फिनिश पॉइंट्स निकाले। इसके पीछे क्या वजह हो सकती है उसके बारे में भी चर्चा करेंगे। बट उससे पहले आई थिंक हम थोड़ा ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स के ऊपर एक बार नजर डाल देते कि अब तक का जो कारवां चल रहा है किस प्रकार है। लेट्स सी।
एग्जैक्टली, जो ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स है वो हमारे सामने यहाँ पर डेफिनेटली स्क्रीन के ऊपर आने वाली है। एंड अगर बात करी जाए, टीम सोल अपने आप को पहले पायदान पर पाएगी, 161 अंक उनके पास आ रखे हैं। ग्लोबल ई-स्पोर्ट्स जैसे कि आपने बोला कि अब पोजीशन पॉइंट्स पर थोड़ा ज्यादा गए हैं। बात जरूर करेंगे इसके ऊपर कि क्या चल रहा है। पोडियम की बात करें, एनिग्मा भी उस पोडियम एरिया के अंदर आती नजर आती है, लेकिन OR उनसे थोड़ा ही दूर है। इनफैक्ट OR ग्लोबल से भी थोड़ा ही दूर है। आज शायद दूसरे पायदान के लोग जाएंगे, लेकिन एक टीम जो हमेशा कमबैक किंग्स जानी जाती है, मानी जाती है, बोली जाती है, वो भी ट्रिपल डिजिट हिट नहीं करी है टीम एक्सो।
एंड ये एक घबराने की चिंता विषय हो चुकी है। ऑफ कोर्स टीम एक्सो की अगर बात करें, दोनों ही दिन में उनका डिसेंट प्रदर्शन रहा, बट नथिंग रियली आउट ऑफ ऑर्डिनरी। व्हाट डू यू हैव टू से अबाउट दैट, आरका?
Yeah, somewhere the change of lineup every single time they come into Miramar, he's been living up to it according to me, right? Whenever Snacks comes in, he's been coming, performing the best of what he does throughout the game. But at the same time, I do feel that Sensei getting taken down every single time is something which might be hindering their performance. If that is sorted, I think they'll live up to that comeback king title.
ऑफ कोर्स, बट उसके साथ हमारे साथ जुड़े और भी 8 टीम्स जो कि फिलहाल काफ़ी ज़्यादा स्ट्रगल कर रही है। एंड उसमें से एक नाम ज़रूर रहेगा बिग ब्रदर ई-स्पोर्ट्स का। एक चिकन डिनर निकाला ओशन, बट उसके बाद जो परफॉर्मेंसेस रहे हैं, काफ़ी तौर पर उनका ध्यान रह रहा है ऑन टूवर्ड्स पोजीशन पॉइंट्स इन कंपैरिजन टू द लीग स्टेजेस। अगर आपको याद होगा, जहाँ पे काफ़ी अग्रेसिव खेलते थे, आपको क्या लग रहा है, उनको क्या तकलीफें हो रही है?
बिग ब्रदर एक ऐसी टीम है जो मुझे लगता है कि एग्जैक्टली एक्सपेरिमेंट्स तो नहीं कर रही, बट दे आर चेंजिंग देयर प्लान, दे आर चेंजिंग देयर पेस। हमने देखा है स्क्रीम थोड़ा ज्यादा अलग, थोड़ा ज्यादा फ्रीली खेलते थे। अगर पिछले हफ्तों की बात करें, इस समय उनको वो फ्री स्पेस नहीं मिल रहा है। ऑब्वियसली आप अगर एक स्टार प्लेयर हो, आपको पता है फिनिशर्स निकालोगे, टीम कोशिश करेगी कि आप पर थोड़ी लगाम लगाई जा सके, क्योंकि जब आप फिनिशर्स निकालते हो, कभी कभी आप टेक डाउन होते हो, और जब आप टेक डाउन हो जाओगे तो टीम के पास बाकी जो 3 प्लेयर्स बचे, उनको अपनी स्ट्रैटेजीज बनाने में बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किलें होने लग जाती हैं। सो बिग ब्रदर्स रुक करके खेल रही है, बट देन अभी भी जिस तरीके से 12 गेम्स बचे हुए हैं, इन 12 गेम्स में बदल जरूर सकते हैं लोग चीजें। अपने आपको टॉप 5 में देखना इनका एक मेन मोटिव गोल हो सकता है।
Yeah, absolutely. I think along with Big Brothers, there's another team that really pops up on my head is going to be Hydra officials.
Yeah.
Now, अगर first day और second day की comparison करें तो काफी massive leap उन्होंने लिए है अपने performances के अंदर। आप अगर points की बात करो जिन्होंने अर्ज है, कल काफी consistent नजर आ रहे थे, जरूर chicken dinner से almost रह गए, but I think काफी decent था. What do you have to say about that?
I think they're finally starting to get that momentum in the game, and if they continue to go with this momentum, they'll need 1 or 2 big games to challenge out the top 3 positions. Right now, that is what they need very badly. And amongst that, if as the pressure is already built on their shoulder, that they're almost on the bottom half, so they have to come up with one good game, one big game to be specific, and if that comes in, I think the confidence will start increasing.
Talking about big games, right? हमने देखा Hydra official को कुछ बड़े-बड़े teams के साथ भी उनकी fight हुई थी। I think यहाँ पे conversation लेके आना चाहूँगा सोल के साथ उनके मिरामार की fight, जहाँ पे वहाँ पे जैक्सन ने बहुत ही शानदार तरीके से क्लच कर दिया। But यहाँ पे सवाल आता है कि क्या सोल को वो fight लेने की जरूरत थी? ओशन, what do you think?
देखिए, ऐसी तो बहुत सारी फाइट्स हुई हैं जब टीमों को नहीं लेनी होती, बट आपको ही पता है हर टीम एक ऐसा मोमेंट आता है कि वो ओवर एग्रेशन के ऊपर भागते रहते हैं, राइट। इनफैक्ट ऐसे में आपने मिरामार का जवाब लाइक एग्जांपल उठाया है, मेरे माइंड में एक और फाइट आती है, आपको याद होगा ओआर के प्लेयर्स सोल के, मिरामार ही था जिसमें ग्लोबल ई-स्पोर्ट्स का चिकन आया था, सोल के प्लेयर्स ओआर के बिल्कुल करीब थे, आगे की तरफ को चले गए, ओआर के प्लेयर्स पीछे रह गए। आप सोचिए, अपनी बाउंड्रीज, अपने एरियाज चेक करना, सोल की तरफ से ये गलती हो रही है। एंड जैसे कि आपने हाइड्रा की बात कर, राइट, जैक्सन ही इज प्लेइंग ब्रिलियंटली, राइट, ही इज जस्ट प्लेइंग आउट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड। सो उन फाइट्स में अगेन इस छोटे से फॉर्मेट में आप बोल नहीं सकते कौन सी फाइट सही जाएगी कौन सी गलत जाएगी, आप समझ ही नहीं सकते, यू कैन नॉट रीड इट आउट।
देखिए, चलिए, ओशन ने तो अपना ओपिनियन दे दिया। अर्का, व्हाट डू यू हैव टू से अबाउट दैट पर्टिकुलर फाइट? Was it necessary for Seoul to engage against Hydra, especially considering the fact that they were outside the circle, there was no objective? Of course, एक क्वेश्चन ये एक विंडो बन सकता है कि अगर आगे जाते तो पीछे ऊपर से उनको ऊपर शॉट्स आ जाते, but do you think it was done right?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. It was done right because that was an unnecessary fight. This is the time where teams need to realize what is a necessary fight, where they can conquer on those fights, and that overconfidence rush which came in from them, they thought that they can do the same thing which they did previously, where there was a small opening from the floor where they can peek and get information and then rush in. Probably they thought that they'd replicate it. They went up. It was one floor above that where there was no opening whatsoever. So all they had to do is they had already committed to the fight. They had to rush in. And from the opposite side, they were just waiting in the specific corner where they were coming. So eventually got taken down. I think that overconfidence, that God building is ours. That is going to be shattered for now.
No going back attitude. जब आपका आ गया ना कि आप आगे पहुंच गए, वहां से पीछे हट नहीं सकते.
Of course, and no going back attitude की बात करते हैं. This is where we have got to bring the conversation back to Team Soul. And when I'm talking about Team Soul, it has to be Akshat. I think the final game, Erangel Heroics, take us through.
So अक्षत इज सॉर्ट ऑफ अ प्लेयर जिसके ऊपर उसके टीममेट्स को भरोसा तो है ही कि अक्षत निकाल लेगा। बहुत बार हमने देखा है, इनफैक्ट पहले हफ्ते में मुझे याद है जो एल बिल्डिंग रहती है, जो स्कूल के पीछे वाला एरिया रहता है, वहां पर अक्षत ऑलमोस्ट 1-on-4 कर गए थे, आखिरी प्लेयर को वो डाउन करते करते रह गए, एग्जैक्टली ऑटोबॉट्स, और वो टेक डाउन हो गए। उसके बाद भी अक्षत को मौका मिला था 1-on-3 करने का किसी और फाइट में, वो नहीं कर पाए। उनका ऑब्वियसली हम स्टार्ट देखेंगे तो उसके अंदर कॉन्वर्सेशन करेंगे। फिर अक्षत, बीबी के प्लेयर्स और हेक्टर जब वो बचे थे तब भी उनकी तरफ से 1v4 हमें देखने को मिला था। सो वो सारी चीजें अक्षत के स्टार्ट इस चीज को काफी अच्छे तरीके से दर्शाते हैं। बट देन अगेन द बेस्ट पार्ट अबाउट अक्षत इज, आप देखिए अभी की अगर बात करें, 12 असिस्ट आते हैं, 5 हेडशॉट, 27 लगभग एक हर 5 में से एक शॉट उनका सिर पर लग रहा है, बड़ी बात हो जाती है। 5000 से ऊपर का डैमेज उन्होंने रखा है। बट देन अक्षत पर भरोसा सबसे ज्यादा रखते हैं आईजीएल ओमेगा। जब आईजीएल आप पर भरोसा रखते हैं, इनफैक्ट जब मैं स्काईलाइट्स का पार्ट था वहां पर भी एक चीज आती थी कि पुकार पर सोमराज का भरोसा है, राइट। एक प्लेयर जिसका आईजीएल के साथ भरोसा रहता है ना, वो काफी लंबी रेस के घोड़े बन जाते हैं क्योंकि सिनर्जी एक साथ बैठी रहती है, आपको उस प्लेयर पर भरोसा है। तो अक्षत को ऐसे क्रिटिकल सिचुएशंस में आप छोड़ सकते हैं, और अक्षत आपको पता है जरूरी नहीं प्रॉपर रिलेशन निकाले, लेकिन एक अच्छा रिजल्ट तो दे ही सकते हैं।
Yeah, of course. I mean, moving forward with that discussion, survival time भी आप देखिए almost 23 मिनट का survival time है, जो कि above average माना जाता है। And this is where अक्षत एक छोर पे बहुत ही बेहतरीन खेल रहे हैं। This is where I have to bring out a conversation down to one of the top fraggers right now, that is Eggy from Enigma. I think one of the underrated players है, but the way he's been performing for his team, what are your thoughts on that?
Somewhere I feel Eggy is getting the right kind of support, and that is why he's able to perform like that. But at the same time, the assaulters from the team, the other assaulters from the team, also need to step up to his shoes and take off one or two finishes from their side as well. The one problem which I'm finding from this team is that the commitment to a fight is not to the fullest. Apart from Eggy trying to go in and getting completely committed, and that is why he's getting all those finishes for himself. So if one other assaulter is also taking a little bit of a pressure off his shoulder, I think he can perform much more better.
And also adding on to that, coming down as a dynamic IGL, a bolt action player, still going for finishes. Just think about कितना ज़्यादा वो अपने हिसाब से खेल रहे हैं. He's playing on his own calls, he's understanding everything, और टीम भी उस चीज को समझ रही है. अब देखिए वीकेंडी का चिकन डिनर तो चलिए आया जिस तरीके से हमें पता है, बट उसको अगर साइड रख दें और उससे पहले वाले दिन का एरांगल का लास्ट गेम हम देखें, मिस्टेक्स उन लोगों ने भी तब करी थी जब आदित्य जस्ट लेटे हुए थे एक जगह पर, वो ट्रिगर डिसिप्लिन करके बैठे थे, प्लेयर्स आगे गए. बट देन जब एनिग्मा को पता चला हमारे पास नंबर्स एडवांटेज है, लेट्स गो इन फ्रीली, ये डिसीजंस एकी की तरफ से बहुत अच्छे लिए जाते हैं.
I think I'm stuck on one point that Arka did mention, Ocean, was about having a support assaulter. I think उस support assaulter के रोल के ऊपर उभर के आए हैं इस बार Evo. One of the veterans. I think अगर Fragabots पे भी देखें तो अभी भी we can find him in the top 20. तो उनके बारे में कुछ बताइए.
So Evo has been there with his own experience, right? अगर टीम की बात करें, अवी Evo आपस में एक दूसरे पर भरोसा भी रखते हैं, उनको पता है सिनर्जी कैसे बनती है, and Evo is a player जो कि बहुत क्विक लर्नर है. अगर टीम के साथ है, they understand कि टीम किस तरीके से चलेगी. He is very versatile with different teams and he understands what to deliver in the team.
चलिए Evo की बात कर रहे तो I think वक्त आ चुका है उनके one of the former teammate के साथ की बात करने के लिए, जो कि फिलहाल हमारे साथ जुड़ने वाले हैं. जी हाँ दोस्तों, मैं बात कर रहा हूँ टीम एक्सपार्क के स्काउट के बारे में, एंड थोड़ी देर में आई थिंक हमारे स्क्रीन के सामने रहने वाले हैं. लेट्स हैव अ कॉन्वर्सेशन, क्योंकि मैं खुद बहुत ज़्यादा एक्साइटेड हूँ बिकॉज आई जॉइनिंग विद हिम आफ्टर अ लॉन्ग टाइम. सो स्काउट, हाउ आर यू फीलिंग?
हाय
गाइस, कैसे आप लोग?
हम तो बढ़िया है यार, आप बताओ.
आप बताइए.
यस
मैं तो बढ़िया हूँ. आप थोड़े पतले लग रहे हो, जिम में जा रहे लगता है.
जिम मतलब तो जा तो नहीं रहा हूँ अभी, थोड़ा सा प्लान्स है, आप ही से इंस्पिरेशन लिया है. आप ही थोड़ा सा पतले था, आप थोड़ा सा भी हेल्दी हो गए. बट स्काउट, टेल मी अबाउट इट. अभी आपका BMOC का सफ़र ख़त्म हुआ, देन अभी टीम एक चेंज के साथ गुजर रही है. तो यहाँ पे क्राइटेरिया आ जाता है प्लेयर सिलेक्शन का. तो जब भी आप एक प्लेयर को अपने टीम में लेते हो, व्हाट आर द क्राइटेरियाज दैट यू लुक इन फॉर इन दैट पर्टिकुलर प्लेयर?
ये देखो, हर टीम की है ना अलग रिक्वायरमेंट रहती है. तो हमारी टीम में काम प्लेयर्स चाहिए थे, थोड़े से एक्सपीरियंस प्लेयर्स चाहिए थे, और मेनली आपके रोल्स के हिसाब से चाहिए. कि हमारी टीम ऑलरेडी एक आईजीएल एक सपोर्ट था, तो हम लोग को एक फ्रंटलाइन असॉल्टर चाहिए था और एक कंपोज प्लेयर जैसे कि अक्षत है, उस टाइप का प्लेयर चाहिए. तो हम लोग ने उस रिक्वायरमेंट के हिसाब से प्लेयर्स पिक किए हैं.
जी, काफी सही. एंड स्काउट, जिस तरीके से हमने देखा है कंपटीशन में बहुत ज्यादा इंक्रीज हो रहा है, काफी अच्छे तरीके से. इनफैक्ट BMPS के फाइनल्स तक कंपटीशन आया है. हर कोई ज्यादा टीम एक्सपार्क भी वापस से आया, उसी तरीके से फोड़े जिस तरीके से वो नाम जो है वो काफी ज्यादा शाइन करता है. सो आई वांट टू नो कि टीम एक्सपार्क ऐसा क्या कर रही है इस बढ़ते कंपटीशन को देख करके, चेंजेस ऐसे किस तरीके से आने वाले हैं आगे के टाइम में?
चेंजेस देखो यार, बहुत सिंपल चीज़ है, अपने ऊपर काम करना है. चेंजेस आप एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर सकते कि नए प्लेयर ले रहे हो, उन लोग कुछ एकदम स्काई रॉकेट चीजें कर देंगे और आप
बिल्कुल
अच्छा खेलने लग जाओगे. आपको सेल्फ इंप्रूवमेंट करने की जरूरत है. तो हम लोग ने रियलाइज किया है, मैं और मावी हम दोनों लैक करते थे. हम लोग ने खुद पे सेल्फ वर्क करना स्टार्ट कर दिया. वी आर वर्किंग हार्ड, एंड यस, आज के कंपटीशन के हिसाब से वी हैव टेकन सच प्लेयर्स हु आर इन द लीग.
Yeah, and again, Scout, I have a question for you. You've been the aggressor. You've known for your aggression. You've known for your assaulting. Right now, there's so many talents which is coming up who's so good at assaulting and aggressing. Apart from the big names, name me one or two players who are standing out for you as an assaulter, leading the fight from the front.
Obviously, as you said, one of the top fraggers, that's Eggy. I have been a fan of Eggy from a long time. I've been watching him from, I think, last few tournaments.
Yeah.
He's outstanding. He's outperforming everyone. बोलते हैं ना, जो sheer gun power जो बोलते हैं कि
Right.
force है, वो है Eggy. And then you can say Scream from, I think he's from
Big
BB, I
Brothers,
guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Scream. He's also really good. ये दो players तो like they're excellent.
तो स्काउट, यहाँ पे ना थोड़ा सा पर्सनल सवाल जवाब करते हैं. तो काफ़ी लोगों से सुनने आया कि यू आर वन ऑफ द मोस्ट प्रोफेशनल क्रिएटर्स एंड इवन अ कॉम्पिटिटिव प्लेयर्स. 9 घंटे की कॉम्पिटिटिव स्क्रिम्स खेलते हो, फिर 4-4, 5-5 घंटे की स्ट्रीमिंग करते हो, फिर उसके बाद ब्रांड शूट्स, एंडोर्समेंट्स. हाउ डू यू मैनेज? बर्नआउट के साथ कैसे डील करते हो आप?
यार देखो, अभी लाइफ के आपके कुछ गोल्स होते हैं, ड्रीम्स रहते हैं. हर बंदा मॉडल स्काउट नहीं बन सकता ना. फिर अगर हम लोग ये सोचेंगे कि भाई हम थक गए और ये करें, तो हम में और बाकी लोग में क्या फर्क रहेगा?
जी. काफी ज्यादा एक सरल सटीक आंसर, बट देन एक बहुत बेसिक सा क्वेश्चन रहेगा। स्काउट, आपका इंटरव्यू बीजीएस के अंदर है, तो आपने बोला था कि आप एक तरीके से बहुत वोलेटाइल खेलना चाहते हैं, राइट? आप फ्रीली खेलना चाहते हैं। जो नए प्लेयर्स आते हैं उनको ये चीज जाननी चाहिए कि टेंशन ना हो, कोई आपके अगेंस्ट आ रहा है। आपको क्या लगता है किस तरीके से अब कॉम्पिटिशन इवॉल्व हो चुका है? बिकॉज ऐसा नहीं लगता जो भी नए प्लेयर्स आते हैं टेंशन वगैरह नहीं ले रहे हैं, तो आपको क्या लगता है क्या ऐसा फैक्टर है जो इन नए प्लेयर्स को ओवर पावर करवाता है अपनी कॉम्पिटिशन से?
Good question.
यार जो डर वाला स्टेज था ना, जो मतलब डेथ ग्रुप बोलता हूँ,
हाँ।
वो था क्वालिफिकेशन। आप एक बार टॉप 16 में आके प्रॉपर फाइनल्स खेलते हो, पहला दिन की बात होती है, यहाँ पे आपको थोड़ा स्ट्रेस रहता है कि अरे यार नया टूर्नामेंट है, फाइनल्स है, ये है वो है। जैसे एक दिन आप पुराने हो जाते हो टूर्नामेंट में, तो आप वो खुल जाते हो। नए प्लेयर्स कैसे है ना कि दे हैव नथिंग टू लूज, दे हैव एवरीथिंग टू गेन। वो आप अगर लास्ट भी आ रहे हो तो यू आर नॉट लूजिंग एनीथिंग, यू आर गेनिंग एक्सपीरियंस। सो नए प्लेयर को वही रहता है कि यार अब तो हम लोग को फाड़ना है, हम कुछ करेंगे तो हमारा ग्रोथ होगा, विल ग्रो एज अ प्लेयर एंड एज एन इंडिविजुअल। तो बस वही जो फैक्टर रहता है नए प्लेयर का कि भाई हमें फाड़ना है, वो फैक्टर बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रहता है, वही उनको अलग करता है पुराने प्लेयर्स से।
सो कॉन्फिडेंस इज द की। थैंक यू सो मच स्काउट, आप हमारे साथ जुड़े और आपने अपनी इनसाइट्स बताई, एंड वी विश यू ऑल द बेस्ट ऑफ लक फॉर योर फ्यूचर एंडीवर्स एंड होप टू मीट यू सून।
थैंक यू
so much guys, nice talking to you after a long time. Bye bye.
Likewise. तो ये था स्काउट। आई थिंक जब भी स्काउट के साथ बात करते हैं ये चीज काफी ज्यादा वोकल रहते हैं, राइट, अबाउट द न्यू प्लेयर्स, न्यू टैलेंट्स, बट उन्होंने बहुत ही एक अच्छी बात बताई अबाउट कॉन्फिडेंस, राइट? जब भी एक नया प्लेयर आता है, जो डेथ राउंड होता है वो खत्म करने के बाद इट्स ऑल अबाउट हाउ यू आर रिएक्टिंग टू द सिचुएशंस। नाउ आई थिंक Arka, the questions comes down to you. You fairly recently new into the scenario. You've been seeing all these young bloods growing up. What have you loved about them the most?
They play as if they have nothing to lose, and that's the best part of it all. They are not gonna let go until it's the final map of the day. Like for example UP50, they knew that they have to come and enjoy the game, and what did they do to make a name? I wouldn't call it a publicity stunt, but still, how do you gain experience? Go and challenge the king and try to learn from your mistakes when you do with the king, and the rest will follow on its own. And I do believe this is what the teams are doing. If I don't get a chance over here to make it into the next round, I'm going to at least gain experience and leave a mark behind. And this is the biggest stage for you to leave a mark behind.
That's true.
And this is where the conversation really sets in, right? अभी अगर हम iQOO BMPS के finals की बात करें ओशन, तो हम देख रहे हैं कि बहुत सारे एंट्री फ्रैगर्स, चलिए गॉब्लिन का डे 1 उस हिसाब से नहीं था, बट देन वी हैड द अदर प्लेयर्स आल्सो कम इन, लाइक स्क्रीम के तरफ से हम लोग को वो एक्सपेक्टेशंस जो थी लीग स्टेजेस पे वो देखने को नहीं मिली थी। एंड यू टॉकिंग अबाउट अ लिटिल बिट ऑफ डिसअपॉइंटमेंट्स, आई थिंक यहाँ पे बात करनी पड़ेगी टीम एक्सो के बारे में, राइट? एक्सो का डे 1 और डे 2 में ज्यादा अंक का फासला नहीं था, आई थिंक सिर्फ 2 पॉइंट्स का स्टेप अप था। तो व्हाट डू यू हैव टू से अबाउट दैट?
सो टॉकिंग अबाउट एक्सो, राइट, एक्सो की तरफ से अभी भी जब हम लोगों ने बात करी थी उन प्लेयर्स से पहले, जब वो चिकन डिनर्स लेते मल्टीपल हैट्रिक्स कर रहे थे, तब बात कर उन्होंने बोला कि नहीं अभी भी हम लोग अपनी गलतियों पर काम कर रहे हैं, गलतियों पर फोकस कर रहे हैं,
राइट?
बट इस समय वो एक बड़ी गलती कर गए, वो है कि अपने प्लेयर्स को उस तरीके से वर्सेटाइल नहीं बना सकना। हमने देखा कल के दिन का मेरा मार था, स्नैक्स आए, स्नैक्स ने आकर के फिनिशेस भी निकाले, which is a good thing, which is incredibly amazing. लेकिन अगर वो पहले रहते, वो पता रहता कि इमॉर्टल स्नैक्स का बीच में जो चीजें चल रही हैं उस चीज के अराउंड, तो वो कर सकते थे। बट एक्सो, I still believe एक्सो can make a comeback, and if they have to, today has to be that one day.
अभी नहीं तो कभी नहीं, तो ओशन ने बोल दिया। तो अर्का ऑफ कोर्स ही टोल्ड व्हाट ही हैड टू से, बट आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा कि वी हैव सीन टीम एक्सो परफॉर्म थ्रू द लीग स्टेजेस, राइट? वीक 1 डिड नॉट गो द वे दे वर प्लानिंग, 17वें पोजीशन पे थे, बट सडनली वीक 2 पे दे क्लाइंब अप टू द 3rd स्पॉट। नाउ दिस इज वेयर वी सी द कंसिस्टेंसी सेट इन, एंड हमने हमेशा बात करी है एक्सो के एजी गेम प्ले के बारे में। नाउ सडनली ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के अंदर दे कम इन एंड दे प्लेइंग थ्रू आउट द सेंटर, व्हिच इज क्लियरली नॉट वर्किंग आउट। व्हाट डू यू हैव टू से ऑन दैट?
See, this is where I said, Sensei's big brain starts to work, and he needs to be in the game.
Right.
When rotating around, or let it be taking to a specific place, is not only giving a mental support for the players, but also that physical presence inside the game matters a lot, because everybody are in the center. You'll need another man to watch out for an angle which is that blind spot for you. So I do believe that he needs to stay alive, and in case Sensei stays alive and all 4 men are standing inside the 4th or the 5th circle, comeback kings, they're going to live up to it.
कमबैक किंग्स का तो पता नहीं, बट हमारे साथ ऑफ कोर्स प्रेडिक्शन किंग मौजूद है, ओशन शर्मा।
जी।
तो आप बता दीजिए, डे नंबर 3 है, क्या एक्सो के तरफ से आज वो
हाँ।
चिकन डिनर देखने को मिलेगा? चलिए, हाँ इन्होंने ऑलरेडी कह दिया है, अगर नहीं होता किसको
कि
message
सवाल
करना।
पूछने वाला कौन था?
नहीं, जवाब देने वाला कौन था?
देखिए
बट
मैं मेजी नहीं हूँ तो
Yeah,
मैं बोलूंगा
exactly.
हो
That
सकता
is
है।
where I was
मेजी तो
coming.
काली जुबान लगा के जाते हैं उनके बारे में, बट आप अपने आप को कहते हो कि आप प्रेडिक्शन किंग हो, आप
एक्सो विल गेट अ चिकन डिनर।
एक्सो विल गेट अ चिकन डिनर, आज इन्होंने बता दिया। बट यहाँ पे ऑफ कोर्स एक्सो की जब बात करते हैं, लेट्स गेट बैक टू द इश्यूज दैट दे हैविंग, राइट?
Yeah.
दिस कम्स विद द चेंजेस इन द रोस्टर, राइट? मल्टीपल चेंजेस कर रहे हैं, कभी इमॉर्टल आ रहे हैं, कभी
Yeah.
स्नैक्स आ रहे हैं, बट फाइनली कल स्नैक्स ने डिलीवर किया। आई एम इम्प्रेस्ड,
Yeah.
बट
Exactly.
nonetheless nothing taken away, immortal hasn't been too shabby either. What is your take on that?
No, this is where I would like to say that, you know, Sensei exactly knows which map में कौन आना चाहिए, and the every time the substitution
Snacks
is happening,
happens,
yeah,
yeah.
exactly, and every time Snacks is coming in the map of Miramar, he's actually leading the team. Like when you see that face cam of his ना, वो चिल्ला रहा है, वो बोल रहा है कि you take over here, you take over here, and वो कर रहा है, वो information दे रहा है, his experience is also coming into play over there, and somewhere I feel, you know, finally they found that puzzle, the big puzzle fitting in a perfect spot. But
Have they?
But exactly,
somewhere I feel,
you know,
in the
adding
map
on-
of Miramar, yes.
So moving on with this to that, have they, you know, इसी चीज के ऊपर बात आती है। कल का वीकेंड ही
Right.
उतरे, सेंसे वाज डन,
Yep.
जस्ट उतरती,
What's this
फियर्स
weekend?
अलग उतरे,
Yes.
वो ही वाज डन। सो इनका जो ड्रॉप्स के अराउंड जो मूवमेंट्स हो रही हैं, बिकॉज सेंसे न्यू कि वो जहां उतर रहे हैं वो सोल का ड्रॉप है, एक
Yeah.
अकेला प्लेयर उतर रहा है वहां पर, पैराशूट्स उनको खुलते दिख चुके हैं, कोई मूवमेंट नहीं, रुक चुके हैं। सो दिस इज वेयर यू नो दे आर चेंजिंग एवरीथिंग। एंड इमॉर्टल की जैसे आपने बात करी, राइट?
Yeah.
आई रिमेंबर जब उन लोगों का यहाँ पर इंटरव्यूज लिए गए थे जो कि ऑफिशियल ई स्पोर्ट्स चैनल पर डले थे, तो इमॉर्टल स्नैक्स साइड बाय साइड बैठे थे, उन दोनों ने एक चीज बोली थी, हमें जिस रोल के लिए जब बुलाया जाएगा हम वो डिलीवर करना चाहते हैं, बिकॉज एट द एंड इट्स अ टीम गेम। बट समहाउ आई फील फर्स्ट डे एंड द सेकंड डे they kind of forget that, like इमॉर्टल की तरफ से इंडिविजुअल प्ले आया बहुत अच्छा,
Right.
बट वो टीम के अराउंड जेम अप नहीं हो पाए क्योंकि सेंसे डाउन हुए, फियर्स डाउन हुए, लाइक उन सब चीजों के कारण ये प्लेयर्स का भी थोड़ा सा दिक्कत आ रहा है।
What did you have to say about that?
No, the thing is that when it comes to the map of Vikendi, there's one player coming close to the drop location of Soul. I don't know, I might be wrong on this. I think they were also expecting the clash of two teams towards the side of Winery, and that is why he came over there to gain information, probably get to know that if that is happening, how that can change over the course of
I
time.
get it.
Yeah,
I get it,
But at
but-
the same time,
yeah.
the mistake is this. Now, everybody have to stick to the basics. Stay close to one another. Give me one example right now, apart from Global Esports, in one map of Miramar. Show me one gameplay coming in from one team where they're having such a big split and still making it through in a map.
A lot.
OR day 1, OR day 1.
7C, Miramar,
They did do
1-1-1-1
that.
split. You talk
Yes,
about
power grid splits.
Soul, you know,
Ghatak.
Western belt around that
Gatka,
area.
sorry. The reason why I got
all right,
Gatak
you
is-
said Ghatak, and I think
Let's
it's
go.
time. Let's
time,
channel,
yeah.
let's manifest all that power. क्योंकि हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं और दो स्पेशल गेस्ट, जी हाँ दोस्तों, जॉनथन एंड घातक फ्रॉम टीम गॉडलाइक, एंड उनसे भी बात करेंगे आपके ऑनगोइंग iQOO BMPS के टीम्स के परफॉर्मेंसेस के बारे में। तो जॉनी एंड घातक, पहले जॉनी आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा, कैसे हैं आप?
व्हाट्स अप ब्रो, कैसे हो ओशन? फिर ये अपना क्या बोलता है, आप लोग
Fixes
कैसे हो?
and Arca, जी।
फिक्सेस वगैरह
काफी बढ़िया, काफी बढ़िया। आप बताइए कैसे हैं?
जी
बढ़िया बढ़िया। जस्ट BMPC देख रहा था, इट्स रियली एन अमेजिंग टूर्नामेंट गोइंग ऑन। बहुत सारे अपकमिंग स्टार्स, अंडरडॉग नहीं बोलूंगा, अपकमिंग स्टार्स जो कि बहुत ही मस्त खेल रहे हैं। सो लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टुवर्ड्स देम।
घातक भाई, आप कैसे हैं?
एकदम बढ़िया। आप सुनाओ, फिक्सेस भाई कैसे हो? ओशन भाई, आरती भाई कैसे हो?
काफी बढ़िया।
We're all good. We're all good.
So, जॉनी, आपसे सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट सवाल रहा है, आप इतने सारे टूर्नामेंट्स पे आप MVP रह चुके हो, आप देख रहे हो क्लोजली, इन टीम्स को मॉनिटर कर रहे हो, ऐसा एक प्लेयर, मतलब बड़े नामों के अलावा एक प्लेयर जिसने आपको बहुत ही ज्यादा इम्प्रेस किया हो?
सो लाइक मैं एक नहीं बोलना चाहूंगा, लाइक
ठीक है,
मैंने
बताइए।
देखा कि बहुत सारे लाइक अपकमिंग स्टार्स,
Right.
वापस से बोलूंगा कि
जी।
उनको ये नहीं बोलूंगा कि अंडरडॉग्स नहीं बोलूंगा, अपकमिंग स्टार्स बोलूंगा। लाइक बहुत सारे हो गए, लाइक ये FS का ये देखो 47 बहुत मस्त खेल रहा है वो।
Yes.
फिर और भी बहुत सारे हैं।
बीबी का स्ट्रीक भी अच्छा चल रहा है।
हाँ, फिर
जी।
ये सब लोग भी बहुत अच्छा खेल। सो आई होप सो, अभी 2 दिन बाकी है, राइट? सो नीचे वाली स्क्वाड फुल बूम करके ऊपर आके कुछ दिखाए।
I mean,
एंड
Yeah.
अपकमिंग स्टार्स हो रहे हैं।
They definitely can and घातक कल क्रॉन्टन आए थे, हमने उनसे भी इस चीज़ के अराउंड एक क्वेश्चन पूछा था, वो ये था कि जो गॉडलाइक है राइट, अभी वो किस तरीके से प्लान कर रहे हैं फर्दर टूर्नामेंट्स के लिए, बिकॉज कंपटीशन का लेवल जो है डेफिनेटली काफ़ी अलग तरीके से काफ़ी तेज पेस में चेंज होता नजर आ रहा है। सो मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि उन्होंने बोला था कि घातक भाई काफ़ी चीज़ें यहाँ पर देख रहे हैं क्लोजली, अंडरस्टैंड करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, तो आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ कि कंपटीशन के अराउंड गॉडलाइक किस तरीके से खुद को चेंज कर रही है।
मतलब मैंने जितना ऑब्जर्व किया है ना, एक स्टार्टिंग से लेकर अभी तक, पहले एक टाइम था जो टाइम पे जिस टीम के पास गन पावर अच्छा था वो डोमिनेट करता था, ठीक है। अभी सीन ऐसा हुआ है कि ऑलमोस्ट 70 to 80% लॉबी में बहुत सारी टीम्स ऐसी है जो गन पावर एक अच्छा लेके चल रही है, ठीक है। तो अभी सब लोगों को सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है कि स्ट्रैटेजीज बनाना और टीम कोऑर्डिनेशन, सिनर्जी, ये सारी चीजों के ऊपर जो भी टीम एकदम ढंग से वर्क करेगी वो टीम डोमिनेट करेगी।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
Yes, my question. Yeah, please.
जितना मैं ऑब्जर्व कर रहा हूँ, लाइक बहुत सारी टीम्स मैंने ऑब्जर्व किए, बहुत सारे नए लोगों का एडिशन हुआ, नए प्लेयर्स का एडिशन हुआ है, नए एनालिस्ट कोचेस का एडिशन हुआ है। फॉर एग्जांपल सोल को पकड़ लो, जैसे कि अमित भाई वहां पे चले गए। फॉर एग्जांपल ओआर की टीम देखो आप, सेमीफाइनल्स में उन लोगों ने जो क्लाइम किया, मतलब कहीं लग नहीं रहा था मतलब पहले 2 वीक्स में कि ओआर ऐसे सडनली ऊपर चली जाएगी। ओआर भी बहुत अच्छा क्लाइम किया, एक्सो ने भी बहुत अच्छा क्लाइम किया, क्योंकि एक्सो का भी मैंने देखा था फर्स्ट वीक में इतना अच्छा नहीं गया था, फर्स्ट 1-2 वीक में, बट बाद में उन लोगों ने भी अच्छा क्लाइम किया। एंड आई होप कि आज सेम मोटिवेशन और जो कॉन्फिडेंस उन लोगों का था सेमीज में, वही कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ सेम आज सारी की सारी टीम्स खेले। एफएस ने भी बहुत अच्छा खेला। और रही बात अपना बीबी, जो वीकेंड का मैच था फर्स्ट डे का, मतलब उन लोगों ने जो तबाही मचाई थी ना उनके ड्रॉप पे, वाह मजा आ गया था।
Nice.
Yeah, my question is for Johnny again. Johnny, being an assaulter, okay, you know how much it takes for you to lead the fight. It's all about the frontal battles and everything else. But there is also pressure which comes in from the other side. How do you deal with the pressure? Like, there are newcomers who are coming in. They would want to know that as an assaulter, how do you deal the pressure of a situation where you already have more than one person taken out and you have to shift from assaulter to something else? Or is it necessary, or do you stay as an assaulter? And what's your suggestion for the new teams who are doing this?
So जब भी मैं फाइट लेता हूँ, लाइक whenever I take a fight, I just keep in my mind कि like जितने भी लोग हैं सामने सबको मारूंगा। So वही मैं मतलब मेंटालिटी के साथ वही कॉन्फिडेंस आगे कैरी करके जो भी दिखता है आगे उसे खत्म कर दे, चाहे जो भी हो सामने। So वही कॉन्फिडेंस लेके मैं आगे बढ़ता हूँ, जो भी है सामने सबको ठोक देता हूँ।
क्वेश्चन बोलेगा ये आंसर से मैं यूज्ड हो गया बहुत टाइम से।
ये दोस्तों में भाई ये पहले भी हुआ, ये अभी भी, बट देन अगेन जॉनथन फिर भी एक ऐसा प्लेयर है जो खुद को पॉलिश जरूर करता रहता है हर एक गेम के बाद। दैट्स अ वेरी वेरी गुड थिंग टू बी ऑनेस्ट।
बट देन अगेन ऑफ कोर्स घातक भाई, आपसे लास्ट एक सवाल जरूर पूछना चाहूंगा कि आपका मैसेज क्या रहने वाला है जो टीम्स अभी बॉटम 8 में या फिर ग्लोबल ई-स्पोर्ट्स अभी सोल को चेज कर रही है, हाउ शुड दे अप्रोच टुडेज इवनिंग?
मैंने जितना भी अभी पॉइंटेबल में रीड कर रहा हूँ ना, जो बॉटम की 5 या 6 टीम्स है, उन लोगों के पास देखो अभी कम टाइम है, ठीक है। जीतना तो ऐसा नहीं बोल सकता मैं इम्पॉसिबल है, बट थोड़ा मुश्किल है उनके लिए। तो उन लोगों ने उनका एक इम्पैक्ट डालने की कोशिश करनी चाहिए टूर्नामेंट में। उनके पास 2 दिन है। आपका देखो अभी तो आपके पास हारने के लिए कुछ नहीं है, ठीक है। फुल पावर आपका 100% दे दो, फुल कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ खेलो, और ये मत सोचो कि आपके सामने कौन सी टीम खड़ी है। अब मैं जितना भी देखता हूँ ना यार, 4-5 साल के मेरे एक्सपीरियंस में एक चीज ऑब्जर्व की है, लोगों को सामने वाली टीम जब देखते हैं ना कि भाई ये गॉडलाइक है, ये सोल है, ये टीएसएम है, तो वो थोड़ा सा पैनिक हो जाते हैं। ये पैनिक होने वाली सिचुएशन है नहीं, वो आपके जैसे प्लेयर्स ही है। आपने अगर मेहनत की है, उन लोगों ने भी मेहनत की है, आपको किसने बेटर मेहनत की है ना, वो दिखाने का वहीं पे मौका रहता है। वहां पे तुम दिखाओ, वहां पे तुम तोड़ो। तो जो नीचे वाली इतनी टीम्स है और जो ऊपर वाली जो टॉप 8 या भी टॉप 10 जो भी टीम्स है, जिनके पास मौका है, फॉर एग्जांपल आज तो मैं ऑरेंज के लिए चीयर करूंगा, क्योंकि जिस हिसाब से उन लोगों ने सेमीज में कमबैक किया था, वो कमबैक अभी मुझे फाइनल में चाहिए। और जेडी पे मुझे पूरा भरोसा है, वो आज 2 से 3 चिकन तो लाएगा ही लाएगा।
चलिए, आज घातक भाई ने भी प्रेडिक्शन दिया।
मेरी तरफ से एक क्वेश्चन, ठीक है। सो कास्टर्स और अपने ऑडियंस के लिए, ठीक है, जितने भी लोग हैं, ओके। सो कास्टर्स एंड ऑडियंस, क्या आप लोग मुझे मिस कर रहे हो बीएमपीएस में? पहले वो बताओ।
आई मीन देखिए,
पंक्तियां लिख रखी थी,
एग्जैक्टली वर्ड प्लेस बना रखे थे, बट शायद वो वर्ड प्लेस थोड़ा टाइम बाद इस्तेमाल हो, बट देन वो इस्तेमाल करना ही चल।
भाई मैं भी बहुत मिस कर रहा यार।
काफी जल्दी
काफी जल्दी
तो घातक भाई hints दे दिए कि बहुत जल्द जॉनी वापस से कहर बरसाने वाले लॉबी में. थैंक यू सो मच जॉनी एंड घातक भाई टू जॉइन अस, एंड वी विश यू ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर योर फ्यूचर टू.
ऑल द बेस्ट
And may the best team win. All the best.
Oh yes.
काफी जॉली लोग.
चलिए, तो यहाँ पे घातक भाई ने बता दिया है कि डर के आगे अभिजीत है. आगे चलिए. चलिए, तो आई मीन यू जस्ट हैव टू स्टेप बियॉन्ड योर फियर्स, राइट? जब आप उस चीज को ओवरकम कर देते हो, देन यू डू नॉट लुक बिहाइंड. एंड आई थिंक ये एक बहुत ही अच्छा डिस्कशन हुआ था अबाउट फ्रंट लाइन असॉल्टर. जब वो घुसते हैं, कॉन्फिडेंस कितना ज्यादा मैटर करता है.
एग्जैक्टली. एंड जिस तरीके से उन लोगों ने बोला है, आई एम प्रीटी श्योर कि वो ये चीज तो जॉनथन की पहले भी उन्होंने सीधा बोला, मैं फिनिश स्पीड नहीं पढ़ता, मैंने किसको डाउन किया, क्या किया. मुझे बस एक चीज पता है, सामने वाले प्लेयर के पास भी उतनी ही कैपेबिलिटी जितनी मेरी है, लेकिन मैं एक चीज से जीतता वो है कि जब मैं आगे जा रहा हूँ, वो लोग इस चीज को लेकर के डरते कि यार जॉनी का सूट आ रहा है, लाइक जो दिखता है उसका सेट जो सूट होता है वो आगे की तरफ को आ रहा है, और उस चीज में मेरे ऊपर एक वन अप रहता है, एंड उसी चीज का इस्तेमाल करते हैं. टू बी ऑनेस्ट, ही इज अ वेरी वेरी फाइन असॉल्टर एंड नीड्स नो इंट्रोडक्शन, नथिंग ऑफ दैट सॉर्ट्स, टू बी ऑनेस्ट.
डेफिनेटली. बट फिलहाल के लिए दोस्तों, ये जो कॉन्वर्सेशन था बहुत ही बेहतरीन था, और भी बहुत सारी चीज़ों के बारे में हम बात करेंगे. हमारे साथ जुड़ेंगे और दो बहुत ही ज़्यादा स्पेशल लोग जो अपनी राय बताने वाले हैं. तब तक के लिए आप इस शो का मज़ा लेते रहिए, एंड विल बी जस्ट बैक राइट आफ्टर दिस.
चलो बॉयज, एक मैच और हो जाए.
बस 2 सर्कल बाकी है यार, इसको निपटा के खेलते हैं ना.
क्या सर्कल?
यार राज, तू क्यों नहीं खेलता हमारे साथ? अपनी स्क्वाड बन जाएगी.
स्क्वाड? पर पता नहीं यार, इसमें स्कोप है भी क्या?
हाँ देखना भाई, 2x लगा हुआ है.
2x?
तुझे चाहिए तो 6x मुझसे ले ले, मेरे पास एक्स्ट्रा है. मैंशन चलते हैं गाइस, क्या कहते हो?
लूट के सीधा रोटेशन मारते.
मैंशन में लूट? तो हेलो, ये चल क्या रहा है यार?
BGMI
है?
सब यही खेल रहे ब्रो, तुझे कैसे नहीं पता? हर चीज है इसमें, जैसे फुल ऑन सॉलिड प्लानिंग, स्ट्रॉन्ग टीम वर्क, ट्रस्ट, और सबसे जरूरी 4 अच्छे दोस्त, ताकि अपनी स्क्वाड और चिकन डिनर के बीच कोई ना आ सके. अब तो सब अपनी स्क्वाड बना रहे हैं, तू कैसे रह गया?
चल यार राज, अब एक मैच हो जाए.
क्यों नहीं, अपनी स्क्वाड बना ले. हमारी BGMI स्क्वाड तो रेडी है, आप अपनी कब बना रहे हो?
बीजीएमआई क्राफ्टन के एक छोटे से प्रोमो के बाद आप सबका वापस से एक बार फिर से यहाँ पर स्वागत है. मेरा नाम है ओशन, मेरे साथ है आरका, और अब 2 काफी अच्छे गेस्ट यहाँ पर हमारे साथ जुड़ते नजर आने वाले हैं. करण एंड श्याम फ्रॉम द क्राफ्टन टीम. वेलकम. कैसे हैं आप करण?
ऑल गुड, नमस्ते टू ऑल, थैंक यू फॉर हैविंग अस हियर.
श्याम?
थैंक यू फॉर हैविंग अस हियर.
जी. एंड जिस तरीके से टूर्नामेंट्स और बहुत सारी चीज़ें यहाँ पर चली हैं, मेरे माइंड में एक सवाल हमेशा से आता है जो मैं पूछना चाहता था. अब तो खैर पूरा देश ही देख रहा है, उनके सामने पूछना यहाँ पर काफ़ी अच्छा रहेगा. देखिए, हमारे इकोसिस्टम में बहुत सारी चीज़ें होती हैं, प्लस माइनस चलता रहता है प्लेयर्स के बीच में, हर चीज़ के बीच में. सो मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ करण कि जो ये चीज़ें चलती हैं, क्या ये ई स्पोर्ट्स के इकोसिस्टम के लिए अच्छी हैं, कैसी हैं, किस तरीके से एज क्राफ्टन पीपल आप इन चीज़ों को देखते हैं?
फर्स्टली कंट्रोवर्सीज क्रिएट करना कास्टर्स का काम अब रियलाइज हो रहा है हमें स्ट्रीम पे.
थैंक यू.
बट इन फुल ऑनेस्टी, जो प्लेयर्स कंपटीशन की बात करते हैं, व्हेन दे टॉक अबाउट द कॉम्पिटिशन्स अमॉन्ग्स देमसेल्व्स, जो एक राइवलरी एक फैंस अपने टीम के लिए, अपनी फेवरेट टीम के लिए क्रिएट कर लेती है, वो बहुत एक्साइटिंग होती है. अगर आप ट्रेडिशनल स्पोर्ट्स भी देखें, या फुटबॉल देखें, या क्रिकेट देखें, सेम चीज़ वहाँ पे भी होती है. आप अपने बेस्ट फेवरेट टीम को सपोर्ट करते हैं, फैंस फॉलो करते हैं, एंड वो राइवलरी ऑटोमेटिकली क्रिएट हो जाती है. The biggest rivalries in the history of traditional sports थी नहीं कभी. Players आपस में बैठ के खाना खाते थे, मजाक मस्ती करते थे, they were invited and they used to interact. तो ये चीज़ें इंडियन ई स्पोर्ट्स इकोसिस्टम के लिए बहुत सही है, बट वो नेगेटिव तरीके से ना चले जाए is something that we have to be careful about. But this is healthy.
I mean, it definitely is.
My question for you is, you've been on the creative side of all these things, right? What is the role of a creative team when it comes to an esports tournament altogether? For example, this tournament. What is the role that a creative team has to bring in on board?
Okay, so whenever we plan for any tournament, सबसे पहले तो होता है कि वी नीड टू डिज़ाइन अ लोगो ऑफ द टूर्नामेंट, सो दैट्स आइडेंटिटी ऑफ एनी टूर्नामेंट, राइट?
जी
देन वी हैव टू वर्क फॉर द की विजुअल्स, राइट?
Okay.
आपने देखा होगा कि ओपन चैलेंज और प्रो सीरीज में काफ़ी डिफरेंस है इन टर्म्स
हाँ
ऑफ
जी।
कलर्स,
हाँ जी।
राइट?
हाँ.
So then we have to work on the promos like videos, teasers, trailers. So overall graphic design and video editing to 3D modeling, 3D texturing and everything.
जी
Yeah.
So we have to plan for that.
Just like the face of the whole tournament. They
Exactly.
create the
Yes.
face itself.
आई मीन एट द एंड वही चीज यहाँ पर लाइक ऑडियंस उससे कहीं ना कहीं समझती है कि टूर्नामेंट कितना ज्यादा मैसिव हो रहा है, कितना ज्यादा
Correct.
बढ़िया होता है। एंड इसी चीज के लिए इसका एक फॉलोअप सवाल रहने वाला है, वो ये रहेगा कि क्या क्या स्किल सेट्स आपको लगता है इन्वॉल्व होते हैं जब कंटेंट क्रिएशन इस पूरी चीजों की क्रिएशन में जाता है? क्या क्या स्किल सेट्स लग सकते हैं?
तो इसके लिए सबसे पहले तो ग्राफिक डिज़ाइन, 3D मॉडलिंग, टेक्सचरिंग, एनिमेशन,
हाँ
वीडियो एडिटिंग,
हाँ
राइट? सो ये सब चीज़ें का मिक्सचर होता है। तो कोई भी हमको अगर कोई भी आर्ट फॉर्म अगर क्रिएट करना है तो दीज थिंग्स आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट।
हाँ हाँ
इन अ वे दैट अगर आप देखा जाए ई स्पोर्ट्स ये डिज़ाइन टीम के बिना नहीं आ सकती। एवरी
Exactly.
टाइम वी गेट समथिंग न्यू फॉर द कम्युनिटी एंड वी हैव Sham and his team support. That's how we are able to get new things to the platform.
When you say support, that is when the content creators, the players, the orgs, everybody come into picture. How much support do you need of them, or what role do they play when it comes to a growth of a game? As well as, for the new orgs which are coming up, we can see new players are coming up. What is the role they need to play, not only for the betterment of themselves, but also for the game?
So you forgot the most integral part of it, that is fans.
Yes.
So when fans, players, content creators, as well as teams, organizations are investing their time and money towards the game, it's always good for us.
Okay.
It's just not us who are doing different things or trying different things. We are always watching. अगर कोई सोच रहा है कि मैंने आज गेम चालू किया या कोई नया कास्टर या कंटेंट क्रिएटर सोच रहा है कि हमने ये चीज़ की हुई है, हम कर रहे हैं, शायद कोई देखे नहीं, बट वी हैव सीन ओशन व्हेन उसके चैनल पे 20 जन वॉच कर रहे होते हैं। We've seen you where you were just talking to yourself. तो हमने ये सब चीज़ें देखी हुई है. We have a team that scouts. We look at all these new players. I will reach out to an org, say that अरे आप अच्छा काम कर रहे हो. Let's try doing something different. Let's try doing something new.
Yeah.
So जो भी वो try कर रहे हैं, if it works out, हम भी वो चीज़ follow करने की बात करते हैं. And if it's good for the ecosystem, we even adapt to it.
That's really nice. And एक अलग सा सवाल रहता है, लोग टीम्स को कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ा बहुत बाइफरकेट करते हैं, ये T1 टीम्स हो गई, ये T2 टीम्स हो गई, वो सब चीज़ें। अब उसका एक क्राइटेरिया या कुछ क्या कोई ऑफिशियल लिस्ट कभी बनती नजर आएगी कि नहीं इन टीम्स को आप T1 बोल सकते हैं ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ कि ये टूर्नामेंट था, ये था वो, लाइक अगर कोई क्राफ्टन की साइड से कभी आ सके तो क्या क्या चीज़ें रह सकती है और कब तक शायद देखने को मिल सके या कुछ?
So to be very honest, ये दूसरा टूर्नामेंट है हमारा।
हाँ जी।
पहला टूर्नामेंट था BGIS।
बिल्कुल।
ये OC has been continued to PS।
Yeah.
तो हमारे पास इतना डेटा नहीं है कि हम किसी को T1 टीम बोले या T2 टीम बोले। There are a lot of criteria, lot of data which needs to come in. एक बारी वो चीज़ आ जाए, at least by the end of 2022, I think हम specific teams को बोल पाएंगे कि ये T1 है, ये T2 है।
सो प्रोबब्ली मे बी इन द फ्यूचर बहुत सारी चीज़ें होने वाली हैं, उसके लिए ऑब्वियसली ऑफिशियल जो ई-स्पोर्ट्स हैंडल रहते हैं उनके ऊपर आप जा सकते हैं, लेकिन जो ई-स्पोर्ट्स हैंडल है राइट, उनमें एक और चीज़ मेरे माइंड में आती है, जिस तरीके से पूरे टूर्नामेंट्स चले हैं, व्हाट इज द स्टोरी बिहाइंड BMOC एंड BMPS?
So open challenge was more about under gods players.
Yeah.
So that's why we kept like a very dark, bright colors.
Okay.
And for in terms of pro series, it's more about pros, right? So we thought about keeping like a very rich, visually rich overall look and feel. That's why we went for the white and gold and brown as well.
Okay, so it's like शुरुआत हुई थी exactly आप टॉप पर रहते भाई, जब शुरुआत हुई थी तो आपने बोला है कि हर चीज़ को चैलेंज कीजिए, अपना नाम बनाइए धीरे धीरे, एंड जब हम प्रोज बन चुके हैं तो वो इतना ज़्यादा यहाँ पर बेहतरीन है कि लगता है कि वो जो गोल्डन कलर्स हैं वो यहाँ पर शोकेस होते हैं, एंड आई एम प्रीटी श्योर जो टूर्नामेंट का जो प्रेस्टिजियसनेस है वो इन चीज़ों के द्वारा काफ़ी अच्छा शो होता है। द टीम दैट स्टेज ऑन द बैक लाइन्स वो यहाँ पर हमारे सामने, वो जो बैकबोन है पूरे ई-स्पोर्ट्स की वो यहाँ पर हमारे सामने, एंड वेल आई एम प्रीटी श्योर ये जो टूर्नामेंट रहेगा। बिफोर वी जस्ट मूव फॉरवर्ड, करण आपसे जानना चाहूंगा एक्सपेक्टेशंस, ये 2 दिन है, क्या एक्सपेक्टेशंस है इन 2 दिनों में?
टू बी वेरी ऑनेस्ट, बॉटम 8 जो कह रहे हैं कि जो सोच रहे हैं कि उनके पास चांस नहीं है,
हाँ,
प्रैक्टिकली लाइक एनालिटिकली ये अब भी जीत सकते हैं,
Exactly.
ये अब भी परफॉर्म कर सकते हैं. आज के मैचेस 6 और कल के मैचेस 6 पूरा टेबल रोटेट कर सकते हैं. So anybody can win here. It's not just जो लीड कर रहा है वही लीड करे. It's an open field right now.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure कि हमारे यहाँ पर जो क्राफ्टन के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स हैं ये भी मैचेस एंजॉय करना चाहते हैं. हर कोई यहाँ पर मैचेस के लिए तैयार है. Are you guys ready?
Yes, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go to the matches. In a while, matches होंगे हम लोगों के सामने. See you guys on to that side.
We are in it to realize our dreams, to kindle our passion for the game, to tend to our spirit of adventure, to fortify our emotions, to prove that we are the best through our actions. We are in it for all. We are in it to win. We are in it to be crowned the new champions. And our next stop is the top.
Hello and welcome to the iQOO BattleGroundsMobileIndia Pro Series powered by Loco. My name is Angad Singh Chehal. I go by XP or the Experiment depending on your mood. And joining me is Amrit Gaurav, but we know him better as Fixes. Now Fixes, I was watching the prelude earlier and you guys did bring up a few good points. You had a few megastars on stage with you. What were you guys talking about?
I mean, we were of course talking about the scene right now. You know, if we had a conversation with Scout where we were asking about his criteria of taking new players, considering both these teams have not made it through to the iQOO BMPS.
Do we stand a chance?
I mean, we can. I mean, they've been searching out for a few supporters, a few snipers. So
Right
I
here.
think, well, XP surely does have though, but I still would want to stick to the rest. But yeah, I think today's day, like we said, XP is going to be a day of comeback, right? Today is the day. Either you make it or you're done for.
Either you make it or you break it. And of course, we are going to be jumping in on the action soon enough, but it is going to be, kind of overwhelming for a few teams because it is the midway point as far as all the matches are concerned. We have 12 more in store for all you lovely viewers out there. And the best thing is, the pressure is now going to be mounting on their shoulders. And again, I love saying this. Are you going to crumble under it? Or like Apollo himself, are you going to carry the weight of the world on your shoulders? So you mentioned comebacks. Now, we were talking specifically about Team EXO once upon a time. They have made slight improvements. They have kind of come up on the leaderboard. But what do you think is going to happen for them today?
I mean, to be honest, I really did not get to see that comeback that we were expecting from Team EXO yesterday, right? Just barely 5 points difference between how they played in the first day to the second day. Of course, they're in the right path, but it's still those problems trying to take those fight around the center that they really need to resolve.
I mean, they've had issues, pretty much like you said, migrating in, and when they are in the center, they are in the thick and thin of all the action.
Right.
Now, some teams, they do thrive in all that chaos, and, they can pick off a few here and there and get those finishes coming in for them. But with Team EXO, it's like sometimes they have a bit too much on their plate at times, and of course, that's the pressure that is on players. Now, amongst all this pressure, like we love saying, either you are still a lump of coal, or all that pressure is going to make you a diamond because, well, we are going to have a look and see who was the player of the day as far as day 2 is concerned. And all the Fixes and I might have a little bit of an idea. It was indeed Goblin from Team Soul itself.
Oh, of course. I mean, the way this lad has been playing does deserve that 1 lakh rupees prize pool. We're talking about the day 2, and I think he had a pretty much instrumental role to play in the success of Team Soul yesterday. And I think Team Soul, they've ever been picking up pace. So the first they did collect 81 points. Yesterday as well was somewhere around 80. So they've been on the right track. All they've got to do is have a few more consistent games. And by the end of the evening, if the difference still persists around 50 to 60 points, I think it's too early and rightfully to be calling them out as the champions.
I mean, that is what consistency is, right? 81 points on day 1, 80 points on day 2. I mean, you can't get any better than that.
Right.
But the question is now for them, you know, we were kind of just speculating yesterday that maybe the team at the bottom who, well, again, I wouldn't say they don't have anything to lose, because if they have a good day today, maybe they can put all their eggs in one basket tomorrow and, you know, probably have a great show. But it is still there for the taking. Now, Team Seoul, for them to make it, teams like Team Seoul, teams like Global Esports, Enigma Gaming, they're going to have a bad day today.
Oh yeah, they certainly have to. But you know what I would really want is a comeback story coming in from Global Esports to challenge Team Seoul for the top spot.
Well, that's the beauty of this competition, and none of this would have been possible without BGMI Crofton and, of course, our lovely sponsors iQOO and Loco. So once before we start the show, let's have a look and see how to slay your dragons. Well, there you have it. Everything you need to know about this bad boy, the iQOO Neo 6. And if you want to start your esports journey, what better way to do it with this? Now, the thing is, we were just talking about Soul Goblin, right? I mean, he was the player of the day yesterday. Another name that kind of surprised me was Enigma Eggy on day 1, because if you have a look at your stats and our figures, they both have the equal number of finishes, 27 to be precise. Do you think we're going to have a little bit of a battle for the top between these two, or is someone else going to come in and steal their thunder?
You know, I would love to see that, because the way Eggy has been playing has been certainly the best player of our team Enigma so far, being in IGL, leading the team from all fronts, still being one of the top fraggers. It takes a lot out of you, right? And that is something even Scout, Jonathan, both were really appreciative about him. But if you're talking about stealing thunder, I think there's one player from Team Seoul, Akshat. He's been delivering and he's been playing out of his mind.
I mean, you know, we did consider him the unsung hero as far as Team Seoul is concerned, but this time around, looks like the spotlight, the limelight is going to be shining on him just a bit more. And, you know, that's the whole purpose of this. Again, you're only as strong as your weakest link, and Team Seoul are looking good. But we have something in store for all you lovely viewers as well, because BGMI is going to be giving away a lot of merchandise in the form of these cool, amazing T-shirts and those water bottles to beat the heat.
Of course, and all you've got to do is support your favorite teams, right? Hashtag whichever team do you think that is going to be topping the table today. Likewise, yesterday was Team Seoul's evening. They did manage to get 80 points still on the tibbity top. But not just that. That's where it does not stop. We do have 10 of these iQOO Neo 6 that we are giving away. All you've got to do is head over to the chat section. We do have the pinned comment over there. Just click on that link. And if you're lucky, let's hope that you get one in your pockets.
And then, of course, you know, we're giving everything away. Now, we want to be engaged with you as well. So if you want to be featured on the BMPS stream when lakhs of people are watching, all you have to do is go ahead and tweet your questions using the hashtag Let's Ask Loco and tag at GetLocoNow. And who knows, lucky users will have the chance to have their questions answered by us, the experts, and also have a shout out on the stream. So what are you waiting for? Head over now, because, well, in about a few seconds, we are going to be heading into the first game. Now, normally, Fixes, we start off with Erangel, right? This time around, however, it's going to get a bit too hot, a bit too sticky, because we are heading to the deserts of Miramar.
And that's something really new, which did catch my eye today. We do not have any Sanhok, right, XP? So we're going to see more of Sanhok tomorrow, maybe. But today it's all about games of Miramar. And you talk about Miramar, this is where the conversation comes down to teams like OR and Hyderabad Hydras, the way they've been playing, right? Especially both of these teams, considering how day 1 went for Team OR, day 2 was a little bit of an offset for them.
It was a little bit of an off day for esports, but again, even Hyderabad Hydras, you know, they've had an average of about 45 points in the last couple of days. And keep in mind, out of those 45 in day 1, 35 came from one big game in Miramar, where they did have 20 finishes for themselves. So for this team, if they want to make it to the top, if they want to even contend for that throne, oh boy, buddy, they are going to have to come out swinging right in game one. And you know what? It actually favors them because this is the map that they love calling home, right? This is the map that they believe they are the best at. And, well, let's see if they can prove that tonight.
Of course, now we've been talking about teams that did fall in the map of Miramar, but there were few teams that really stepped up XP. I think this is where we bring in Team EXO because this has been one of their strongest suits lately, considering how they've been surviving their drive to try and get the chicken dinner, which is yet to come. But there we have it, ladies and gentlemen, as we have taken it up to the skies. As ladies and gentlemen, all these matches of the grand finals are being played on this beautiful device, the iQOO Neo 6. And talking about the flight path trajectory, it's heading all the way from Valdemar towards Impala. So we might expect some turbulence for the teams dropping north.
We might even see some impalas running around if we did have some wildlife, possibly in a future update. We could see something like that because we are going to have a lot of coyotes in the form of all these players running around in packs trying to gun each other down. Now, Hyderabad Hydras, the last couple of times that we have visited this map, they've dropped at Campo Militar. Again, they have that versatility, right? Because depending on the flight path, you have to be adaptable to whatever comes. And they are going to be one of the first few teams to hit the ground at Via Del Mar. And, well, as teams are going to be dropping from the heavens above, 3 teams once again heading for Los Leones.
Is it too early to be calling shots, XP? Because this is the third time Hyderabad Hydras have dropped over at Valdemar. And the 2 times they've dropped before, they've always managed to secure a chicken dinner. So do you think it's coming for them?
Well, I mean, as far as the grand finals go, however, the first chicken dinner that they did have, that massive 35-point game, did come when they did drop at Campo Militar. But looks like their gamble has paid off because the circle is going to have a little bit of a western shift towards it. And there you have it, Team Soul. Already have a pistol. In fact, they do see the enemy nearby, but nothing is going to be stopping them as they make their way to their preferred drop spots. Now, we just had a look at the map fixes. For teams that want to go a bit up north, and I have 2 teams in mind. One of them is going to be Enigma Gaming. They love dropping near Hacienda del Patron. And another team loves calling it its home as well. Are we going to expect any clashes early on? Or, because, you know, if I just think about it, in Miramar, we've always seen somebody get knocked out a bit early, and then there's nothing happening for the next 10, 12 minutes.
I think it's too early to call it because honestly, right now, nothing else is happening. I cannot see any of those players trying out something different again. OR Esports, they're back to their old ways. Atanki and Jelly dropping over at La Bendita. We've got Aditya and Aru dropping off at Puerto Paraiso. Our Team Soul, they've made it to the Picado, nothing to worry about. 7C, again, that massive 1-1-1-1 split. And then you talk about San Martin, that's where Team Enigma heads out. And FS, we've seen them over there, so nothing really out of the ordinary happening as of yet.
You know, you just talked about 7C Esports. Boy, did they have a good game yesterday. I mean, 16 finishes, and I do believe it was a second position finish or something like that. They had a good time around. Now, we did see they moved around a lot. In fact, you know, you just mentioned that they have their split drops. They all drop down by their lonesome. However, it would take a lot from a team or even a couple of lads to take them head on because for some reason or the other, especially in this map, they can really hold their own.
Oh, they certainly can. And, you know, but considering the grand finals, every single time the first game comes, it goes Global Esports' way. And even yesterday's Miramar game, they did manage to accrue that chicken dinner. So, of course, I'm going to be fancying their chances because for 7C, the way they started off yesterday was with a banger. But eventually, it really could not carry it forward.
They couldn't really do that. But, you know, just coming up with Global Esports, you did just mention them moments ago. Yes, they did have that chicken dinner. And we did notice one thing, which was kind of surprising. They were at the periphery. In fact, they were outside the circle for quite a bit. They let a lot of teams go past them. They held their trigger discipline and pretty much caught them off guard as they were clashing with other teams in the circle itself. They come up from behind and boom, you know, just smack them out of this game, as a result of which their position was something that, you know, they would have been really happy about, keeping all 4 members alive till the end and just picking off all the remnants of the other teams one by one. Not a high fragging game for them. However, at this stage, the position points are something that everyone is going to be playing for.
Oh, of course. Now, at least for now, because today, like we've been talking about, is the most important day.
Oh, yeah.
Because tomorrow there's barely anything to fight for, because you'll have all these teams just going after one another. It's going to be a street side brawl, right? And we're going to enjoy that, even the viewers. But talking about the technicality, the mechanics, today's the day where the teams, if they want to come back, if they want to fight for the championship trophy, this is the day they need to stage a comeback. And this is how important it is going to be for, like we said, for teams like OR Esports as well, because day 1 to day 2, it had been a steep decline for them. So it is imperative that they are off to a really good start in this one.
OR Esports, of course, in the 4th position if you talk about the overall standings, with 114 points for themselves. Not too far off from Team Soul. About 35 to 40 points is the deficit over there. Now, it is possible if they have a good couple of games, even one game, that, you know, it gets that little momentum in their favor. They have that little bit of a confidence boost. However, if boys like Jelly go down early, which has been the case, in fact, on day 2, every single time OR Esports goes in for a little bit of a scuffle, if Jelly goes down, it does seem like they start falling and toppling over like dominoes, one after the other. And this man on your screens, Athunki. Boy, oh boy, can he hold his own. He can hold down the fort, because more often than not, Fixes, he's the last man standing for his team.
Oh, he has done that time and again. And maybe if it comes down to getting that lone survivor title, I think it could be a competition between maybe Atanki or maybe Akshat for how these two lads have been playing. But for OR Esports, it's very important that they make it to the center of the circle early on with 4 of their players alive. Now, yesterday's Miramar game also went the way they were almost wanting, but did get third party between Team Soul and Exo. For now, as you can see, of course, Team FS does have that prime center position, and they've gotten capture over those hills. Team Soul, they're making a run for it. I believe Hector's the one scouting for their team right now.
He is indeed, of course. He is a little further apart from his teammates, and looks like Akshat's going to get in the vehicle and follow his comrade as well. Now, what I did notice was the boys from Big Brother Esports. We did see them on the southwestern aspect of Los Leones, and now they're going to be coming up south of Minas del Valle, because it might just catch Global Esports off guard. And speaking of catching people off guard, First Blood is going to be coming in, and it's going to be Wixie from Nigma Galaxy who's going to be putting the fight up against Team Kinetic. Now, Team Kinetic do have one man down. They do have a few options of backing off, because at this point, if you have a look, Enigma Galaxy, they have the high ground, and well, they have all the advantages for themselves, and it looks like God is going to be the first one to move out, but there you have it, shots are going to be fired. However, perfectly done. This was that little bit of a bait and switch, because Bayo is going to get the better of him.
And Dreams just gave his position away, but now God is in a precarious spot at this point. Now, Enigma Galaxy have to focus their entire attention in trying to get their fallen comrade back up. They need to get Wixie back to full life, and this is where MJ really needs to watch out, because Bio might take a leap of faith.
He just almost blew himself up, and now he isn't even shooting back, because he was trying to tuck his tail and run away, but Bayo is going to make sure they get another member from Nigma Galaxy down, and boy, oh boy, how the tables turn. There you have it, a few shots off the AKM, and KU is going to make quick work of MJ. Now, they don't really have a lot of options. They are going to have to go on that left flank, and Dream's work is going to be cut out for him, because, well, as far as his team goes, it is a bit of a nightmare.
I think so. I think so. At least for Nigma Galaxy, the way they wanted this fight to kind of get to themselves, they were the ones who were having the driver's seat till they let it all go away. But look at KU. He wants to aggress. At this point, he wants to get the better out of Apollo, because if he does that, maybe Team Nigma Galaxy are all done for.
Now, they are going to be focusing over here. There you have it. KU is going to be brought down, caught out in the open, but that's what I was expecting. God from the other end does manage to lay down a few shots at Apollo's position. However, they aren't going to be deterred by that, as they are going to make a little bit of a right flank, and now Bayo's position is going to be in trouble elsewhere. Looks like Beast from BB is going to go down, because Hyderabad, the Hydras, Manti OP, well, just put a few shots in his head.
Oh, indeed he did. But right now, getting back to this particular fight, it's sort of going up like a pendulum, right? This way, that way. And at this point, Bio is almost burning. Wixie, does he get the better out of him? One more shot needs to connect. But it is Dreams who gets the final knock.
Well, again, like you said, it was like a little bit of a pendulum. It was either going Nigma's way, then it went Kinetic's way, and now Kinetic, oh boy, they are not looking good. Down to one last man, and well, he does have God in his name. However, I wonder if he has any divinity. Wixie, you are playing a risky game as he almost was pretty much, brought down by gravity itself. But now we have the map on our circle. All the teams pretty much vying for the center and those high spots in the zone. But have a look at OR Esports. Have a look at our Esports from El Azhar, buddy. They're coming down on the southern little migration path.
Oh, of course. Now, for our esports, this is a change that they've made, right? Yesterday, if you compare to how they were playing, they were making a very fast rotation inside the zone, and they used to always get caught off guard. And this is where, teams like Hydra, they have the center spot to themselves. The same goes with FS. We can see the players of Team Seoul also heading towards Montenuevo. But take a look at Team EXO's position, just over those hills on the top, in the northwestern side of Chumacera. I really feel they're just waiting for the curveball to hit, and once it does, they're going to make a shift.
Well, let's see if that's going to be the case, because for now, it is possible that BB are going to be laying down lead in Hyderabad Hydra's direction. But again, we're going to have a look at the replay. There you have it. They went down one by one. Onyx with the first one, although he was in his element. I'm, of course, talking about that famous rock snake, if you know what I'm saying. But, he was brought down, and it did seem like, when Nigma Galaxy had two of their members down on their bloodied knees, that, Team Kinetic could take advantage. Again, like I said, had they gone on that little bit of a left flank from their point of view, maybe they wouldn't have been caught out in the open as we see them right now. And speaking of getting caught out in the open, I wonder what Beast was doing there all by his lonesome.
I think it's already 2 players down for Big Brother Esports, or maybe just one. I think the one finished that team Hyderabad Hydra scored over them, and that was a replay of that. But coming back to that fight that we just had, XP, I think Dreams had a very important role to play in that.
Now, I have a question for you.
All right.
We did see Evert and making his debut in the grand finals, and here he is once again. I think he's been a good addition to the team. What are your thoughts as to his role?
Oh, 100%. Considering, how they've got an extra addition, a little bit of a firepower added to their roster.
A little bit of an
a little bit of an oomph that I think they were lacking. They were too much relied upon Crazy Soul, but there you go. Hellgod wants some redemption, but clearly did not connect any of those shots.
He did not indeed. Now, Hyderabad Hydras are going to try and capture one of the hills, one of the high positions for themselves, because, well, that is where they have been most successful. As Ace Black is going to make sure he refuels that McLaren a little bit out of its element right now, but hey, you know what? With 4-wheel drive, it is not going to be that much of a problem. Now, Manti is going to be making a smoke screen to make sure that, their position isn't given away and he can be whiffed off to safety. But the problem is, buddy, they're going to be heading over to teams like INS. There you have it. Have a look at the map. In fact, it's going to be Maxi and Carry whose position is now going to be compromised as Crazy Soul is going in. But have a look at that. A grenade comes in perfectly timed, and Maxi is going to have a little bit of an advantage.
The second one is already being cooked over as Joker decides to just flush him out of his cover as it decides to charge in, but in the wrong direction, making sure he spots Maxi off from his tail, takes shots at him, but finally connects.
Oh my goodness, that was a little bit of an oopsie coming in. Now Carry is going to come in for some respite. Unfortunately, Maxi is going to be lost to the elements as well. He is going to be put 6 feet under. Hyderabad Hydras in a little bit of trouble. Of course, that first grenade was just perfect, but now in comes the cavalry. Manti with a grenade. He has an idea where the opponents are. He might just throw it over the building, and if it's going to be good, well, this is not going to find its mark at all. Now, what I'm concerned about, buddy, is Big Brother Esports. They are going to be listening. They are going to be looking from the vicinity, and, well, if they think the time is going to be right to strike, they might just come in for mopping up whatever's left.
Hyderabad Hydras, they're in a whole world of trouble. Ace Black already spotted out. There you go. Joker opening it yet again. And this is the Q2 push. One more grenade, and that's how he goes in. The Molotovs have been tossed over. Carry is also going to get flushed out from his cover, XP.
He is indeed. In fact, Carry is going to be on fire for now, as now Manti has to make his teammates survive over there, but he doesn't because Shane's UMP is going to do all the talking, and then there was one. Question is, can Carry pull off a miracle over here? Because, well, all his teammates have been put down, and Eggy, ooh, I like that. He's using a gun that you don't really see that often in this map, but for now, Crazy Soul, does he have a crazy grenade? He has an idea, but wait a second. Eggy from the distance with the Car 98 with the pristine headshot is going to make sure that Hyderabad Hydras, well, they aren't going to have a good start to this day.
The top fragger opens it up, and it's a headshot coming in. We were really expecting Big Brothers to really take part in this particular fight, but that did not happen. Team Enigma, they were hearing all that commotion and made good work of it. Elsewhere, Akshat has been taken down, XP, and this is where Team Soul, the entire horde is just charging over at Hitman. Will get the better out of him. Will make sure Akshat gets back up.
Well, Team Soul is still going to be a 4-man squad, and I do believe what happened here was Hitman was on a little bit of a reconnaissance mission, and unfortunately he went where the enemies were already present. Now, Goblin is going to be shot at from Enigma up top, almost getting knocked out. I was expecting Eggy's bolt action to do all the talking, but there you have it. Now he sees Carry. Carry is oblivious to the fact that he is in someone's crosshairs, and a well-placed shot from Eggy is going to make sure that his head was blown clean off his shoulders. But for now, Akshat, back on his feet, does see some movement, some commotion in the distance.
I mean, pretty interesting circle though. Towards that western side, we have seen teams like EXO really pull off some beautiful performances in this one. They've managed to get a chicken dinner even in the league stages. But for now, Global Esports, it's a very important day for these lads. They need to somehow get a chicken dinner. Now, looking at their, looking at how the entire body language has been, they've been the ones who've not been aggressing too much. They're the ones, letting the circle play, letting all the teams pass, and they find that right opportunity, and then they strike.
They do strike when the iron is hot, when the opportunity does present itself. And speaking of opportunity, our esports need a good game, and looks like they're going to try and keep our esports at bay, as the Canary, well, has gone down onto its knees. But let's see if it can get back up and fly once again. There you have it. A massive smoke is going to come in. No, it's a grenade from Sensei. I thought maybe Jadu was going to do something, but have a look at the trajectory. They are going to make sure they use that height to their advantage. Now, OR's Aru, he realizes, whoa, buddy, it's not just us over here. Another team has come in and pretty much, tried to finish or steal my finish. They're going to reposition themselves and make sure they have the map, well, to their advantage. Of course, you want to have that little high ground here in Miramar, right? But it is a hit or a miss situation. And speaking of hit or misses, a lot of fights are going to be breaking out at any moment.
Comes with its own shortcomings, right? Jelly trying to get that higher ground, eventually gets picked off. But this is where OR Esports somehow have to deal against the wrath of Global Esports, who are rampaging through all that bullet. And somehow Aditya makes it out alive. But the same cannot really be said for Aru.
That is, of course, true. But what kind of just got me by surprise was that the boys from Esports 1 WS are falling one by one outside the place, and I'm going to hold on to the top because Scream is going to be up close and personal with all the action. Now he's got a mini in his hands, and well, he was taken out from elsewhere. Again, a little bit of miscommunication coming in because they were obviously just, focusing on the boys from OR Esports, but Global, from the other hand, are going to be a little bit of a thorn in their sides. Helgard does spot the enemy. Aditya is going to come under fire. That UMP is going to do all the talking, but he's always to his right. Yes, he does. In fact, he is going to connect his shots, gets a knock, and now he's got to go for the big man himself. It's going to be a one-on-one situation over here. Helgard doesn't get the better of Atanki, almost getting the thing, but oh my goodness, he ran out of bullets, and now he's going to have to retreat.
What a misfortune. How unlucky could he get in that particular situation? But Team Big Brothers, both of these teams over here, they were kind of trying to have that little bit of a higher ground, but OR need to realize, Ataki needs to understand that it could be Global Esports that could play the final nail in the coffin. Somehow still surviving though, but look at the meds, does not have any.
He doesn't have any meds, but what I did notice in the kill feed was Enigma is going ballistic with that Car 98, popping heads left, right, and shoulder as well. Explicit is going to find themselves in a tricky situation once again. Now, we did see K47 get a knockoff on the boys, but Omega is going to be taken down again, possibly from the same lad. No, it's going to be Hydra's Jackson that's going to be joining the fray as well. Now, Hector and Goblin, they do have a decent position for themselves, but it looks like all might just be lost for Omega because, well, you don't want to leave your position right now and go and fight the enemy right at the doorstep. And speaking of right at the doorsteps, Enigma Galaxy going up against Global Esports, but in comes Ronnie. He's going to be the first one. He's just going to use the smoke against them. He drives past them. He could be taken down, but Knuckle is going to be instrumental over here. He's going to go over against Scream. Scream's thrown to smithereens. Ronnie comes in from the right, and now it's going to be a 2-on-1. Knuckle, in fact, is going to be taken down. Ronnie, he knows the enemy is nearby, but he is using the smoke to his advantage. It is going to be a one-on-one situation over here. Oh my goodness, Wixie is playing so well, but he is going to get shot at from the distance, and for now, he knows where Ronnie is. He gets up, he shoots, he connects before Manya, the last man standing, finally takes him out.
By the whiskers, Global Esports still inside the game, such an important one, and I just hope they can get the players back alive. Zen OP from up top, if he throws a few good grenades, gets a little up close and personal, things could change, and same goes for Helgod. But for now, Global Esports out of harm's way, but if Hydra officials decide to charge at this direction, this is where they find Global Esports at the most vulnerable spot, and Eggy just doing Eggy things.
Boom! There goes the bullet, and well, like I said, that head was pretty much just blown to smithereen. But have a look at this, Wixie. Oh boy, he just took down 3 members all by his lonesome. He goes around them. He, in fact, uses their vehicle against them. Gets inside, gets a little idea where Ronnie is going to be shot at from behind as well. But what a valiant effort coming in from the lad. But like you said, Global Esports survived by a whisker, and now they are back to a 4-man squad, still looking good.
Considering the fact that Team Solar just survived by Goblin, haven't accrued enough points, this could be the game that GE was looking out for. But look at Atanki. He knows there's someone right beside him. It has to be Bajwa from Esports Wala WSF. But the big question is, does he shoot? Because the moment he does that, he gives his position away, and Big Brother could make a good work out of him.
Speaking of Bajwa and his teammates, now what did kind of catch me off guard, you know, I was exclaiming like, what's happening? 3 of the members went outside down to the play zone. I wonder what was happening. Now, what I expected, what the thought that came to my mind was maybe Bajwa is going to have a massive amount of first aids in his bag. I wonder if that's going to be the situation, because if he does pop his head over that little ravine, well, he could be taken out by one of the boys from OR Esports. Not one of the boys, the only man from OR Esports, Atanki, who we just said earlier is the lone survivor yet again. And speaking of lone survivors, Goblin making his way into the circle. In fact, he might just be heading into a little bit of trouble. He is probably going to be shot at from both directions, but for now, he is still safe. Now Global Esports, they realize someone's overhead. They're going to be happy with that finish because, well, the leaders have just been taken out of this game.
With just 4 points to the name. Now, this is important for Global Esports. It is so important that they get this chicken dinner to themselves. But INS, this is again one of those teams to watch out for. They're still yet to make it inside the circle. But taking a look at Atanki, he's still going to take his chances. Lobbing a few grenades over. If that connects, could get the better out of Scream. Or maybe Hellgod. But all he gets is nothing.
All he gets is air right now. Decent lob, though. He is going to readjust his trajectory and throw everything he has because he knows something is lurking in the smoke. And speaking of lurking, INS were lurking around the corners, but Punk just blew Joker to smithereen, and Sarang is going to be opening up on Big Brother's Zen OP. For now, oh my goodness, EXO are in a bit of a predicament. They've got 7C at one end, INS at the other. Grenades are going to be thrown in every single direction, but for now, the first one is going to miss. Now, 7C, they've got the work cut out because they have to think about, wait a second, Punk, that's going to be a grenade too close for you. Lucky for him, it only does a little bit of damage, but there you have it. One flung right at Enigma is going to be a little problematic as Fierce is going to be brought down, and Sarang, from the other hand, is going to be shooting with everything he has in INS's position.
Just loses his mind, just goes tap, 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 and misses a few shots, but that's not going to deter them from trying even more. But look at now, Autobotz, the players, especially Fox, the lonesome survivor over here, but Spray God, he's going to continue. His ruthlessness will lob another grenade. Is miles afar though, but 7C are in such a good position to contest in this particular game.
Well, the thing is, they are going to have to make quick work of everything around them now. Against all odds, once again, Fierce and Punk are the last 2 members standing for their team, and grenades are going to be coming in from every side. There you have it. This could be it. Punk could be in the world of trouble, and with that, Team XO are going to be wiped off the map of Miramar. But now, 7C Esports' work is still not cut out. They now have to take the fight straight to INS. Elsewhere, speaking of fights, it's going to be Global Esports' Knuckle who is brought down, and Avi is going to be taking some much-needed cover behind those vehicles. His teammate crawling slowly and surely towards himself. Rex, you don't want to hit the deck every single time because, buddy, Joker can still see you.
Already 8 finishes strong. Team Global Esports, they are eyeing out for that glorious chicken, but look at Savitar. Maybe on a 1v1 collision against Evert as the Molotovs come in. Gets flushed out as Savitar goes into the charge in. But before that even happens, Evert gets burnt to crisp. Look at Sarang's position though.
Sarang's position is phenomenal, but I do love the smell of crispy bacon, not crispy flesh right now. And speaking of Sarang's position, well, he ain't coming down, but his teammate is going to make sure that fox hunting season is definitely on, as the Autobotz are going to be exiting the game as well. Now, Enigma Avi did manage to pick up Evo. Now, Rex, we did see him fall down. Their fight up against Global Esports is still going to be continuing, who are now finally down by 1 man. 7C Esports, oh my goodness, are looking good. 11 finishes to their name as they pick up yet another.
Oh, they indeed do. But at this point,
Geronimo
7C is going to take the jump. Does he get it safely? I think he does. But for now, Scream, he knows his position is compromised. Global Esports on a little bit of a downhill area over there. 7C have a slight idea, but they've got to deal with Team Enigma at this point first. As the nades keep lobbing over, all they are looking out is for that one good knock, and you can see all those movements being made by Scream as well.
He did indeed, and of course, just from the corner of the eye, Spraygard saw something moving in the distance, and now he knows somebody's lurking on his other side. Of course, all this information is going to be going out to his teammates. Manya is going to hold his trigger right now because he knows the moment he makes a few shots, well, his position is going to be given away. And keep in mind, position is something that all these teams are going to be playing for. Now, Evo, the last man standing for Enigma Gaming, 9 finishes for themselves is not going to be a bad outing considering they have made it to the top 4. However, making it to the top 2 seems a lot better as Scream. Well, his position has been given away completely as a grenade is going to be flung. Not hitting his mark this time.
No. Nothing really happening. Scream somehow, a little bit happy, has made it to the top 4. But for now, he needs to survive. Sarang is going to continue this onslaught of grenades. You know, the barrage just keep on going as, needs to take it easy. But I love the smokes coming out. But elsewhere, Nakul gets the better out of Spraygard. Now, considering they're outside the circle, now this could be a deal breaker for Team Enigma.
It could be a deal breaker as well because, Enigma's position could be contested by Global Esports as well. Now, Global Esports did just get one of the knocks on the members of 7C, if I'm not wrong. They're going to have to move in a bit harder and a bit strong because, well, speaking of them, Manya is going to be brought down to his knees and Savitar is going to make sure, well, he does go and meet his maker, Spraygard, with the final nail in the coffin. Now, Global Esports survived by 2 members. Oh, that is precision shooting coming in from Joker as Savitar is going to have to take some much needed cover. In the meantime, Evo, not moving a muscle, not batting an eyelid.
Not just Evo, also Scream, still surviving. 2 lonesome players out there for Team Enigma, but there you go. Nakul opens it up again, Sarang, and this is the cue where teams, Global Esports, have to somehow make it inside the circle. They just cannot be lying down around because either ways they're going to be picked off one by one. Now, suddenly, they're reduced to just 1 player.
Just 1 player, and 7C Esports, they are looking good as Savitar is going to make sure he gets the right idea where the enemy is. 14 finishes for themselves, 4 members still alive, and all they have to do is pick everybody off one by one as Joker is going to try and make it in. He can't see all the commotion in front of them. In fact, I do believe Aladdin has spotted him as well. Now, he is going to be a rattlesnake trying to snake his way, but speaking of Aladdin, well, looks like the Geno is going to be with him, and Evo is going to make it to the top 3 again. He is not going to, well, give any 2 cents over here because he's now made it to the top 2, and now he's out in the blue with a couple of first aids to himself. This is good thinking on the lad spot.
Oh, indeed it is. But this is where we already know 7C, they are going to have their hands on that chicken, right?
They know.
That they were waiting out for. There you have it. Have to spot it in, though. But now Evo is going to get a little overexcited. Maybe go for the finish. Does not get it as 7C Esports get the first chicken dinner of the evening.
I do think they finally did get that final finish as well, which means they outdid themselves yesterday. The first chicken dinner, of course, as we are going to be heading into the post-match segment powered by Loco, and a few fist bumps coming over there. I love these reactions, right? Because they've been so close, yet so far away. But finally, with the chicken dinner, they outdid themselves yesterday. 32 points to their name.
Well, of course. Now, as we take a look at the point standings, right? This is what teams like Enigma wanted. Get a little bit of consistency. Global Esports, considering how they make it, how they made it inside the circle, and what they did later on. That is where I was kind of a little bit left off because I still feel they're kind of missing out on that natural element, right? The flair that they have. They never really shy away from fights, but now you can see that a little bit of a hesitancy, a little bit of a reluctancy coming in from their side, I think, which is hindering them from getting that chicken.
Now, you know, I mean, they were kind of in a precarious situation because they didn't really have a lot to work with except for their smokes. All the vehicles were disabled, and that one fight up against, I do believe, just correct me if I'm wrong, when, you know, Vixie almost took all of them out, Nigma Galaxy, yeah. You know, that little fight, well, like you said, they were saved by a whisker. You know, like a drowning man needs a straw. Somebody did give them that little straw, but, you know, it is what it is, and they couldn't really make anything out of it from that point. But now, let's have a look and see which man is going to be crowned the iQOO MVP. It is going to be Rex himself from Enigma Gaming. 5 finishes, 896, so I'm sorry, 8 points of damage.
All right, I mean, for Team Enigma, another perfect game, right? They've never been eyeing out for those juicy chickens, but they've been consistent, and Rex has been on the top of it. I was somewhere down the line expecting Eggy to be here in the top 5 leaders, but, well, it's all right. It's all right. I know you've got a little bit of an affinity towards those bolt action players, but Savitar, Sarang, Spraygard, everybody was so instrumental in 7C getting that chicken dinner, and mind you, they did manage to get 17 finishes to their name.
They did, of course. That is a phenomenal start for them as far as Dame 3 is is concerned. Now let's have a look at a few more facts and a few more figures as the match summary is coming up. And well, it's not going to be Eggy who has the longest distance in meters as far as finishes are concerned. It's going to be his teammate Rex.
Oh, indeed, it will be. And I think a little bit higher than the average amount of healings that we've got. Just a little bit. But 2 grenade finishes kind of takes me back a little bit, considering we did get to see so many grenade knocks, but the follow-ups, those finishes were, of course, with the ARs. But yeah, considering, like we were talking about Global Esports, we're going to discuss more about that. But now let's take a look at the FT graph and see how the damage numbers have been for all these teams. Pretty much expecting skyscrapers coming out of Team Enigma. 7C Global Esports not far behind.
Not far behind. In fact, 7C is going to be leading the charge with 2,627 points of damage, which of course makes sense considering they have 17 finishes for themselves. Enigma, as we said, had a good game. Of course, that second position coming in at the end, which is going to be instrumental for their rise in the overall leaderboard. And, well, 9 finishes are going to add to that as well. Now, Global Esports, we did see them, fight squad after squad, which they did win. Of course, Manya was the one who was instrumental in making sure the boys survived for as long as it did. But now, let's have a look and see what this does to the overall standings as well. Team Soul are still going to be the kings of the hill for now with 165 points, and looks like 7C Esports nestling in the 7th position.
Indeed, they did. But, we're talking about the top 3, right? The distance has started reducing. Now, it was almost so much yesterday, around 30 points. Now, it has been reduced to just mere 20 at this point, because Global Esports, again, a very consistent game. Same goes for Team Enigma. Team Soul, mind you, again, was not off to a good start. And this is where they really need to start to understand the fact, if they do not come out swinging in the game of Erangel, things could go awry for them.
You did mean not after a good start today, right? Because I was just thinking, boy, they started the grand finals with back-to-back chicken dinners. But again, they have that consistency. And one game isn't really going to be a detrimental effect on them because we still have 5 more in the day. And chances are they're going to come and showcase something brilliant. Now, let's have a look at page number 2. And, well, Team EXO are going to be slipping down from page 1. Only getting, I do believe, let me just make sure my facts and figures are correct, well, 3 points from this game.
Just 3 points. Now, we've been talking about it, right? This was one of the circles that EXO really loves to play. And they did manage to take the center eventually, but were again outnumbered, right? It was just 2 players surviving. I think it was Punk and Fierce that did whatever that they could. Sensei and I think Immortal Snacks, either ways, been picked off. Did not really quite help them. But coming back to the discussion about, Global Esports and the little reluctancy, right? This is where it comes down because you know how good these boys are with the trades. Now, what could have been done? You were out of vehicles, you were immobilized. They could have sent a few players ahead, and Manya could have provided cover fire from the backlines. Had that happened, things could have been completely different. It's about taking chances.
So the only thing was they would just pinch it in. So, we're going to come back to that in a few seconds because once again, a massive shout out to BGMI Crofton for giving us this wonderful game and our sponsors iQOO and Loco, which means you know what time it is. Once again, let's have a look and see how to slay your dragon.
Watch it, earn it.
Watch, stream, play, repeat. That's the Loco mantra, and that's the mantra we pretty much live by as well. And if you want to start your esports journey, well, what are you waiting for? Oh, I see. You want to get yourselves one of these.
Well, they certainly do, and what a way to start their journey, like you said, right? But getting back to what we were talking about, right? Global esports and them not pushing over, it was all right, it all happened. But what I, again, loved was Team Enigma, how quickly they were reacting to situations, right? Their early rotation from San Martin towards that western side, making sure they had that little high ground to their advantage, got the better out of so many teams in all those fights.
They did, and just again, I know we're beating around the bush right now. So especially when Manya comes in and kind of picks them up. Now vehicles were all gone. The smokes they had to keep deploying on their position because it wasn't just one team that was shooting at them. It was teams from all around them who were pretty much just giving everything they had in their position. Because we're going to see this once again. The highlights are going to be popping up on your screens. So once more, let's relive all the action.
It all begun here, right? Now, Nigma Galaxy going after Team Kinetic. And like we say, it was sort of a pendulum swinging around. Sometimes we felt they were in control, sometimes they were in control. Eventually, Enigma Galaxy came out through. But Team INS, XP, I love this little bit of an aggression, a little bit of a commitment from their side. They realized that they need to rack up those finish points. In Hyderabad, Hydras, I do not know what on earth has gone wrong with them.
I don't know, buddy. It's something, maybe it's the confidence that is a bit shaky. Like, you did mention in Miramar, they have dropped down in their position via Del Mar so many times, and they always take that similar rotation. But it kind of feels like everyone is reading them like an open book, and that is something that is going to be problematic. But oh my goodness, that was a beautiful shot.
Oh, indeed it was. And this is where Global Esports already almost had their hearts out of their mouth, right? Considering the fact that Vixky almost clutched them out, had Manya not been from that backlines, things could have gone way awry for them, especially a Team Soul being dealt with so early. And this is how I could not really understand what Goblin was really trying to do. He could have really gone for some survivals out there, but Team INS did want to push on Team EXO, but little did they know that it was 7C raining bullet and hell from above.
I mean, talk about raining down death and destruction. Team EXO were in a little bit of a predicament as Spray God, of course, does get the knock with the grenade and then goes and lets his gun do all the talking. And over here, once again, as you mentioned, Ibert couldn't do anything because he was burned to a crisp in a matter of seconds.
I really liked 7C capturing this position particularly. It's very risky because you are staying up top. Everybody has a vision over towards you because we've seen 7C. They were quite proactive in those plays, right? They were not shying away. They were not. It's not about letting the other teams fight. They were going after the teams, and it comes with its own risks, right? There were chances that they could have been shot at. There were instances also, even if you remember, Savita just barely by mere margins managed to live. Did have his first aid to patch himself up. But this is where the discussion really comes down to another team called Team OR. But I think we're going to talk about them just a little bit later because we have something that XP has got to say.
Alrighty, well, I am going to be focusing on Enigma Gaming, of course, as well, because, they did have to move quite a bit to come into the final circle. 7C Esports, they kind of had a lucky day as well, because, they dropped nearby. El Pozo and the surrounding areas is where they love dropping down, and they did move in. And, well, let's start things off with, I believe you want me to start off with Enigma Gaming. Now, there you have it. That's where they dropped off, and I'm just going to quickly go over a couple of things over here. Now, this is where they normally love dropping, San Martin. We thought we might have a little bit of a kerfuffle as far as Hacienda del Patron is concerned, but this time they let Enigma Galaxy do the thing over here. Now, I'm just going to have a quick look at the drop spots because, again, it's a scattered formation, right? And then they all have to move in ever so slowly towards the end. Now, this position,
coverage.
There you go. This position right over here. Keep in mind, they also go down into the valley right over here and, make sure that they basically have a little bit of, loot for themselves. But the problem is, those hills were pretty much taken over by a lot of the enemies nearby. And, well, let's just have a look at what the other boys were doing because their positioning, again, like I said, was just pristine. This is going to be Avi coming in and making sure they have all the cover over there. And finally, well, the coffins were laid down right down below. Again, Evo's position, they were all pincered in, right?
Yeah.
So you couldn't really do anything, but it was something that I am going to be happy about. Now, I do want to show you something else, but for now, we're just going to stick to this. And, Enigma Gaming, not a difficult move into the circle, but the thing is, again, it's that hill control. that kind of worked out for them.
Absolutely.
That's where they got those finishes. I do believe 9 finishes to be exact. And I like the way they kept rotating back and forth, because they did have enemies around them at all ends.
And same goes for 7C, right? We would have loved to show if we had enough time over there. But I love what they're doing in Miramar. 4 players, different splits, and then all they did was take that western high ground area, right? From there onwards, they started racking up finishes to their names. Now, it might seem very easy, even the same for Team Enigma. They might not have done so much, but we've got to keep this in mind, that so many teams were coming in from that eastern side, somehow keeping yourself alive, making it to those crucial positions was so important for them.
You know, the hills that we just saw as far as Enigma Gaming was concerned, that is where 7C did come and try and tangle with them.
Yeah.
But they had that alertness, they had that presence of mind to, like you mentioned, go a bit further up north, go to the west towards the left side of your screens, and well, Sarung was perched way up top over there. You could barely see him. And from his little bird's nest, he was just raining down death and destruction. Like you mentioned, almost getting knocked out, but he had that buggy. He took a deep breath, and he finally went down. Now, lucky for him over there, no one was keeping an eye out because, well, Global Esports had their own issues, Enigma had their own issues, and BB Scream was pretty much just surviving till the end. But once again, you know, maybe when we do come back and we have some time to talk about, I wonder what was happening with Esports while on WSF.
I really do not know, because 3 of their players being taken down. But more than that,
by the blue zone.
By the blue zone. That is where it all panned down. But, you know, I really want to talk about OR Esports. Now, OR Esports really tried to pull off something like Team 7C did, and they weren't really successful, especially considering how arduous path for 7C was it, because there were so many teams. But they were the ones who came down south, tried to take it above, but again got sandwiched XP.
They did, but it was mostly, you know, between a rock and a hard place, but it was mostly the rock that was doing all the damage, and that rock was Global Esports, who, again, they had the compounds for themselves, and it was pretty much open season,
and
right?
Big Brothers.
Because one by one, they just kept driving past them, and one by one, they kept falling down. And that is where, as you mentioned, Big Brother finally Scream goes in and, well, tries to seal the deal, but does get taken out by Global Esports instead. Arthanki, once again, man, the lone survivor. I'm pretty sure we might as well just give him that mantle, because every single time, as far as OR Esports is concerned, it's Arthanki who's left standing last.
And this is where Team OR Esports really need to understand that their intention of trying to take the center early on is clearly not working out, right? We've seen them in the league stages have a similar style of play like Team EXO, somehow feeling the heat. And this is where, you know, trying to experiment around a few things is clearly not working.
Speaking of experimenting, well, we are going to be heading into the pre-match segment powered by Loco, which means the experiment is now going to be saying bye-bye, and the studio is going to get a bit more brighter because the sun himself, Arca, is going to be sitting where I am.
And this is what we've been talking about. I mean, of course, Arca will come in, shed some light about what really went on with all these teams. But yes, Arca, I mean, the first game of Miramar, we were expecting teams to make a comeback. Yes, Global Esports did it. Yes, Team Enigma are making a run for it. All of these vying out for that top spot. But 7C, that was a whammy. Again, the Vikings are back.
Absolutely. I mean, I just love the way this time all 4 men were standing. It's always Pray God leading the front. I'm starting to get that, you know, they've come back to their senses. You know, it's been really long. I don't know why I'm feeling this. Probably you would agree on this.
Okay.
You know, Spray God leading the fight from the front, like way from the front, not worrying about anything else. Even if it's getting knocked, he has that cover to come back. The rest of them are kind of spread around a 1v1-3 split, which is going on for them. And amazing work coming in from the side of 7C.
Amazing work indeed. And that is how they started off their day-to-day as well. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, this is one amazing phone that you cannot have your eyes away from. Yes, I'm talking about the iQOO Neo 6 and our sponsor.
You just can't stop speaking about this device, you know. By
Oh, yeah.
by the time we come in to complete our sentence, and then the promo comes in, and it's so beautiful to see that. No regrets whatsoever from our side. But still, yes, you know, the map of Miramar has been so amazing for so many teams, as you said. At one point of time when Joker took that trade, I was expecting the side of G to actually go in for a rotation, probably towards the side of Enigma or probably towards the side of Scream, because they had better control over that place. But yeah, what are your final thoughts on the map of Miramar? Like,
We'll talk about that, you know, about the final thoughts, but we do have some changes over here. Of course, Max coming in instead of Apollo. Now, I'm starting to wonder if that was the right decision to make, because Apollo is one of those instrumental players in Nigma Galaxy's success so far. Now, you've been watching all the matches and you've been loving us. Time to give something back away to you. Yes, we're talking about the merch giveaway that we're having, and yes, support your favorite teams, whoever you think is going to be topping the charts today. Hashtag that team's name, and well, if you're lucky, 50 winners can get your hands on those cool t-shirts and the zippers.
Now, let's not forget that 10 of these beauties are also on the giveaway, ladies and gentlemen. There's going to be a pinned comment, which is going to be there in the chat. Do not forget to click on that. And that will lead you to a specific page, which will, again, in turn lead you to the YouTube channel as well as the Instagram handle of Battlegrounds Mobile Esports channel, if I'm not wrong. And over there, you're going to subscribe and follow. Come back to the specific link, and over there, fill your name and your address, and there you have a lot of chances of getting this beauty.
Now, we've got a lot of young minds in the chat now who are very intrigued about, you know, what's happening. So this is a chance. You can ask us your question at the rate hashtag Let's Ask Loco on Twitter, and ask your questions tagging at Get Loco now. And if you're lucky, a shout out from our side, and we're going to be answering your questions. But it is time right now for a wrangle, Arca, as we take a look at the abandoned church. Now, this is going to be such an important game considering the sort of a narrative that we're having right now. Our team, Global Esports, they're off to a good start. Enigma Gaming, they're also in the race, just 4 points shy from Team GE. But this is where Team Soul is suddenly starting to feel the heat.
Now, we expected this, right? Suddenly that one or the other team is going to take the pressure off their shoulder or probably face the heat, because the others, they have nothing to lose. They want to give it all into the faces of the enemies, and that is where Team Soul is kind of failing it. But let's not forget that in the map of Erangel, they were the people who dominate this map. They have the highest average when it comes to the map of Erangel. So hopefully we'll be seeing some retaliation coming in from their side, as the flight path will be coming on our screens anytime soon. Before we all jump into the map of Erangel, quickly, which place do you want the circle to form in?
I mean, military base.
Hopefully it's going to be military base, ladies and gentlemen, as the big bird hits the sky. It's going to be iQOO Neo 6, the device used by all these players to play this grand finale. An amazing device, and the flight path seems to go like this, from the side of Ferry Pier, ending somewhere close towards the side of shooting range, where the eastern side of the map has a lot of space amongst all these players to share among themselves.
You know, to be more specific, I want the circle somewhere around the radio tower, just on the western side of Novoripnoi. I think it's been ages since we last witnessed that particular circle, and would love that if it happens, because the teams, they're going to be just thrown aback. But for now, like we've discussed, right, few of the teams that tend to drop out on the eastern side, that is where the trouble rises for them. But the same old discussion, Global Esports, I think they're going to be heading towards the Western Georgia City. Hyderabad Hydras and Esports Wala WSF will be taking over the Northwestern Georgia. But any anomaly that's happening in front of your screen right now, Arca, anything at all?
No, nothing as such. You know, not right now. Probably after the spread of the colors will be there on the map. That is where we're going to be witnessing, if any chance of early skirmishes over here. Towards the side of Severny, slowly I can see that Nigma Galaxy and Enigma are pretty much close to them. But on the other side, HH versus Kinetic, something which didn't catch our eyes. But ultimately, that is where we're going to be going in. A Vector is going to be held by Kinetic God. But Manti from below is cooking up a grenade, trying to make sure that he comes to the corner. But eventually, he's exactly where they want him to be. Now, UMP also, there's another beautiful gun for him as well. So the close range battle is going to be really used. But eventually, it's the 3 hooligans rushing in towards him. There's no chance he might have a fighting chance.
A fight against the world, desperate, lonely, betrayed by his teammates, Team Kinetic. not the kind of a start that they had hoped for, but this is something that we've also witnessed even in the past. And I do not know why Team Kinetic have not yet addressed this particular issue. As Hyderabad Hydras, I mean, well, we've been waiting for that comeback. It hasn't been happening anytime soon. Hopefully today, maybe, for the fans of HH. But the Circle Arca, whilst we were witnessing this fight, has formed. And, well, I'm going to take it, right? It's an Eastern one, but we do have another fight. 7C and Team EXO. Look at EXO all out in the open.
This is where the Vikings are going to prove themselves. Look at that. He just waited for him to move around, come completely in the open, and he puts him down. Eventually, the call comes in from Spray God. Let's just head back into the car and move away. Probably retaliation might be coming in from the other side. A brand new 7C altogether we are witnessing over here.
Now, this again did come to... Oh, look at Snacks. Look at Snacks. He's scared. He knows that if he makes any movement, he could have been shot at, but somehow he'd survive. But for Team EXO, of course, their ideal drop location is going to be the Milta city, and they wanted to get over there, considering how the flight path trajectory was, did not find the vehicles. And 7C, this is where the RNG factor really sets in. And for Team EXO, it's again as if they're walking on eggs, right? It's all spoiled for them from here onwards. The timing inside the circle, everything has been ruined, and Snacks somehow needs to figure a way to get to his teammates, get his loot done, and then take to the circle.
Now, Snacks in the map of Erangel, that is something which I was not expecting, right? So, eventually we know that Immortal being over here has always given a little bit of a chance for them, but eventually we are able to see that Snacks is also able to give his inputs as an experienced player, and you did see the composure when there was an assault coming in against them. He was just there hiding it out, making sure he doesn't move a muscle, but still composed to move around. We still have Sensei standing, so let's see whether the IGL will do something different to take his team forward from here on.
Now, what I see different is coming in from Team Enigma. These quick adaptations, considering how they try to take those places around the mansion and shelter area. Now, they're going to have their work cut out looting around the western side of Stalber. But for Team OR Esports, I mean, they fall from day number 1. They were sitting at the second position, but slowly but surely they're losing the grip. And if they do not get a chicken dinner today, then there's going to be nothing to really fight for tomorrow.
At the same time, I saw Aditya take a huge yawn. It's like he just woke up and he's all getting refreshed at this point of time. The first one was a warm-up, so we can expect them to actually pick it up. Let's not forget that when we saw in the prelude, the name of Jelly was taken up predominantly telling that, you know, if that man is over there, he'll take the team forward. A winner-winner chicken dinner coming from the side of OR is inevitable today. So let's see whether they're going to live up to the expectations, or will that build up pressure over their shoulder?
I mean, in the grand finals, anything can happen. They're all fighting for glory and also for that trophy just on the bottom right of our screen. And of course, the games are being played on the iQOO Neo 6, ladies and gentlemen. But for OR Esports, I mean, they've got a monumental task ahead. And Ghatak did, of course, did claim that they're going to be getting 2 chicken dinners today. So 2 chicken dinners is maybe a little overwhelming for Team OR, considering how they are right now. But Team Hydra, not a really good start to the day has it been in Miramar. What do you have to say about that?
I was expecting them to actually perform in the map of Miramar, right? Because we have seen that in the previous games as well. They have kind of put up an average of 5 to 6 points, which they're actually trying to now bring it up, cope up in this specific map. I know the pressure is going to be built up just a little because the position they're holding right now is the 10th position. From 14 to 10 after the second day, I do believe it was a very good one. But again, the momentum needs to be maintained every single time they're playing, every single day they're playing. So I just hope that, you know, they find the momentum exactly in this specific map, because after 4 more maps are done, just imagine you're going to be left out with just 6 for the grand finals.
Oh yeah, and they need to know the reverse countdown is up right now.
Yep.
You barely have, 11 more games remaining, and in that you have to do whatever that is necessary. And for Team EXO, they've already been cornered against the wall, and this is where their true metal gets tested today. For Team Enigma, though, they've been trying out something new. We really hope that it works. For Global Esports, now they're again late to the party. They're making sure they get the best of the loots. They've been more defensive than offensive, playing a style of play that they've not really acclimatized themselves, but I think they're doing pretty decent.
No, Enigma, right? They're thinking out of the box at this point of time. They want to retain the top 3 position so that they might have a fighting chance just in case it goes until the final moments or the final map of the grand finals itself. So I do believe they're thinking everything right at this point of time. They're prioritizing the circle. They know the rotation from Stolba to inside of the island, the southern part or the middle part of the island is much more easier due to the vast land above Yasnaya. But coming back over here, Team Soul.
Oh yeah, Team Soul are again a 2-2 split. Now this is where they're starting to feel the heat a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Rotated pretty early on from Gatkat, got their loot done. Hector lately has been the one going out for those soirees across the map, trying to search out for good avenues to set camp. And if he does manage to find that, then that could be all that Team Soul wanted. And we know how good they are while they play from the center.
Now, this is what they would want, right? Immediately get to the center of the map, make sure they have that proper cover or the compound for themselves because the firepower speaks for itself. Let's not forget 2 players of Team Soul is still contesting for the top or the highest fraggers in the grand finals itself. Now, coming back to the southern side of the map, that is where our Esports and Autobotz come into picture, right? They're going to make a late rotation inside the circle. Comparatively to the other maps, RE is taking an early rotation this time. Do you think that's going to work out for them?
They've done that in the past, in the few initial days, and clearly hasn't worked out. We've seen that always get survived by maybe just one of their players. But
Exactly.
hoping so that nothing really goes astray for them. But you know, RE is one of those teams that have kind of slowly started to rule them out from this tournament. The way they've been performing haven't really made their presence felt. Just barring that one game of Miramar or a few games of Vikendi where Jadoo was really exceptional. The other players, however, haven't really stepped up. Maybe on few occasions, Rockstar did come out swinging, but that was pretty much it, as the circle does implode on itself. And Team Hydra, they find themselves at the heart of the zone.
Now, this is where they would want to hold that hard compound over there, not let go of anybody, try to create a no-man zone or a no-entry zone, because eventually keeping your enemies at the bay is going to be the biggest priority for all these teams, as everybody wants to play at the center of the circle. Or on the other side, again, getting shot from the side of FS. Or Esports on the other side, I just hope this one map they get a winner chicken dinner, because that is where the momentum actually builds up for them. Being one of the strongest contenders, you need not take so much of pressure, right? But ultimately, you know, one good winner chicken dinner, we all know how much it can change in the boot camp itself.
Oh, it certainly can do a lot. Just playing around the volcano area, and I really love this spot. You get that little bit of a split, one player inside the compound. They've got their basics right. It's so difficult to push over a team who's got this position. But we've also seen in the past that FS loves to hold that northern jungle region as well. But an MG3 lies right in front of Aditya. It's sort of enticing, sort of alluring him. You know, just come and get me, you know what I can do. And we've seen Aditya shredding his opponents once he gets his hands on this beautiful gun.
Now, at the same time, they're being careful, and I believe that, you know, Jelly is going to tell them, just be careful, do not become a little greedy, let it be for finishes, let it be for the kind of farming you're having, until and unless you have that space to breathe, until and unless you have that space to go around. That is the only time you're going to move. As on the western side of the map, we can see HH is coming pretty close to the side of WSF, and that is where the next action can take place, as EXO still waiting it out for the next circle.
Oh, they indeed are. EXO pretty much late this time to the circle. They've learned from their mistakes, right? They're going to try and play out the way they've been accustomed to in the past. But for Team INS, the loose cannons of this tournament, we really come in expecting the unexpected from these lads. And the last fight against Hyderabad Hydras in that Miramar, that little push was impressive. But taking a look at the zone right now, like we've already discussed, Esports Wala WSF making some really good movements, but they really need to watch out, because there's a team in red, and I'm starting to wonder who could that possibly be. Is it Team Kinetic?
Yeah, that is Team Kinetic, right? Their rotation somehow has helped them reach over here, but let's not forget that they are also not having such a great time in the tournament, but kind of trying to build up momentum as well. And it's going to be Onyx starting to spray down the side of WSF. This is where I say you need to strike fear in the hearts of the enemy so that they stay at bay and not come in closer and create fear in the hearts itself. We know that God got taken down from the initial itself. So 3 men standing holding one hard compound will have a lot of work to do.
Oh, they certainly have their work cut out, right? At this particular point, Team Kinetic, they're playing a lot more defensive. This is where I really would want want them to play out of their element, right? Go for those fights, go for those finishes, engage, because today is the day where you would want to make sure that you enter into the top 8, and maybe tomorrow you have something to fight for, a hefty chunk of maybe of that whooping 2 crore prize pool. And for now, I mean, they've been pretty much making sure they do not engage into a lot of situations, but this is the moment of truth. Few of the teams just rotating from the southern side. Global Esports, our esports team Soul might have a little bit of a collision, but what I'm excited for is where the circle shifts next, and this is what OR Esports and Global Esports really wanted.
At the same time, let's not forget to see the eastern side of the map as well, as Enigma Galaxy and Hydra are coming in close proximity to one another. Our Esports again getting taken down. Probably it was the Soul doing their, work again, showing the magics with the gun, and they do want to get that finishes as quickly as possible. The southern side of the map, where Team EXO coming for a late rotation, is going to be blessed with a hard cover, and also some team rushing in towards them. It's not only the placement points, but also the finish points they're going to be looking at.
Oh yeah, at this point, Global Esports have made sure that they get a good compound to themselves, as our esports in a little bit of a predicament out here, stuck in the open. But Hector, is he going to let them pass? But look at Omega, just pauses before he lets him in. And there you go, the collision coming in. I love this movement for Nigma Galaxy, as there you have it, Vixky just blowing over Omega, and Vixky suddenly somehow goes down as well. Team Soul in a whole world of trouble already.
Now we saw that Omega also got taken down. It's going to be BB's play over here, the third party from far away, where they could pick up the finish of Vixy. But at the same time, let's not forget that MJ is already over there. But amazing work, being the person who's going to be daring and coming in. You need to take this risk, right? At this point of time, Team Soul, we can see that there's some fear that has been coming in over the shoulder, and that's actually eating them up.
The doubts, the fear is starting to creep in. Team Soul, they're hurt, they're injured. At the same time, they're angry. They want redemption, but they will get it as the time does come, as Team Enigma decides to charge in at the players of Team Global Esports. Ronnie isolated from his squad as Evo steps out right into the open onto the crosshairs of Knuckle, as he gets the work cut out, as Eggy wants to fight it out against Ronnie. Gets a beautiful trade over here as he gets the finish, as Team Enigma look for a squad wipe.
Now this is where a 3v3 fight, it's going to be very, very fair, but Autobotz from far away can be the, people who could be a blessing in disguise for either one of them. Oh, very good grenade coming in from the side of Global. Does a heavy damage for the side of Rex, but ultimately he's going to be healing up to his fullest potential. Eggy pretty much closed Joker's grenade. Could this be the trade? Yes, it is. A straight grenade into the face of Eggy. Now the pressure builds up in the bootcamp of Enigma. Will they go in for the revival, as a lot of smokes is going to be covering it up? The grenade projectile from the side of GE will matter a lot.
Indeed it will. Global Esports have somehow recuperated in this particular situation. Now at this point, Global Esports need to realize they need to retreat a little bit, because Team Enigma, they're also being shot from afar. Now Global Esports also have to get themselves in covers. Look at them just squandering around like cockroaches over here, but somehow they've managed to get themselves into safety. It is chaos throughout the lobby, ladies and gentlemen, and Hyderabad Hydras again in a very precarious situation. 2 of their players already taken down, and Evert is going to ensure that they fall.
No, at the same time, he has a revival also, which has to be successful. But on the other side, it's going to be Hedges doing the gatekeeping, right? They want to take down the side of INS. Redemption is going to be written all over the map at this point of time, as teams inside the circle wants to pick up all those finishes, as Team INS slowly towards the side of Shelter find a perfect spot for themselves. But HH, are they inside the Shelter?
Maybe we'll see. We'll talk about that, because there's so much happening right now. OR Esports, this is the game that they've been waiting out for. In it, the way they've positioned themselves this time, finally getting the center. Global Esports also in a good position. Did lose out on Ronnie, but still need to make sure that they have a good game. But for Team Soul, now they've got to deal against the boys from Big Brother, and a few shots, but now they've got to make a run inside the circle. With so many teams entering from the eastern side, it is going to be such a monumental task for these guys to survive in such a situation.
At the same time, Fierce is going to be very, very close to the circle. Right now, BBs are coming close to him. Probably they've heard his gunshots, and this is where it could be a little problematic for him. Ultimately, he's cooking up a grenade, but OP also knows the exact location of Fierce, as the grenade's going to be tossed on either side. Doesn't connect for both of them, but this confirms that there's somebody pretty much close by which entity will be daring and coming forward to take that finish.
I love these smokes coming out of Big Brother's Esports, right? They're just kind of trying to play around the peripheries. If they get a slight idea BGMI it is Team EXO, but look at Joker just opening over and getting the better out of Fox out there from Autobotz. But Global Esports, I love this reaction. No, they've been pushed over by a different team, but still does not deter them from engaging in different fights. All they look out for is opportunities, as was this man in front of us trampling over. But for now, Team Hydra on a collision course against Team Kinetic. Let's see what happens.
Now, Kinetic have to watch out for their back as well, right? On the high grounds, WSF can strike them when they're the weakest. As Hydra, which is in front of them, it's just the exchange of these throwables, which is coming in right now. Perv is going to go in with another throwable for himself. The projectile seems to be right at this point of time. Does it do damage? Yes, it does. 70 damage. But again, let's not forget that Invader from far away is also taking on the side of Enigma. Did I just witness an elimination?
Oh, Vixky, I do not know how many explosions would he survive, but finally puts an end up to his misery. But now, Team Hydra official, they have all their 4 players alive, trying to get inside the circle. Hyderabad Hydras is who they are chasing. After 2 Hydras in the same direction, they realize that says someone on their backlines. Enigma Galaxy right on their left. Team Hydra need to make the perfect call-outs at this point if they need to survive, because even Hellgod can spot them from afar, but has deployed all those smokes. And I do not understand. Do they want to get inside the circle, or do they want to pick a fight over here?
I do believe that they want to clear off their way and then make it inside the circle. Probably they could see over the horizon. There's nobody right now who's been scoping towards them. So they have a vague idea about it, or probably waiting out for the team in the further to actually make that move. But ultimately, once they realize that's not going to happen, that is where they're going to pick up the vehicles and start rotating around inside the circle, coming into the crosshairs of Ace Black, who's just going to be patient at this point of time. Composure is going to be the key, as Nigma Galaxy also comes out, and that is where he's going to get detected, taken down. The confirmation will be coming in seconds.
Hyderabad Hydras, despite all odds, are somehow fighting, battling their way out, but the explosion comes in from Pav, and well, Ace Black does not have time to worry about that, as Jackson will be taking him down. Both of them being dealt with, as Hyderabad Hydras have again got to a very early elimination, this time after 15 spot.
Now, Enigma Gaming also going out at the 16th spot with just 1 finish for themselves. That is also very, very bad. Team Soul left out with just 1 man standing with 2 finishes. He'll also have a hard time. I don't know who he is, but I'm waiting to see whether it's Akshat, because that man has a lot of potential for himself.
All I can see is Goblin, I believe, on the western side, just beside the players of 7C. But Global Esports, they have that perfect compound. Again, another chance to kind of diminish that gap between them and Team Soul. And if they get a chicken dinner out of this one, there you go, there you go. Global Esports have read that, as Fierce gets the better out of Beast, as Screen gets taken down from Joker. This is the perfect time for Team EXO to strike, as then OP almost getting caught out. There he goes, Fierce living up to his name, making some really beautiful plays as Team EXO contest for the center.
Now at the same time, it's going to be WSF versus the side of FS, as 47 is again opening up with Hitman. Clear them out. Karan is going to be the last man standing behind the rock. It's not going to be easy, as Praise is going to come in towards him. That's going to be goodbye for their side, but FS are looking 4 finishes strong, as Soul going to be eliminated at the 13th position. Yes, you were right. Goblin was the last man standing, who got taken on by the deadliest Viking. 7C striking now towards the side of FS.
But for now, FS have been one of the consistent bunch. This time, they're going to be playing with fire, as GE, capitalizing on all those finishes, will also spot out the players of Team EXO from afar. Might just go for a spray in. Right now, Knuckle just holding on to his triggers. I do not know how on earth Parv is still alive. Fierce realizes there is a pesky bugger right beside him, and this is where maybe they could get the finish.
Team EXO playing it in the corners. GE also in the other corner, but right to the dead center of the map. That is where we have Esports, but on the other side, 7Cs, the Vikings again rush in. They're going to be let on loose as they finish off another squad for themselves. Finishes after finishes. 7Cs are looking 5 finishes strong, but they've lost Sarang, and from now on, they have to be a bit more careful with all those frontal battles they take.
They certainly have to look at Jadoo, the way he's positioned himself just on the back seat of that buggy, getting that little elevated position, maybe spot out the players of Team FS, as Explicit comes from a different angle. Rockstar has well spotted him above. There he goes, takes a few shots at him. Nothing really connects. If he can blow that vehicle, still Explicit does have that armor over there saving him. But look at Rockstar being shot from elsewhere. Can he survive the onslaught? Where does it come from? It indeed comes from the back lines.
Yes, it's going to be Team EXO from behind who are also trying to touch them out. But let's not forget FS also with the high ground are taking complete advantage of what's happening over here. Inside the circle lies just one team. And that's going to be 7C. Are they looking for this second winner chicken dinner over here with 3 men standing? I know one person is knocked out. The second knock also comes in against them. One last man standing. Did they make a mistake of coming out in the open as Fierce on the other side, living up to his name, puts down 2 players of FS. And the finishes is going to be stolen from somewhere far away as Sensei falls down on his knees. Let's see how much more can Team EXO contribute for the others.
Now this is where Team OR really tend to thrive, right? This is the point where they really need to commit in for the push. But all they have to look out for is Team EXO from far afar. And Aladdin, the lonesome player surviving from 7C, did take it too much on their plate, and now they're being shot from every possible direction. But OR Esports at this point need to commit, need to somehow get inside the circle, need to find that perfect spot to try and defend themselves. Now this little hesitancy is what I'm talking about. 3 players already down. You need to push in, get the better out of Aladdin.
Now at the same time, Team OR needs to clear off their left side as pixels are going to be visible over there, and exactly that is where the crosshairs are going to be. Aditya is trying to shoot him down. Still the leg is visible. Still not able to connect, but finally one bullet connects, and Aladdin will make the mistake of moving around and eventually gets taken down. And that is how the cookie crumbles for the side of 7C.
OR Esports could get the better out of Team EXO as they just passed by from Team Global Esports. Joker surviving with all his life in mind as Snags will eventually have his graves dug over as Aru has the work cut out. Now FS Esports again surviving for quite a long time. Aditya being the one providing cover fire from afar. And from the backlines, OR are still yet to commit to the center of the circle, try to take a prime position for themselves. This is where the movement really comes in, but Kinetic, having gotten the better out of Hell over there, will now look out for Fox as he's being pushed from 2 different directions.
Now this is where we have to see how much of finishes can Kinetic break up, because at this point of time with just 2 men standing, it's going to be very, very hard for them to get that winner chicken dinner. Autobotz on the other side is still not letting go of what they have. They had 1 man standing and they've gone in for that revival, but ultimately domination coming in from the side of FS Esports. Why am I not shocked? With 7 finishes looking strong, they have 2 of the strongest players standing. That's going to be 47 Nest and Clutch.
At this point, Global Esports, my mind's stuck over those players. The kind of storyline they're having still survived with just 1. And 8 finishes to their name, and now they're just being pummeled over with all those Molotovs going in. Atanki might just throw in a grenade, not in the right direction though, but Jelly gets the better out of Fox as Autobots have been thwarted out from the lobby. As OR, this could be the game that they were looking out for.
Oh, probably it is at this point of time. 4 men standing around. Look at the minimap. They have the complete real estate under their control. They have teams just right in front of them. 1 man holding the dead center of the circle. Nobody is even daring to move from the hard covers they are in at this point of time. Kinetic BO is the only person trying to retaliate, taking all the attention towards him. But let's not forget the GE Joker far away with 3 medkits left out, going in for a heal battle. Probably if he makes it inside the circle while healing, he might have a chance to damage the side of Team OR.
All that matters for this lad is try to get those position points. Maybe if I could get a top 3, that's 10 plus 8, 18 points, enough to topple over Team Soul. But for now, Joker is going to take his chances, takes some fire shots at K47. Does he escape? Yes, he does, as Clutch manages to get the better out of him. But K47, he's knocked out. Clutch cannot get that revive considering the zone is starting to close in as OR Esports just 1 step closer to the victory.
Now at the same time, BO is continuously giving out his location, right? So that is where at least 2 players of Team OR is going to be looking out for. An Atanki puts an end for that player. The last man standing from the side of Team FS somehow has reached to his teammate. Is going to be picking him up as quickly as possible. But we know how hard it is to go in for a 2v4 Clutch at this point of time with OR having the zone control for themselves. But still, Atanki gets taken down as Clutch is trying to do all the hard work to take the players down. Smokes are going to be deployed as a smoke trail is going to be coming in from the side of Clutch.
But for now, Clutch has to make a run, gets spotted by Aru and Aditya both. There you go. OR Esports delivering the final blow, get that chicken dinner that they were looking out for, and finally a huge sigh of relief setting in. But the boys, they have that steely demeanor coming up as we, ladies and gentlemen, head to the post-match segment powered by Loco as the point standings are right on our screens.
Now Team OR, I mean, it looks like the foretold is been coming out true, right? We told that they might have more than 1 chicken dinner for themselves today. It was not only us, it was coming in from the boot camp of GL as well. So it looks looks like it might be proven as the first one already comes in early for the side of Team OR. 25 points is what they've gained so far, 10 finishes and 15 position points, which is pretty crucial for them in the overall point standing.
Oh yes, but this is what I was talking about, right? Global Esports 16 points, Team Soul 12 points. Now I think the distance was, the difference indeed was somewhere around 20 points, around that. Now it has been reduced to barely nothing.
Yep.
One more good game and the first position could be contested over. As ladies and gentlemen, we take a look at who the iQOO MVP of this game is going to be. I have been talking about this player. He's been my favorite support. Nonetheless, 5 finishes, 636 points of damage. It is OR's Aru.
I mean, just look at when they perform, right? When it's absolutely necessary for the squad. All 4 men were standing, and that's the key for the success for them. We have been speaking how instrumental it is for the opponents or the players to be, but at the same time, Joker is going to be coming up with Nakul just next to each other, 3 and 4 finishes for 686 and 564 amount of damage, you know, respectively. But let's not forget Fierce. Oh my goodness, there was a point where it really felt that he could pick up more finishes for himself, but finally got taken down.
Now, Fierce has always been one of those players that has been consistent despite Team EXO not performing the way they are supposed to, right? As we take a look at the match summary over here, almost 7,000 points of healing, 3 airdrops looted, but look at that, this is preposterous. 8 vehicle finishes. What on earth was going on, Arka?
I mean, this is what happens when everybody wants to prioritize the zone and the rotation comes in hard, right? So it was just vehicles moving around. We did see 7C, we did see the side of OR, we did witness Hydra. I mean, so many. And let's not forget that vehicle explosions were also getting 1 or 2 since they were lying right next to it. As we step into the FD graph, we can see 3 teams or 4 teams have done the hard work, and paid off well is only OR for 10 finishes with just 1,431 damage.
Much needed, right? Much needed, especially at this point. Making sure their central rotation did work out. They were pretty much quick holding that volcano, and that really turned to be a blessing in disguise for them, the way the circle shifted towards the western side. But FS Esports, nonetheless, you know, have always proved themselves to be a worthy competitor. The way they've been playing, again, a consistent run in the map of Erangel, especially the way Clutch played it out in those final few segments, right? Getting the better out of Joker, denying him that third position, the luxury over there. But despite all odds, this is what I was talking about. Mere 7 points is the difference. Now, Team Soul, 2 back-to-back bad performances. Enigma Gaming could not make a lot out of it in this particular game as well.
All I have to say is that let's look at the side of OR at this point of time, right? The most important one for them. Just probably 27 points away from the top spot shows that another one winner chicken dinner. They might just hit the top of the table with just 1 chicken dinner. This is where they stand. But the bottom of the table, where things absolutely went wrong for 2 teams specifically, one is going to be the side of WSF and other is going to be the side of R Esports.
Same can be even said for Hyderabad Hydras. They're looking so lost. I do not understand what's going wrong in their department. Final week, they make a few changes, take Striker out, get Manti in, but that is not where the problem lies, right? The engagements in the fights have been off, the way they're picking it up, they're looking kind of lost, not knowing what they really want from these games, and it's hurting them. This is not where you would want a team like Hyderabad Hydras to be, and well, they really need to wake up from their slumber or whatever that is pulling them off from getting that chicken dinner. But regardless, now this is the time that comes for Team Soul. Now, we did take a look at them. They were trying to play around for the center of the circle, were playing around that 2-2 split, and did take those early losses. The one ballsy move made by Nigma Galaxy's Vixky just to ram that vehicle and throw in Omega off.
That is what happens when you have nothing to lose, right? And that is what happens when you know that this game is pretty much important for every single player in your team.
Of course, I mean, such an important game, and Team Soul really need to wake up to their senses. But this is where we have to talk about this beautiful phone, iQOO Neo 6. As our sponsors, iQOO have a very special message for you guys just about now on how to slay a dragon.
Watch it, earn it.
Well, I mean, what do we say? Watch, stream, play, repeat.
Let's not forget earn.
Yeah,
at
I
this
was
point
just
in time.
getting them. But yeah, while you are at it, if you feel that you're good at streaming, you might as well start your streaming career on Loco. How do you do that? Of course, with this beautiful device right in my hands, the iQOO Neo 6.
Yes, this beauty with that kind of cool it has in it. I mean, I know the cooling system is like literally the best out of all those devices out there because of the spread it has around the motherboard itself. But again, all these pro players are using it. We can witness that it's still not hindering much with the performances in the grand finals itself. But yeah, right now jumping back right into the game, the most crucial game for several teams, and it was just Team OR taking the best of it all.
Oh, indeed they were, right? The way they've been playing OR Esports. Let's take a look at how good they were in this particular game as the highlights do come up right in front of us. As it all begun with this fun fight. Team Kinetic, they had a very shaky start, and I really feel that they recovered pretty much. And this is what I was talking about, right? One vehicle passes, Omega takes a little bit of a pause, and the next moment, he just is thwarted off. The way the vehicle hit him, he completely lost his mind.
Now, at the same time, Enigma's fight with GE is where all that problem occurred for them. At the same time, the spray is coming in from the side of Fierce. This is where I said that he could have picked up more finishes for himself, where from there on they just tried to rotate around, eventually got taken down. The vehicle finishes coming in over here, just one vehicle and two men down. Hitman did an amazing job over there, and Knuckle from far away, since they had that hard compound for themselves, they kind of did the best of what they can, right? Another vehicle finish coming in, and eventually retaliation. Look at that. That is called revenge coming in from the side of 7 Seas. You take my player down with the vehicle, we're going to be answering back the same way.
But they kind of caught themselves in a very bad position out there, right? Especially when OR had that little high ground to themselves. They made sure that they eliminate their entire existence. And this is where K47 just was driving by. Clutch did come in clutch for his team. And OR Esports, they pretty much knew they had the numbers. It was a 1v3 situation. And you could see all the players just spreading out. And this is where Aru and Jelly, both of them chime in, spot him out in the open, was trying to hop over, could not do much. But regardless, was a very consistent game. Again, coming in from FS Esports, much needed for OR Esports, considering they are one of those teams that are eyeing out for the big prize.
Now, this is what I say, that until the final map is done, do not stop fighting. We have seen that the mindset of the teams on the bottom has started to kind of be on a give up mode at this point of time, whereas this is where we see Team FS, as you said, they're still not stopping. They're like, let's keep fighting because we're just halfway through. We have the rest half for us right in front of us, as the analysis is going to be coming up, ladies and gentlemen. An in-depth view of the rotation from these teams and fixes is going to take over.
Of course, I mean, we're going to talk at two different teams over here, OR Esports and Global Esports. Now, this is how the circle really set in, right, towards that eastern side. They drop over at school and apartments. They make an early move towards that volcano region, and then they find that shift coming in, figure out that there's a spot over there that they need to hold on, and they did that with all their lives, and you cannot see a lot of movements being made from their side, right? It was all around those nearby areas. But this is where I would love to show how Global Esports have been playing, right? Long rotations, their entry inside the circle, look at them, so clean, and they knew exactly what to do, figured out those right dips, just around shelter, these areas over here, if I may draw, this one compound where they had that little fight against Team Enigma, then they move over here,
that's
then
another
they move over here, and that is how Team Global Esports were trying to rotate things around. They were kind of stuck onto the dips, and they were the ones who were kind of reluctant in taking fights, and eventually it's all about the position points. They know if they have a good position, they will eventually get the finishes to their names.
Now, all these places were actually the corners of the circle, right? So that is how they played it so clearly.
Oh yeah, of course. Now, for Global Esports, that has been their mantra, right? The moment you talk about them, they know they've got a target set. They need to clinch that first spot out of Team Soul. And talking about Team Soul, like we've already discussed, they're having a really rough time. Now, the entry inside the circle was pretty nice. I liked it, the way they moved in. But again, while scouting, that is where the problem arose, and things started falling down. Was a little bit of a domino effect when Omega got taken down by the players of Nigma Galaxy, and eventually Akshat and Hector also fell. Goblin was the lonesome player surviving. He again took that western route, went somewhere around the school areas, and that is where I think 7C finished him off.
Now, this is where I would say that Goblin being the last survivor, that was not the wise decision for the team, right? They could have taken a bullet for him and tried to, probably Goblin could have taken a bullet for the squad and probably got taken down and allowed someone else to survive, because we have seen Akshat surviving, has done a 1v2 before to get a winner chicken dinner. I have survived for a really long time. So I do believe that, and it spilled out of my mouth, where I felt that, probably Akshat might be the one alive over there, and they're like, no, it's Goblin, and eventually gets finished off. All such crazy things were happening.
It got so chaotic, right? Because eventually everyone was sort of anticipating that the circle will be somewhere around those southern side of Yasnaya. Everyone got clustered up over there. We saw a few fights breaking out. It was, I think, Team Kinetic and Hydra also in those little two dunes over there. And that is where the migration started. And Team Soul, they sort of thought that it would be that case. But the moment the hard shift hit in, and the timing was kind of off the place. Because while they were rotating around, their head being cut off, and now the panic sort of sets in. Now, this is, what do we do? What do we do? You go here, you go here. It's all chaotic, right? Every single direction they head out, there's some or the other, and everyone's firing shots. And I think there were even instances where maybe Team EXO also faced Team Soul over there. But yeah, talking about Team EXO, considering the fact that they were out on one of those players early on, still somehow recovered pretty well inside the game.
Now, not only did they recover, but also they were in the offensive mode. Usually when you lose a player, you tend to play a little defensive at least. But Fierce, they'd given up all that license to go become a brawler out there. He was picking up those finishes. From then on, the right kind of support came in. I believe this is what Snacks can do in place of an Immortal. Probably Immortal comes in, he might be that support, but Snacks probably pushes the team. He's like, don't worry, I'll just try to fill in that one space which is missing for us. You tend to go in and take those finishes. And let's see whether that's the case, because now the formation of this team has come in. Let's see whether the same formation comes in for the rest of the maps.
Let's hope. I still do not know what to expect out of Team EXO in terms of their playing for. They've been making a lot of switcheroos. And, talking about this one game of Wrangle, we loved how the flight path trajectory went, how the circle panned out, that little bit of a last moment of surprise where things aligned for OR Esports. Now, that is where, the discussion also sets in, right? You're talking about, OR Esports, Ghatak did mention, we wanted a chicken dinner out from them. And he's also said that we're not just going to get one, we're going to get two.
And look at the confidence coming in from him. The specific words were, they will.
Yes, they will.
I mean, it was not like they would, it's like they will. And that shows the confidence they have in the IGL. Jelly. And ultimately, Jelly thought out of the box. He was not the person, who was standing back over there. He was not the person rushing in. He was rather holding it out until the final circle came in and took his team aboard. But at the same time, let's not forget that right now, we'll be stepping into the pre-match segment powered by Loco as the next matchup comes in. Fixes is going to be leaving the desk as another bass voice. The big man is going to be hitting the desk. But until then, let's look at the matchup of which two teams will be fighting it out in the cold tundras, as it's going to be Hyderabad Hydras, Team Kinetic, WSF, Esports, FS, 7C, ORBBE, Nigma, GE, Soul, INS, Hydra, EXO, GE, EG, as well as ATZ. I mean, I know it's the same name.
You took all the names over there.
Yeah, I was just checking my memory whether I was good with all these teams.
Oh, you got them.
Yep, and then eventually coming back on the desk, opinions are going to be thrown here and there, ladies and gentlemen. Just get ready for it. But ultimately, this is where we have to say that the team which is more composed is actually coming out on top.
Oh, absolutely. We always stress this point that it's just your gun game, right? It's not your gameplay. It's that mental acuity that is really important as well. And, the teams that can balance both out, they're the ones who come out on top.
Yep.
But of course, this is the massive competition. It's the pedestal. And none of this would have been possible without BGMI Crofton and, of course, our lovely sponsors, iQOO and Loco. And you all know what time it is once again, because we love doing this. This video is epic, and we're going to learn how to slay your dragons. Well, let me tell you one thing, all you lovely viewers out there, because you probably got it by now that all the players in this competition, Arca, are playing on the iQOO Neo 6. And when you have 90, not 19, 90. I remember my days, 20 FPS was something big. 90 FPS in BGMI, well, the action is going to be aplenty, and you could get one for yourself as well. Now, it is going to be a bit chilly in the studio now because we are going to be heading over to Weekendy. No Sanhok today, as you did have a look at the schedule early on, because that's going to be there for tomorrow. We thought that we'll give each and every player a little level playing field because, again, Miramar and Irango are the most important maps. And speaking of a few changes, Striker is going to come in as carry. Well, he's going to be going out for the Hyderabad Hydras.
Oh, again, Striker coming in shows that they're going to go offensive yet again from the side of Hyderabad Hydras. I mean, every time there's a roster change, that is where we look at who is coming in and what role is being replaced, right? Carry being the support going out, and suddenly you have another assaulter coming in.
Well, I guess we're going to have to wait and find out because, of course, we all have some questions on our mind. And speaking of questions, looks like we are going to have one from Janesh. But first of all, what's up? How's it going? And thank you for putting forth this question. Now, the question is, leaving out Team Seoul, EXO, GE, and Hyderabad Hydras, which team has impressed you throughout BMPS? And Arca, why don't you start this off?
For me, the team which has impressed the most is going to be Team 7C as well as Team Enigma Gaming at this point of time. Because I know they are the big names, but we have been seeing the other bigger of the names getting out of the tournament, but still they survived, and right now they are still putting up a fight. And that fighting spirit is something which comes in front of my eyes right now.
Well, of course, I'm going to answer that as well. But before that, we have a lovely message for all you viewers because you can stand a chance to win some BGMI merchandise. I'm talking about those nice T-shirts and those water bottles to beat the heat. And all you have to do is follow the link, predict who's going to be on top as far as points is concerned, and, well, you could have that. But we are still not done there. We have 10 iQOO Neo 6s to give away as well. And, well, there's a message in the comments that they should probably look out for.
Yeah, exactly. There's going to be a pinned comment in the comment section. Make sure you click on that link. And from there on, it's simple steps. You follow it and you'll have your hands on this beautiful device. But before we get into the game, which is the team which impressed you the most?
Well, of course, coming back to Mr. Butt's question, I kind of feel like, since you said fighting spirit, I'm going to have a little bit of a soft spot for the boys from Punjab. It's going to be Esports Walla WSF, who really kind of impressed me throughout. And I do believe we can hear that on the stream right now. A little bit of oh, I guess you were just trying to get my attention. I'm sorry I wasn't looking at you at this moment. But now, we do have Weekendy coming up, a little bit of a game changer sort of a map, but again, it's all about practice, right? Because practice makes perfect. As before, all the death, destruction and carnage is going to visit this map. We're just going to sit back, relax and take you to church. Now, I know it's not a Sunday, but again, it's always good to have your pious side, your piety tested just a little bit. But as what you see on your screens right now, looks like a few teams are going to be left in the wake of all that wreckage and carnage. And, well, only one of them is going to make it to the skies, probably shooting off from the Cosmodrome.
Now, this is where I want the final circle to be forming in, exactly inside this building, where people are going to be in each floor. Every team will choose their own floor, and then it's all going to be who's going to be peaking first, who's going to be dominating with the crosshairs. As ladies and gentlemen, we'll be stepping into the map of Weekendy, and the big bird is going to be hitting the air, and we can see that the island, at this point of time, probably it's going to the complete eastern side of the map.
It is, and of course, just a reminder, like we just said moments ago, the match is being played on the iQOO Neo 6 level playing field for all our players. Now, speaking of the playing path, we are going to be heading over the Vinery, and looks like two teams who we know love dropping down could be dropping down early and having a little bit of a skirmish. But I do believe that, Hyderabad Hydras, they're going to hold on to their horses for now. They may try something different because, again, position is something that they are going to be giving a little bit more precedence. Keeping in mind they haven't had the best of days so far. But FS Esports, buddy, leading the charge as far as Weekendy is concerned. And if you think about it, Arca, this is the final Weekendy that is going to be played in the grand finals. And, well, the circle does what it does best. It's going to be a little bit submerged. And I do believe this time, finally, we might just walk with the dinosaurs.
I just hope so. I'm gonna keep my fingers crossed. But few stats which kind of shocks everyone over here is look at the number of FS names coming up in the top 5 players of Weekend. We have FS 7S and we have Clutch both getting 6-6 finishes for themselves. And let me tell you this: FS Esports gets an average of 19 points in the map of Weekend compared to the others. That's like one winner chicken dinner with some amount of finishes for themselves.
Well, of course, they did indeed get that chicken dinner. Speaking of Dynapark, looks like the Autobotz are going to be hovering above it. In fact, coming down, plummeting. Not at terminal velocity because the parachutes have been deployed. But, ooh, interesting. Hyderabad Hydras, we did say they are going to be switching things up. One of their members, and I do believe that is Striker, for the win, is going to be dangerously close to Kinetic. Of course, this is happening all the way to the top of your screens. But for now, we're going to have a look around and see what Team INS is doing. Now, Team INS, buddy, not the best of days for them. In fact, if we talk about the end of day 2, they did end things in the 13th position with a mere 67 points. They did have a good start, though. I do remember day 1, first game, these guys racked up quite a few finishes, and things just seem to have fizzled out from there on then. But speaking of fizzling out, Esports, Invader is going to be caught off guard, and it looks like his teammate could be taken down as well, as Enigma Eggy is going to get the first blood in this game.
Now, at the same time, let's not forget there's another gun on his shoulder, which is going to be the deadliest of it all. This man has turned out to be the best sniper in the tournament right now. If he can put down one more with that sniper, things can be so different. But still, a very wise decision. Shoot and scoot immediately.
That's exactly, I think you read my mind, because you got to keep one thing in mind. Although Bajwa is going to make his escape, his teammates were nearby, pretty much on hand to make sure if he pops out and takes a few shots at his teammates' direction, well, looks like Tango and Karan could have given him a run for his money. But speaking of running, for now, Bajwa is going to try and make sure they head over to Krichas, if I'm not wrong, and loot to their heart's content. Now, I like the circle. Oh my goodness. Speaking of the circle, it comes on just at the nick of time, because have a look at that. A lot of teams are going to be scattered around. You did want something in the Cosmodrome? Well, we're not going to see any action over there. However, 7C Esports decided to drop down and call it their home.
Now this is where 7C is going to have a lot of farming for themselves, because that 2 places of Cosmodrome and its nearest place that's going to be Trevno is going to have so much of loot for these players. They're going to have their backs filled up and they're going to be making it inside the circle as quickly as possible. But let's not forget the second team which performs the best in the map of Weekendy is the side of Team Hydra. They have an average of 17 points and they badly need those complete 17 points in this specific game. Having the control of the circle and still trying to rotate around a little bit closer to the center. What are your thoughts on the side of Hydra?
Well, Hydra official. They aren't looking too bad, but if you have a look at what they did in the last 2 days, a 10th position finish with 86 is not something that we expected from them. Even in maps like Erangel, they really haven't, come into their zone.
Yep. Agreed.
If I can actually, just say that, because they are being a little hesitant. Maybe, see, again, the hesitancy, Arca, comes from the fact that this is a massive tournament. Now, this is where everything is on the line, and I'm talking about all that Mola, 2 crore rupees prize pool. And, well, if you want to take the big chunk, you are going to have to take a few risks. You are going to have to be a bit more aggressive and, pretty much in the face of your opposition, which is something they haven't really been doing. So, yes, you might want to play for position points. Even in the last game, they had a good spot for themselves. However, they were being a bit hesitant and, well, they paid the price.
No, correct me if I'm wrong, and please pardon me if I'm wrong.
Go for it.
Yeah, pardon me if I'm wrong. I think this is the first official tournament where Team Hydra has come in as a squad and then, try to dominate over here and be at the top in the first ever, attempt coming in from their side. I just hope that I'm right with my stats over here. But at the same time, coming back into the circle, we're able to see that Team Soul has started to live their ways. They're going to be going to the dead center of the circle towards the side of Dino Park. They want to live amongst the dragons. They want to live amongst the dinosaurs, I'm so sorry, where Team R Esports yet again come in close proximity with them.
Close proximity indeed, but it looks like it's going to be Team Soul. Hector. who might be the first one to spot this vehicle moving in his direction. Now the thing is, if he does shoot, he is all by his lonesome, and that is where things could get a bit tricky. But speaking of lonesome, looks like Akshit is coming in. One of them just went flying out of the car as Canary does have his wings, and now Team Soul's Hector and Akshit could be in a little bit of trouble. Jadu is going to go from the right flank. In fact, Hero's going to be taken down first. They are going to be trading in right now. Hector is going to have a grenade thrown at him, but from the distance, it's going to be Goblin coming in and making sure he has that flank secure. And in the blink of an eye, our Esports' Canary is going to be left standing all by himself, but the car went whizzing past his head, and now the UMP is going to do all the damage. Ooh, Goblin is so dangerously close to be taken down as well. If he goes down, it could be a 2-on-1 situation, because have a look at what's happening inside. Hector has managed to pick up his teammate.
Now, at the same time, Canary trying to do the best of what he can. A fire trap coming in for a defensive maneuver to make sure that, he's going to pick up his grenades, pick up his teammates. But at the same time, let's not forget that Goblin is not going to stop himself. He's just going to be rushing in. But from the top, they come, they strike, and they make sure they put an end for the side of our Esports, making a big mistake yet again, knocking at the doors of the beast and getting slayed.
Well, they did come and knock, and they did try to huff and puff and blow it away. I wonder if you know what little child's book I'm talking about, but unfortunately the piggies inside said no, and the wolves were left at bay. Now, the thing is, Goblin's position was instrumental, right? Because Jadu did go up on the right flank, but he did not check his periphery, and as a result of that, he got taken down, and I've got to give props to Canary. He did try his best. Unfortunately, yes, he might have made that little fire trap, but going in for the revive at that point was not possible. The right decision. Maybe he could have made his escape, but again, coulda, woulda, shoulda.
At the same time, Team R Esports, right? All of them rushing in just one vehicle. They know the intensity of this tournament is so high that somebody is just going to spray at the vehicle, and eventually they might find one person or another. But at the same time, let's not forget that, the side... I think Canary did see... I'm sorry, not Canary, but we'll be looking at the highlights, instant replay coming in, where Akshat was the person and Jadu over here. I think he did turn back and see that the vehicle is coming in, but still was overconfident over there as the vehicle jumps in style. That's going to be the Omega comes in, but Canary, with that quick movements, almost put down the second player. And if that had connected, I do believe he had a fighting chance against the side of Team Soul.
Well, again, ifs and buts, that's something that we obviously have in our vocabulary because, speculation is pretty much part of the job. Now, Team Soul, off to a good start. They do have 4 finishes for themselves, and they are going to try and make sure they have a nice central position in the circle. And as I say that, there you have it. You have your visuals coming up. Now, keep an eye out on teams like Kinetic, teams like Enigma Gaming coming in from the north, just a bit north of Bihar. But all the action to come could be in and around the Dino Park, or maybe it might even move elsewhere. But for now, it is going to be FS Esports up against Big Brothers, as Helgard and Xenopi, they do have an idea that someone is nearby, and they are deploying smokes, making sure that the ones overlooking from that little hill, from that little left flank, as far as their point is concerned, are not going to be a thorn in their sides.
Now, Team Soul wanted a very good start, right? They wanted to get some finishers in their name, and these 4 finishers would have boosted confidence so much that probably this could be the match where they can pick up their first winner chicken dinner, the most important one, because somebody is catching them up from behind, and that's going to be the side of Team Global. What a spray coming in from the side of Helgard. It's just one bullet which connected to the head, but did the hefty amount of damage.
Well, speaking of Global, looks like they're going to be in a bit of trouble, but for now it's going to be INS who's going to be laying down the hurt on Big Brother. Scream is going to be the intended target next, as he is going to be jumped upon, and looks like he's going to be taken down without too much of a problem. Now, Team INS, we were talking about them. They need to step up. They need to pretty much come to the plate, and looks like they're going to do that in style, as a couple of finishes is going to boost their morale. Elsewhere, you kind of mentioned Global Esports was opening up, but I do believe one of their members has been taken down, because now only 3 are left alive and kicking. Now, as far as Team INS is concerned, well, they have a nice position in the circle. I can't say that for Team FS, because the grenade is going to go in. Luckily, Clutch was not in the damage zone.
No, at the same time, the second grenade probably plays perfectly over here. Did do a little bit of a damage, but that is going to be revealing the location of Xenopi at this point of time. And I just love the way the opponents just put up that smoke, blocking that vision from him from where he can throw those grenades. But on the other side, 3 of them are going to be rushing in towards the side of Helgard, who is healed up to his fullest potential. A grenade comes in as a defensive maneuver, still waiting it out to make sure that his teammates probably will come and give the backup when required. It's just one other man standing far away. That's Xenopi.
Well, Well, let's see if Helgod is going to send them to Hades itself, because Team INS are going to be coming up. Smokes are going to be deployed, but they're going to be coming up in full force. Now the UMP is going to be shot at. In fact, he's going to be taken out from elsewhere. ZenOP has a nice little angle from the other side, but Helgod got out just a bit too quick, and well, he was taken down as a result of this. INS Joker making sure he lays down the hurt. Now, ZenOP, oh boy, his work is cut out for him, because I do believe he's the last man standing for his team. And just as I say that, well, Joker once again lets that UMP sing, and another team is going to bite the dust.
Now, they had it set, right? They wanted ZenOP to have that off angle. Probably he should have waited for those grenades. He lofted all the grenades in his pocket over there, lost all the throwables possible, and then eventually when ZenOP was damaging from far away, that is where one good grenade pitching into the faces would have been much more better for the side of Team INS. The late rotation coming in from the side of 7C as well as the side of Nick.
I mean, I don't know about late, buddy. Have a look at them. They're still up in Trevno.
Yeah, I think that, you know, they know the plan, right?
Of course,
because they're going to be like, everybody are going to be the center. By the third circle, we see that the chaos is going to be striking in the map of Vikendi. So we'll come in late. We're going to enjoy the corners of the circle, which has been the most crucial thing for all those teams who have success so far. So eventually, they'll be having a very, very good time as they make it into the circle.
Well, that's pretty much the name of the game. You do want to have a good time, even though the stakes are so high, because if you aren't having fun, well, what's the point of doing this? Now, FS Esports, their position is going to be a bit compromised, because the Green Goblin himself is trying to jump and get a little bit of a visual. Ooh, he might just jump over the wall right now. He wants that G36C to sing, and Clutch is going to be the intended target. However, he realized that at this moment, it is not the best decision. Again, you got to keep one thing in mind, right? Team Salt, they are still scattered. They're going to try and make sure no one comes to their position, and if they do, I like the way that they communicate with one another, because in the blink of an eye, you know, the entire team is at one spot as soon as the comms come in.
I just hope they do that again, because one rush coming in, because everybody wants the center of the circle. They are pretty much in the center of the circle. So one compound which is going to be contested, they're going to be losing a player. But Hyderabad Hydras from far away has also started to take things off. And look at this, finally, this is what I wanted to see on the screen. The points table is going to be coming in very different ways, as it's going to be Nigma Vexi from far away putting down the side of GE. The fight between GE as well as the side of Nigma Galaxy from one side, and Kinetic against the side of Team HH.
Well, Hyderabad Hydras are going to be hitting the compound a bit too strong, as now the Tommy gun is going to do all the talking. Beo does have a grenade in his hand. In fact, he is going to be lobbing it. Nope, he decides to hold on to it and pin it back in. Now, Hyderabad Hydras moving in a bit too strong. They have the number advantage. They know that someone's lurking upstairs, and if they go one by one, they could be in trouble, as Kinetic Onyx is going to be taken down. Striker is brought down by the enemy as well, and can Beo do something? No, he can't, because Manti OP just put him 6 feet under, which means now Team Kinetic are going to be survived by just one man. And once again, it's going to be the god himself, Kinetic God. Can he do something? Can he pull off a miracle over here? Because it does look a bit hard. However, if he does catch them off guard one by one, Ace Black and the boys could topple over like dominoes.
At the same time, Ace Black is not
I like
doing
the
that
smile
mistake.
on his face, though.
Yeah.
He's calm.
Yeah, and that is what you need in this game, right? Play the calm game and you're gonna have everything in your favor, but at the same time, look at him being very, very composed, not allowing the side of Team HS to know his exact location. I know eventually they're gonna be coming up in all looks and corners, finding him in a corner, but ultimately there might be some team trying to third party them and keeping them at bay. With all these angles for himself, Team HH probably is going to be heading in towards him. One good finish is what he'll be looking out for through those angles. He does take a player down. Eventually his location is going to be given away. It's going to be Ace Black again. 3x scope. Eventually, what a good angle to hold over there.
I love the fact that he took cover behind those steps over there, and even they were wondering, hey, wait a second, I see your door, but where are these shots coming from? Please go to the Dino Park. Well, I guess it's still going to be in play, but it might just shift towards the city or the town of Bihar. A nice little effort coming in from Kinetic God over there. He almost clipped 2 of their members, and the third took a massive chunk taken off from his HP as well. But for now, Hyderabad Hydras are still looking good. On the other hand, we do have that little stalemate still continuing between Enigma Gaming and the boys from Autobotz Esports.
Now 7C, you did tell that they were way far away, right? Look at them where they've approached. They've almost come inside the circle. They made it outside the blue zone, so no damage from the zone itself. So once they make it inside the circle, probably towards the side of Bihar where nobody's going to be gatekeeping them, from there they'll start to assault, as the Vikings knows exactly when to strike.
Well, the Vikings, I love that you call them, because they were the sailors of the 7C back in the day. In fact, if everybody thinks that, Columbus discovered America. They were there long
Yep.
before. But, not much of history over here for you guys. As have a look at that. They are still the northernmost team, and they are going to take their time coming in. Now, since we know that they love those high grounds, we know that they love being at the summit of things, they might just tango with OR Esports. However, if they decide to pull in a bit north of Movatra, well, that is going to be where they'll find a nice little niche for themselves. Elsewhere, on the other side, the southern side, Enigma Galaxy creeping their way in and, well, are going to be just north of Milnar on those cliffs and might tango with Team EXO sooner or later. But again, where do you think the next action is going to come? I think it's going to be Enigma and Autobotz.
I just hope so, because
interesting.
ultimately all that attention to the center of the map is going to be grabbing all the teams to be going to the dead center. But at the same time, Team 7C, I want to see how many medkits they have for themselves.
It's not just the medkits. Did you see what OR Jelly just did right now, Arca? He kind of went away from the team, going towards the edge of the circle, as does an IGL and a reconnaissance man. You got to scout out ahead. But he kind of anticipated that someone could be coming in from behind, and he made sure he got a little bit of a visual confirmation. And speaking of visual confirmations, Clutch might just see someone from Team INS.
Now that is where 7C's rotation is working out like a charm for them, right? They're holding to the dead corner of the circle. And look at, eventually it's going to be Team OR. Jelly is going to be like, I got a little bit of an information that somebody's close by. And he calls for reinforcements. And immediately the whole squad rushes into the compound is holding.
Speaking of reinforcements, the Mark 14 in the airdrop. Of course, a versatile weapon. You can use it to obliterate anything that moves at long distance. And, well, if things get a bit too heated up close and personal, oh boy, that automatic mode is going to be devastating. But for now, speaking of automatic, looks like Fox is going to have that M4 with the suppressor. And he's just going to be shooting in the distance, making sure everything is calibrated. Now, Autobotz, pretty much in the center of all the action to come, do have a nice coverage as far as this little town is concerned. I am speaking of Movatra because, you want to make sure you cut off any angles, because most of the times, think about it, if someone is going to be rushing in on your position, right, they're going to be coming in a vehicle. And when you start shooting at the vehicle, normally, more often than not, panic sets in.
That is where you strike fear in the hearts of the opponents, right? But at the same time, Global Esports is holding a very good ground. That's the last man standing. Ronnie wants to go toward the harbor place, and he's going to be hiding here for a really long time, hoping the circle is going to be shifting here yet again. The zone does shift in. It's going to be Dino Park still under contest. But let's not forget that after that, to the southern side of the map to be specific, there's a lot of hardcore points for all these teams, right? Team Soul at this point of time, just in case they do not regroup, probably that could be the beginning of the end for each of these players.
It could be, and looks like Hyderabad Hydras might just be hitting Soul Omega's position, as Enigma, Evo, and the boys are going to be making their move a bit down south as well. Now, just on the left side of the D of Dynapark, that is where Hyderabad Hydras, the blue dots on your maps, on your screens right now, are going to be positioning themselves. And they might even take the attention of Soul Akshat. Now, again, we did kind of mention, right, if they fall down one by one, it's going to be problematic, but it looks like one of the boys from Hyderabad Hydras is going to be down on his bloodied knees, and all that snow is going to be just a bit red. And I do believe, I'm not too sure, it might have been Soul Omega who pushed them back. Now, this is what's important, right? They do have the compounds for themselves, but now they need to be on the move, and just a few random shots in the distance, making sure the enemy is kept at bay.
Now that is what I called a no-go area, right? You need to create that with a circle like this. You need to have it over your shoulder, because ultimately one team rushes in and you have a split like what Team Soul is having right now. Look at the mini-map. The next person you can see is way to the corner of the map itself. That's a long distance, and they need to make sure that they're coming closer with one another. Hyderabad Hydras on the other side have a divided attention. One is going to be Enigma. The other one, obviously, the side of Soul Omega, who is kind of keeping them at bay. But again, C7C Sarang is going to be the one who will be entering towards the side of Vihar, where they can find GE Ronnie hiding behind those arbors. Could that be the place where G is going to get completely immobilized?
Well, they could be crunched under all that pressure, because the Vikings 7C Esports are going to be heading in their direction, but I do believe one of them is going to be a bit out in the water, just making sure he is safe for now. Hyderabad Hydras, again, not an early exit for them this time, and maybe Vikendi is the map where they might do something, and we did see that substitution coming in, right?
Yeah.
And Striker is definitely making a little bit of a play. Now, Team Soul, if Omega does kind of get surrounded by Hyderabad Hydras at one end, Autobotz at the other, they could be going down one by one. But Goblin, at this point even, I was keeping an eye on the minimap. There you have it. He's going to be making sure that FS Esports do not budge up as the circle, hold on to your breaths, it's going to be closing in. And, well, it looks like Team Soul are going to be happy with this decision.
Now, let's not forget that Team EXO as well have all 4 men standing finally coming into the 5th circle. They're going to be looking forward to, you know, capitalize on the manpower they have as they make it inside the circle, pretty much close to the side of Team Soul. GE over there, that's going to be Ronnie inside the waters, not going to be visible for the side of 7C, but in case he comes into the shoreline and Sarang is not going to watch his back, that is where he might get taken down. All these ifs and buts, as the circle is pretty much far away from the side of 7Cs, they need to find a compound for themselves just to make it inside the circle.
Well, right now, Tango has been spotted on the roof. The Fiddler is going to be brought down. There you have it. Precision spray is coming in, but can he finish him? Well, for now, he can't. But I wonder if Karan is going to be coming to his aid. But there you have it. This is what you expect from 7C Esports. Savitar is going to go on the right flank, as is Sarang. And now the others are going to be joining in as well. They spotted the enemy right over there in front of them. The 6S scope might have been just a bit too zoomed in. But for now, 7C, they have a nice semblance of cover for themselves. Shots are going to be fired. They're going to try and make sure the UMP is now going to come out. But no, it's going to be Spraygod who gets taken down by Power from the outside, and now Bajwa is going to be taken down. It's going to be a one-on-one situation over here with 2 lads, but Savitar is the one who comes out on top.
Now, at the same time, an MK, I heard it right, it was an MK coming in over there, but Savitar at this point of time needs to heal up, and also Aladdin needs to come in as the last man standing. Tango, just in case he connects a grenade over here, might put an end for at least one player of 7C. 3 men down on their feet. Team 7C is regrouping, and this is the most vulnerable point for them. Can Tango rush in and dominate and get at least one finish for himself, as the grenade at this point of time is tossed in perfectly, but nobody is home.
Again, the thing is, you need to know the layout of all these buildings down below, and now the grenade is going to kind of force them back, but since 7C Esports has all their members up and running once again, well, Tango is going to have to tango all by his lonesome, and we all know that, you know, sometimes dancing alone can just be a bit too bad, and whoa, sorry, you better get out of there, because he does throw the grenade. There you have it. Tango is going to get an opening. Now, he might just go down and just get that one crucial finish point, but I'd love what he's doing it. He uses the smoke the opponents used for his advantage, and now they aren't really oblivious of his position, but there you have it. The big bad gun is going to fire, but it's going to be Spraygod's AKM that does the job, and Esports, while WSF are going to be out in the 13th position, but now Team INS's position is going to be contested. Crazy Soul gets the better of Vixie, and Nigma Galaxy, they're just going to go on past.
Now, at the same time, Evert is already inside the circle, right? So they might do the damage against the side of Nigma Galaxy as they all get on from the vehicle with 4 men standing. Oh no, the tables have turned at this point of time. Crazy Soul and Cheyenne, both of them got taken down. A Joker and his teammate have to make a run inside the circle, not take any of these fights anymore further. But just in case they do, they need to come out successful, or else this could be the end for the side of Team INS, as the circle is way far away from them. It's exactly 92 meters, as the close range battle was not hard enough, and they get taken down.
Well, see, in all that commotion and all that confusion, Nigma Galaxy's dream comes in, but he gets to realize one thing, that, wait a second, Hydra official are going to be in the distance. Dynamite is going to be taken down. Oh my goodness, that is precision shooting coming in from MJ, and, well, Dynamite is going to be taken out of the equation for now. Now, as far as Hydra official is concerned, they are going to go in for the revive, but keep in mind, Global Esports' Ronnie is slowly and steadily creeping in behind, and Jackson might just have his attention diverted in his position. Nigma Galaxy's Max taking the fight to FS's Hitman, and if he's not too careful, a grenade could go boom, but lucky for him, nothing is going to be raining down shrapnel around him.
Now, this is where we have to look at the teams which are standing with 4 men standing. One is going to be 7C. The second one is going to be OR. The third one is going to be Soul. The fourth one is going to be Team EXO. All of those teams who need to prove themselves over here, still standing with 4 men, whereas only few of them have got 4 finishes for themselves. I do understand there are other teams over here, but comparing to all of them, these teams have something more to prove as their fans are waiting it out.
Well, of course, the fans are going to be waiting for each and every single team, but for now, it's going to be EXO who gets the better of HH's Ace Black. He goes down, but Striker is going to strike back with all his forces. Sensei goes down, Snacks is brought down, and now the push is coming in. Punk's position has been given away. That Molotov might just flush him out. In fact, he is going to go a bit to the left and a bit to the right. He is going to be bobbing and weaving against those rocks as Manti is going to be following suit, but from behind, Hitman comes in, and now Manti's got his work cut out because another team is going to be coming in the fray. He needs some much-needed cover, and I love what he's doing. They do get a few finishes for themselves. Hyderabad Hydras do eliminate Team XO, so the comeback, ladies and gentlemen, does not seem to be real at this moment. But as far as Hyderabad Hydras is concerned, this is a massive game for them. Manti is going to get the better of Clutch. Explicit already making it through. Now, this is what needs to happen. Maxi is probably going to go in for that revive as far as Striker is concerned, and the information needs to be given that Explicit is already on their left flank.
Now, at the same time, Manting is cooking up a grenade. 47 Nest. If he sees somebody, he's going to make sure that he strategizes perfectly to take them down. Right now, holding that compound, that's the exact spot where they might not look at, as Striker is going to be healing up to his fullest potential, and the push might be coming in from the side of Team HS. But let's not forget that off angle being held from the side of Team FS. They can take down the complete squad, as Explicit is taking it against the side of Jelly, and Jelly is going to be erased immediately as he gets taken down.
But of course, if you do take someone down, the probability is you are going to be put in the ground. Now, OR Esports, they were looking good just a few seconds ago, but now only one man is left standing, and Aru, well, his teammates are going to be blown up to smithereens because Goblin threw a perfect grenade, taking out a Thunky and a Dipthia. And looks like that is all she wrote, because Aru's is going to be taken out by a secondary grenade coming in from the Green Goblin himself, who does have 4 finishes for himself, a majority of the 7 for Team Soul. Now, Team Soul, they also have their work cut out because the circle has kind of shifted. It is going to be an open fight, and looks like we are going to have a bridge in play. However, there is no water down below elsewhere. AB's position is going to be contested. Watching the last man standing, he gets the better of Rex, he gets the better of Enigma, and looks like 2 of them are going to be taken down, but looks like Zolakshat was kind of helping him out as well. Unfortunately for the Fox, well, Autobotz have been disassembled as they are going to make an early exit. And I stand corrected. They still have 2 members alive and kicking, because it was a little bit of a split, as Mr. IGL and Orva are still coming in from behind. But for now, Team Soul, they want a few more finishes, and they're taking the fight straight to Enigma's door.
Now this is where the big bulls have locked horn, ladies and gentlemen, in the map of Vikendi. Team Soul versus the side of Enigma. If Enigma gets this, they will be inching closer towards the side of Team Soul. But let's not forget, Team Soul wants to build up that difference they have between the first and the second position. They've won these finishes for themselves. They've won this winner chicken dinner, and that is why they're playing as composed as possible. As 7C on the other side are made it inside the circle. Sarang pretty much far away, probably has the right kind of medkits. Going in for a heal battle will be the next best thing for him.
I like what Team Soul did. They did deploy all that smoke, as Hector is going to be lying behind, but the MP4 is going to be going off, and well, Explicit is going to be saying a few explicit words right now as he was taken down. Unfortunately, it is going to be short-lived for him, as FS is going to be wiped out of Vikendi by Nigma Galaxy. Now, of course, quarter combat, Jackson is going to be taking the position wide on, as Max is going to throw a grenade. He takes out the UMP, makes sure he has to fight the fight on all fronts. He's going to be taken down by Jackson, as Hydra official are going to be moving in a bit too strong. Global Esports, remember, Ronnie was the last man standing. Well, no longer, as he is going to be taken out as well. 7C Esports, on the other hand, they still have 3 members. They still have a good position, but I love what Soul did. And have a look at Jackson. The presence of mind, he is going to be shot from other ends, but now we were talking about Orba, we were talking about Mr. IGL, and a little bit of an oopsie comes in. Can Rex make it to the circle? No, he cannot, because Spray God just sprayed him full of lead.
Now, on the other side, we can see that Spray God is living up to his name, taking down everybody possible, as Team Soul versus 7Cs will be the next thing to witness. And we can see that 7C have got a little bit of a hard compound for themselves. We have 4 teams standing. Hydra have the highest percentage, but eventually Spray God is going to hinder their performance, take down another player, make sure that the weakest link is going to be the next best player. And at the same time, let's not forget, Nigma Galaxy is 1 man standing, still waiting it out for the others to fight it.
If that grenade goes boom, it is going to go boom, but it's going to be the vehicle that brings Pop down. And now the follow-up grenades are going to be pretty much precise, because, well, the confirmation has come in that they are right there behind that little rock. Now Spray God is not going to be spraying lead, but he is going to be laying down some shrapnel in their direction, as it is imperative that they wipe out this team before they go in and fight the next, because otherwise they're going to be in a bit of a sandwich situation. Have a look at that. Soul, on the other hand, he does realize, oh my goodness, did the grenade just come? Yes, it did. Hydra Dynamite did fling some dynamite in his direction, and now on a sliver of HP, he doesn't have any first aids, but he definitely is going to patch himself up with those bandages.
Now, at the same time, Savitar has a lot of job to do. Hydra have been recovering yet again, and they've recovered to the fullest. Have 3 men standing. They'll be pushing in as Savitar at this point of time is going to be cooking up a grenade, making sure he gets a knock, puts the fear in the opponent's heart, so that it's going to be easy for him to go for a revival. As Team Soul decides to just wait it out, as the grenade is going to be lofted towards the side of Nigma Galaxy MJ. The circle is going to start eating them up, as Sarang has got 25 medkits for himself. He might heal it out until the final position.
Oh, as expected, he's going to be staying in the back lines as everybody else from 7C is going to be brought down. Savitar is going to be the last man standing, goes up against Zorro. The vehicle is going to blow up, and unfortunately, it's going to be Zorro's UMP that is going to put him in the ground. Now, keep in mind, as you mentioned, Sarang is going to be their little contingency plan.
Oh, no.
Zorro is going to be brought down as well, and Team Soul, oh boy, they are looking good. And now, Power might just be run over as, well, Omega seems to be toying with the enemy going out of the blue zone. They know that someone could be patching themselves up in the distance because, well, you have 5 members remaining out of this game, and, well, 4 of them belong to Team Soul, who are going to get that inevitable chicken dinner. But boy, oh boy, 25 first aids, man. Whew.
Now, I think that, the next circle might be closing in, and Team Soul might have to undergo a lot of, trouble going in for the heal battle as well. But let's not forget, Goblin was clever enough to go pick up all those medkits around, and he'll also be going in for the heal battle. The man to the dead center is going to be Hector at this point of time, trying to avoid everything else, as Akshat will be the first man getting taken down, and eventually Team Soul gets the most wanted winner chicken dinner, puts a huge gap between themselves and Global Esports.
Well, 27 points is what they are going to get from this game, but we're going to confirm that as we head into the post-match segment, powered by Loco. There you have it, 12 points coming in from finishes, 15 coming in from positions. A much-needed game for Team Soul, as, we did kind of see they had a shaky start to day 3, which means, well, their lead is going to be increasing ever so much right at the top.
Now, 7C on the other side, clever thinking coming in from their side. They knew that, the Salters have to be left in front. One person is going to be holding back, going in for the heal battle. Probably if he had clicked the button properly, he could have healed a little more better, because we saw one player of Team Soul also getting taken down, right? It was possible for the rest of them to go down because of the blue zone as well. But Hydra officials, they have fought their way so far. They've got 7 finishes for themselves. They could have got cleared out in the hands of 7Cs, but still retaliated well to get 10 position points for themselves. A total of 17 for them.
Total of 17, and Enigma Galaxy having a decent game, 13 points for them. Enigma Gaming just 1 point short with 12. But the question is, who is going to be crowned the iQOO MVP? I do believe it could be someone who's green, someone who's a bit of a mischief, and I do believe it could be a member from Team Soul. What do you think? Let's just have a prediction.
I'm going to be with you. I'm going to be with you on this.
Alrighty, there you have it. It is going to be Soul Goblin, because boy, oh boy, was he dishing out damage left, right, and center. 6 finishes, 4 assists, and 1118 points of damage.
Now, survival time of 30 minutes in the map of Vikendi. That shows that he was the last man standing out there. But again, with him is going to be Savitar, right? With 3 finishes, 700 damage. Did try to prove the gun he's got. But at the same time, one other person who is standing out for me over here is going to be Hitman from the side of FS.
I like how this time the top 5 leaders, each and every person is from a different team, even Stevens. But now, let's have a look at the match summary, because I'm sure you are going to be interested in seeing how many grenade finishes came in. Well, 5 is the number, and the healing is going to be 10,108. Now, let me just say one thing. Although we didn't see any vehicle finishes, you guys had a blast in the last game. 8 vehicle finishes coming in the map of Erangel.
Now, all that was retaliation, right? One 7-6 player got taken down. His teammates came in and took down the others with the vehicle itself. So, it was all revenge battle which was going in over here. But one thing which shocks me is going to be 29 assists coming in, right? Not much of them were revived. So, that shows in the map of Vikendi, you get taken down, you're almost finished.
See, again, it's all the compound pushes, right? Most of the fights don't really take place at that medium to long distance engagements, because A, the terrain is as such. You have hills, but it's very uneven.
Yeah.
So you can, if you are basically caught out in the open, well, you are pretty much done and dusted for. But now, we're going to have a look at a few more things, because although we have pretty much talked about the healing, we've talked about the grenades, we've talked about the assists, the distance, the longest finished distance in meters is not going to be that long. But now let's have a visual representation of the FD graph, because I'm pretty sure a lot of teams had a lot of fun.
Now, we all know which is the team which had the maximum fun over here with the firepower. That's going to be Team Soul with 1,987 damage for 12 finishes for themselves. And that was a very, very good move coming in from their side. Clinical at its best.
You love that word, don't you?
Yeah, obviously, right? Why do you want to do so much of damage and not get finishes for yourself?
Well, I'm pretty sure you're not going to let us forget as well. I'm just pulling with you. Bring it in, buddy. Anyway, of course, like we said, a lot of the teams, they had a taste of blood in this game, but OR Esports, your winners in the previous match, well, they didn't really do well this time around. Now, let's have a look and see what this does to the overall standings, because that is going to be popping up on our screens. And before this game, I do believe it was the mere 7 points between Seoul and the team in second position. Well, that lead is going to be increased to 33.
Oh my goodness, 33 points, because Team Seoul every single day is putting up 80 points for themselves. And yesterday 80 points, today's 80, day before yesterday's 80 points was 160 points where they got for themselves. This was the only match where they performed. If they're not restricted at this point of time, and again, they get another 50 points with the left of the matches left, I have to say this, the Team Seoul might be making themselves on the top of the table for the final day itself. But Global Esports on the other side trying to catch up, doing the best of what they can. The only team right now performing to the fullest will be the side of 7C, again picking it up, come to the 6th position for 129 points, 70 finishes. Almost, I would say that they're concentrating just on those finish points.
Well, of course, finishes is something that they have kind of been synonymous with. However, the position points, buddy, at this stage are going to be important as we have a look at page 2. And, well, Team EXO seems like they're going to slip through the cracks, as are the boys from Big Brother Esports.
Oh yes, I mean Team EXO, we were expecting a comeback from them. Let's not forget that the Hyderabad Hydras were also known for their second and third day comebacks. Both of these have been restricted very, very badly, probably because of the play style which they're not able to adapt, of trying to hold the center of the circle because of their late rotations. But again, Team INS, Kinetic, Esports Wala and R Esports, where I've already heard from fixes that we have to eliminate the side of R Esports of making it anywhere into the top of the table.
Oh, that of course is pretty much fact at this point. Even Esports, Wala WSF and Team Kinetic, you can't say, yes, oh my goodness, if you have a few good games. But again, that's not really possible at this stage. What they still can do, however, is still take the fight, because they shouldn't lose hope, because now each and every team is going to be walking away with a chunk of your 2 crore prize pool. But the question is, are you going to be content with 1 lakh, or would you rather take 10? Because that is the beauty of this tournament, as we did mention, the biggest tournament in Indian history at this point. 2 crore, man, that's a lot. But of course, none of this would have been possible without BGMI Crofton and our lovely sponsors iQOO and Loco, which means once again, let's have a look at that video, which we all have come to love.
Watch it, earn it.
चलो बॉयज, एक मैच और हो जाए।
बस 2 सर्कल बाकी है यार, इसको निपटा के खेलते हैं ना।
क्या सर्कल?
यार राज, तू क्यों नहीं खेलता हमारे साथ? अपनी स्क्वाड बन जाएगी।
स्क्वाड? पर पता नहीं यार, इसमें स्कोप है भी क्या?
हाँ देखना भाई, 2x लगा हुआ है।
2x?
तुझे चाहिए तो 6x मुझसे ले ले, मेरे पास एक्स्ट्रा है। मैंशन चलते हैं गाइस, क्या कहते हो?
लूट के सीधा रोटेशन मारते।
मैंशन में लूट? तो हेलो, ये चल क्या रहा है यार?
BGMI
है?
सब यही खेल रहे ब्रो, तुझे कैसे नहीं पता? हर चीज है इसमें, जैसे फुल ऑन सॉलिड प्लानिंग, स्ट्रॉन्ग टीम वर्क, ट्रस्ट और सबसे जरूरी 4 अच्छे दोस्त, ताकि अपनी स्क्वाड और चिकन डिनर के बीच कोई ना आ सके। अब तो सब अपनी स्क्वाड बना रहे हैं, तू कैसे रह गया?
चल यार राज, अब एक मैच हो जाए।
क्यों नहीं, अपनी स्क्वाड बना ले। हमारी BGMI स्क्वाड तो रेडी है, आप अपनी कब बना रहे हो?
Man, I love how BGMI, has pretty much taken over our lives in a good way, because too much of a thing is also bad for you. Remember that, so you always need to play in moderation. Just a little PSA we love giving away. And if you do want to play, well, you better grab yourselves the iQOO Neo 6, because at this price, and well, even a few other competitors, it is the best device out there. But Arka, Vikendi, I had a good time. I'm sure you had a good time as well. And it was as expected. The first circle having that drastic little, appearance towards the west, but nothing too drastic after that.
No, this is where we have to look at the format which has been coming up, right? In the previous game, OR was inside the circle, they got it as well. Now we had Soul inside the circle, they got it as well. So you need to make sure that you're inside the circle earlier itself, but the highlights are going to be visible over here as Enigma, Eggy is going to be going in and opening things off. Somewhere when I felt that, Team Soul might have been challenged, it was where our Esports made the biggest mistake, one person getting backstabbed by Goblin, and everything was history.
Again, this is something that our esports has done in the past, because if you remember in Vikendi of yesterday, they went up against Hyderabad Hydras into a pretty much like an ambush, right? And were shot at from every direction. So the reconnaissance is something that is up for debate, because sure, you want to have all 4 members, but right over here, I'm going to come back to my point. God, the way he took cover behind that little staircase, even though the door was blown up, was keeping the enemy guessing. Quickly coming back to our esports. Having that one vehicle, I guess it kind of makes sense, but again, they aren't really good at recon.
No, at the same time, the backup which comes in from the side of Team Soul is also very, very deadly. But Nigma Galaxy over here doing a beautiful job. That was Dreams trying to live up to the dream, but eventually from far away it was Hydra, but a retaliation from MJ. Oh my goodness. Beautiful. This is the kind of Nigma Galaxy we would love to see.
I mean, it was like a meerkat, popping out of its hole right over there, or just standing up on its hind feet. That was what basically Dynamite was like, right? And this guy just laid down bullet after bullet with precision. And Hyderabad Hydras once again, finding themselves in that same situation, just being caught out in the open. And once you do that, again, Vikendi, you're going to get shot at from elsewhere. Now, Hydra officials, they did have a good game, as did the boys from Enigma up until this point. Now, Rex, he does get the better of Orva at the end over there. However, the moment he steps up, it was Sarang from the other end, or Savitar, I do believe, who was going to make sure he puts him in the ground. The grenade comes. Oh, that shook our screens and must have been a little detrimental on their health as well.
Now Team Soul on the other side, by now they knew that the game is in our hands. We're just going to hold the center of the circle, 1 or 2 players. You guys can scout around and make sure you find that last person who's going to be going for a heal battle. But Sarang on the other side, he knew, he counted the number in front of him, and he know that 4 are over there. I'm the last man standing. It's okay, second place is fine.
It's all right, but again, the zone was doing damage, and maybe he had a little bit of a mishap over there. Could have just wasted their time a bit more, but that is what it was. And of course, Team Soul getting that much needed chicken dinner just to, assert their dominance over the playing field once again. Remember, 33 points is the difference where they stand. But now the thing is, we're going to be coming back to Erangel once again, and I wonder if we are going to have a little bit of a switcheroo. Or let me be more specific. Now, we were talking about teams at the bottom.
Yeah.
Right, they've got nothing to lose except maybe just a bit more money. And even as far as money is concerned, if you're in the 16th, a lakh is what you get, but you want to get some more. And that is where they can be spoil sports for a few of the big teams up there.
No, that is what you would want to do. Yeah, eventually. If you're not having the money, you need to have the name. Because ultimately, name is linked with money every single day. So I do believe that, all of them will be aiming to go take down the big dogs and leave a mark behind and make sure that the scar is going to be, the wound is going to be there for a really, really long time. But at the same time, the experience which all these teams are getting, being in the top 16 of the country itself, that money can't buy.
Of course, experience can't really be bought. You have to keep going through things. I mean, struggles and tribulations is what makes you a man or a woman. And the best thing is, this is, like we talk about, it's a massive pedestal, right?
Yeah.
And they have to take advantage of any opportunity that heads their way. And soon enough, well, they are going to have a few more games to take advantage of the opportunity, as we just mentioned. But I want to see some drama. I want to see some action. Now, Fixes is going to be coming in next. I'm pretty sure I'm going to ask him the same question. And he might just agree with me a little bit that some of the other teams might just be drop clashing a little bit. Because, again, what do they have to lose?
when you just said it. You have nothing to lose. Just make sure that you pick up some finish points, create history probably to have the highest number of finishes. Play for those other cash prizes which are out there. You know, the Salter, the Lone Ranger, especially. Most of these teams are actually playing for those things as well. But ultimately, it's going to be coming back to the game itself. I mean, I know Team Soul has played really, really good in this game, but at the same time, what do you have to say about Team 7C rotating very late inside the circle and then playing into the corners?
It was fine because, again, now we know why they rotated so late, because they made sure they looted every single house, every single compound on the way. And when you have about 35 first aids, oh boy, it takes a long time to use. I guess that's what happened at the end. I think he got a little bit bored just pressing that button at the same time. And, you know, we're like, all right, we have 12 points from position. I think we're enough. But now we're going to be heading into the pre-match segment powered by Loco, which means the sun is going to leave us at this moment, and well, Fixes is going to be sitting where he is. But until he kind of just nestles in, well, you already have a look at all the teams that are going to be playing. But I like the fact it is going to be in Erangel. And, you know, Fixes, I'm going to give you another few seconds. Are you good, buddy? We good to go?
Oh, I am.
Alrighty, so now the question that I was asking you.
All right.
What do you think is going to happen? Are we going to see some drop clashes? Are we going to see some fun?
I mean, right now, well, no, maybe. Because it's going to all happen tomorrow. Let's leave something for tomorrow, XP. Because, like you said, this is exactly what the Soul Leavers really wanted, right? Because, yeah, it came from Believers and Soul. We've been waiting for their comeback. A bad joke at that. But this is what we love, right?
You could have said Dreamers as well. That would have been a bit nostalgic. Believers, Dreamers, and of course, you know. Okay,
it was one of your teams. I know that.
Of course. But, you know, I mean, again, you know, that's what we're talking about. The best thing about this tournament, India's biggest so far, 2 crore, everybody's going to walk away with something. But just come on, guys, go in for a little bit more. But right now, we have to thank, of course, our lovely sponsors, iQOO and Loco, for making all of this happen. Let's have a look at that one video. Well, once again. Man, if this device did not have that 80 watts flash charge, as soon as those twin sabers are coming down, you can see the dragon's claw coming in as well. And, well, he would have been finished. But, of course, if you have this device, you might just stay till the end and get that chicken dinner for yourself.
Oh, of course. Now, talking about chicken dinner, this is what we really wanted, right? Global Esports were off to a really good start. Team Soul, they were falling down. And suddenly, they come out of nowhere, get a chicken dinner in an off map, which is not one of their best maps. They finally done it.
They have finally done it, and again, you know, just to remind our lovely viewers, if you want to be featured on the BMPS stream when lakhs of people are watching, all you have to do is, well, head over to Twitter and tweet your questions using the hashtag Let's Ask Loco, and be sure to tag Get Loco now as well, and who knows, you might just have your questions answered by us and have a massive shout out on stream.
Well, of course, and I would love to do that. But when we're talking about the merch that we're giving away, right? You've been loving us, we've been loving you back, and that is how you do. Support your favorite teams. Hashtag whichever team do you think is going to be on top, and if it happens, right, all you've got to fill up is a few forms over there, and if you're lucky, 50 t-shirts and zipper are coming your way.
That is awesome. And, well, if Lady Luck isn't going to be with you on that, you can still try and get yourselves one of these, the iQOO Neo 6s. All you have to do is make sure you check the comment section, click that pinned comment, and, well, they'll guide you through the rest. Now, speaking of changes coming in, we do have a massive change. Apollo's coming back in, Max going back out.
And makes sense. Of course, we were looking out for this man. He's been such an instrumental player for this particular team. But Max has been sort of a revelation that Enigma Galaxy had leaded in the past. But the grand finals are really not going the way they had really planned, right? Just kind of in the bottom 8 right now. I do not know if they can really make it to the top 3 anymore. Top 5 is still up for grabs. But for Enigma Galaxy to make it up there, I think they would have to have a couple of games of their lives. drives.
They need their thrusters on right
Oh, yeah.
now. They need that light speed if they are going to be coming from a galaxy far, far away. I love saying it. You know, are you a big fan of the series? In a galaxy far, far away. But anyway, you know, we're not going to talk about any wars right now. But the thing is, we are going to have a few wars breaking out, a few fights, a few battles in the map of Erangel. Now, sure, you know, maybe I'm a dreamer. Maybe I'm thinking too much. Maybe I want some drama, which I'm sure all you watching at home want as well.
That.
We all love that. I mean, all that juicy gossip because, you know, again, like team at the bottom, a lot of whispers and all that stuff because that's what social media is all about these days. But, you know, coming back to the topic, fine, we might not see some drop clashes just yet. That is what day 4 is for. But for teams like our Esports, for teams like Team Kinetic also on that matter, if I'm not going to be mistaken, yeah, Esports while WSF had a good start on day 1. In fact, in the first game, if I'm not wrong, they did have 7, maybe 9 finishes, which I was like, whoa, these boys are going to make a little bit of an impact, but they just fizzled out.
They're clearly playing out of the element, right? When you talk about Esports Wala WSF, the same went in for the league stages. It was just those final 2 games where they kind of played, right? They put the pedal to the metal, just 2 chicken dinners, and they were back. But when they transitioned into the grand finals, we were missing out on that aggression, that commitment, that desire, and that drive to go in and win, go and engage in those fights, right? Not really playing the way they were supposed to, and they suddenly hit the hammer on their toes.
You know, absolutely. I mean, I agree with you on that because this was where the pressure once again comes in, right? I mean, they thought they'll take it a little bit easy and go for those position placement points, which, of course, they did not. It didn't go their way.
Yeah.
So maybe even at this point, they need to do what we've been talking about. You know, take the fight to the enemy's gates, and let's see if that is going to happen. But let me ask you another question. Now, I'm going to talk about, well, not Nigma Galaxy, because we were just talking about them. FS Esports. Now, they've had a wonderful time yesterday.
Yes.
But today, how do you think their performance has been thus far?
I think the first game was pretty good for them, the way they played out in Miramar, and even just transitioning over on, even in the game of Erangel, right, a top 2 position finish. They've been there. They've just been there, right? Not the best team, but somewhere around the middle sections. Now, for them to be an actual competitor, they've got to pull off something what OR did. They've got to pull off a chicken dinner, maybe possibly 2, but that has not been their way, right? They always believe in consistency, few position points. We did see that little bit of an aggression from their side. I'm just hoping for a little more of that.
Well, let's see if that is going to be what we see in the map of Erangel, but before everything is going to be going a bit bonkers, a bit wonky, let's just appreciate the calm before the storm. And of course, you have all these pictures of BGMI in the houses because looks like the people that once lived here were really big fans of all these players. But the problem is they know that, you know, death and destruction is visiting the island, so everyone seems to have evacuated.
Now, Mr. Unknown in all his might and glory is right in front of us. This museum displaying all the history that BGMI carries along with it, and I'm starting to wonder, how did it come over here?
Again, you know, I mean, looks like it's all about engineering, and maybe they built the museum around it, and or they could have, you know, slid it in from the side up top. I don't know, buddy. I think they made sure. The question is it a real one? Or they could have bought it in one by one, had the fuselage come in separate, had the wings come in separate, and attached it inside because, well, that bird isn't going to be taking off anytime soon, but in some time.
Imagine.
All right, all the people. I'm just kidding.
You know, in the foreseeable future, we have certain features that lets us access these.
Oh, I want to. That's what we were talking about. All these howitzers. You know, just imagine that. You have to have a lot of whatever. I don't know, Crofton. If you guys are listening, let's get those big bad guns working once again because they're gonna go boom. And something or the other is going to be blown to smithereens. But I love this, you know. Kind of reminds me, of course, of World War I. You know, the trench warfare was huge back in the day. But for now, they're going to be remnants of a past war.
Indeed, it is going to be. But now, going from over the past now to the present as the flight path trajectory takes it off. We are talking about going all the way from Primorsk towards Yasnaya Pollyanna. And this is what XP I have been waiting for, right? Now, this particular flight path trajectory suggests one thing. Global Esports might just drop over Yasnaya Pollyanna. Maybe take that fight against Hydra officials.
I want that. All right, we want a drama. I want that. But I kind of feel that they are going to be dropping down a bit early because, you know, once we did see a similar flight path, there you have it. They're going to be coming to the military base as expected, right? Yeah. They're going to be heading over there. And what's going to be surprising is our esports are going to be heading over to Novo as usual. So, you know, I know you want to see that drama, buddy. I know you wanted to see that little Hydra official clash over there. But unfortunately, it isn't going to be the case just yet. Now, my eyes are going to be on the teams at the bottom. Our esportswala, they can still go and have a little tango in one of those cities.
Oh, they certainly can do. But for what we've seen in the past, I think they might just go to their good old western northwest Chorcho city. And for now, all of them have to search for vehicles. This is where Team Soul, they're not going to have any issues whatsoever for what really happened to them. And another eastern circle, a little bit of area coverage towards down south. But for now, I mean, taking a look at Big Brother and Team EXO, both of them seem to have settled in.
They do have settled in because, again, this is something that these guys are comfortable with. Now, normally, buddy, you see 7C Esports where Big Brothers are right now, but this time around, looks like Pochinki is going to be their city. Of course, you know, since a particular team who were pretty much covering their blind spots all the time is not in the tournament, that is where 7C have been heading. Now, I know you wanted that drama. I know you wanted Global Esports to be up there in Yasnaya, but at this moment, they're going to be calling military base, well, the main buildings, in fact, their home. And you know what? This is my favorite spot dropping down as well because the amount of loot that you can get as an entire squad is just phenomenal.
What's going to be really important for Global Esports is that they rotate pretty early, right? Get inside the circle, but what are their access paths? If Team INS decides to hold them off, this is where they can find themselves in a little bit of trouble because I'm going to possibly eliminate the chances of them taking that Novo bridge, right? You've got a plethora of teams. You know, it's Big Brothers, EXO, R Esports, everybody stationed over there.
Speaking of Team INS, just to add to your point, I want them to do something different because now the circle isn't really, yes, it is just by the edge of the Western Bridge leading from the island. And oh my goodness, production, that was beautiful timing. I want them to be somewhere where OR Jelly is right now, somewhere around Potato Hill. Again, be in the thick and thin of all the action. Speaking of action, you know, OR Esports, they are, again, in their favorite position. They're going to have the school. They're going to have the apartments all for themselves. I want to see something happening with FS. And have a look at what Hyderabad Hydras have done, Fixes. They dropped late, knowing that if they went a bit early, say around Gatka, say around the ruins, chances of finding vehicles, A, will be a lot fewer, and B, they could be shot out of the sky like birds.
Oh, of course. Now, this is where Hyderabad Hydras really need to step in, get their loot done, and then elope away, get themselves inside the circle. But something a little odd in front of me is OR's Jelly, right? Look at how quickly he went over around the potato hills. Now, I need to understand why did he do that? Was he trying to fend off someone from taking control? Because what we've seen from ORS's side is that they love to take over those volcano areas, right? The L building, the places around that. And they did that in the last game, as a result of which they managed to get the chicken dinner.
They did indeed. And, well, Ace Black on our screens. Now, he does have a lot of weight on his shoulders. They aren't really in the position that they want to be. And since, by the way, we're in Hyderabad, right? We've had the pleasure of meeting all these lads as well. And we know that they are in it to win it. However, just a question now. Yes, sure, there's a pressure. There's that mental pressure. There's a pressure to perform. There's your fans. Every little thing kind of adds up. What do you think is their game plan now? Because it isn't the Hyderabad Hydras that we are used to.
Oh, yeah. I mean, for Hyderabad, Hydras more than the fandom, I think it is themselves. Like a little bit of a reality check sort of starting to hit in. The prime players losing out of form at the right moment. Now, we did see a few changes being made, right? Sometimes Striker comes in. Sometimes Mante comes in. Maxi comes in. We are yet to find that solid playing four. And the same problem has been going on even with Team EXO. Now, this is where Team Hyderabad Hydras have really messed it up. They're in fights, the way they've been micromanaging their resources, the way they've been pushed over and still not being able to defend that, I think they've learned their lesson a really hard way.
They have, but, you know, just speaking about, just adding to one of your points, the way they are pretty much eliminated at the end, right? It's always out in the open, and it's usually just not by one team, but multiple teams. So I wonder what comms are going to be going in as far as Ace Black is concerned, because sure, unless you don't have your vehicles for cover, like a makeshift fort or whatever, you know, before they even blow their vehicles up, they are blown to smithereens. So, again, I wonder what's happening on their point, and, well, you might have a little bit to add to that.
I think similar things with what Team EXO are going through,
Same
right?
thing, yeah.
I think, you know, these are the teams that we know, like we've been telling this time and again, they love playing around the edges. They did not really calculate how things were going to get intensified during the finals, right? They never practiced playing from the center. Now, whilst they're trying to do that, now the timings is very crucial. Every single time they enter inside the circle, it's a lot of teams around. Now, this is something that they have not done in the past, and now they're just getting the brunt of it.
Well, of course, you know, trial and error is what we like calling it, and that is something that Team EXO is undergoing at this moment. However, something that isn't happening in this game is no one's taking any shots at one another, because in the grand finals, you know, we've seen a few mishaps happening early on, whether it be a little bit of those vehicular manslaughter, or, you know, unfortunately, people just getting caught out in the open, pretty much with their pants down as they don't have any weapons, and the other one picks one up for themselves. This time we're at the 6-minute 45-second mark, and not a single shot has been let loose.
Now, this is where I need to pose a question to you, XP, because now we've been talking about teams targeting each other, right? Now, Team Seoul, Global Esports, they're at the top. They're one of the contenders to get it all. Now, we know that Hydra can play the spoil spot for Team Global Esports. But do you think there's going to be anyone in the lobby that could try and ruin Seoul's gameplay?
Well, I don't know about that, because speaking of Team Seoul, they're making their transition into Gutka, and looks like they are in the fighting mood. They have that little spirit, and they might just catch OR Esports off guard. Of course, this is all speculation at this point, but I'm sure a few shots are going to be let loose, because they're going to try and take Potato Hill towards the side of the school and the apartments. There you have it. This is exactly what I was talking about. Perfect timing once again. I'm telling you, buddy, the feed that we are getting this time around is just sublime. But now, Seoul Esports, it does kind of seem like, you know, their position might have been given away because, you know, they might have seen a vehicle, but they are going in for those fights. They want to make sure they have that central position as expected. However, them out in the open fixes is a little bit of a cause of concern for me.
Oh, of course, considering 7C, they're right on their tails, and even the players of Big Brothers right beside them. Now, this is where Team Seoul, they have to defend the center with all their might. A center which they even do not know is going to be theirs, because once the curveball hits, it could go possibly towards the eastern side, but from what we really have predicted, kind of goes a little towards the west, somewhere where Team Seoul ideally are, but you never know. You could just be thrown off.
You could be. In fact, it might just go a little east towards the lumberyard as well, but that is going to be...
I'd love that.
I love that too, because, you know, there have been so many times, I'm pretty sure you'll agree with me, those stumps over there, I've confused them for people, you know, lying prone, and I've shot at it, given my position away, and boom, someone gets me from the side. But for now, as teams like Autobotz, Hyderabad Hydras, Esports Walla, and GE are going to make their way to the circle, I wonder where it's going to go. Imagine if it has a bit of a southern trend to it. Oh boy, that would be pretty entertaining.
And talking about imagine Global Esports right now getting inside the circle and suddenly have a fight against Team Autobotz, right? Global Esports have been doing this time and again, and now the circle shifting towards the east. This is what we wanted. This is one of the games where teams like EXO, teams like Nigma Galaxy can really have a good one.
You know what I want to see? Of course, the lumberyard would be interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Or maybe just a bit to the north, we have that rock we like calling the Lion King rock, just overlooking the prison. I want to see the end zone over there, but for now, Goblin might just let loose a few shots towards INS as he puts position, and he is going to connect a few. However, he was just a bit too slow, but now Omega, he's going to be relayed the information. He whips out that 4X. He takes pop shots at Evert as well, but looks like Evert is going to be just a bit too evasive.
Now, finally, Team INSS have decided that they need to move, but Eggy again! I think this is probably for the 5th or 6th time he's opened it up, and certainly has attained the title of being the best sniper right now in the country.
We have to have the replay coming up at some point or the other, because that Car 98 has been singing in every single match. And speaking of singing, Rockstar does get the better of Hellguard in another fight. And now, Eggy, he does lay down his crosses on explicit position that Buggy is going to come under fire, but unfortunately, nothing happening at this moment.
But there you go, our Esports getting the better out of Hell God, and there's no chance he's gonna live. Oh, there you go, our Esports to all their mischievous ways. And XP, you asked for it, right? You wanted some teams to be causing trouble across the lobby, and here they are.
Talk about adding insult to injury. That is what our Esports just did on our screens right now. But as the teams are going to be coming in, of course, the shelter, the mountains around it are going to be prime real estate for all of them, as Hyderabad Hydras to the north might collide with Esports Wala at some point, but looks like GE might be going in for a little bit of a contingency plan, but INS's Great Soul is going to come under fire. Oh my goodness, perfect cover coming in from Joker to make sure his teammate is still alive and kicking on his feet. Now, since it's gone down from Team XO, Snacks has given his position away. Joker could be in a world of trouble. The grenade is going to go boom. Unfortunately, it's going to be a bit too long, and now Snacks takes a much needed cover, and there you have it. He is going to be snacked upon, as Joker is going to be on a different level altogether.
I mean, Snacks did everything just right, but look at Team EXO. This is not them. They never really shy away from a fight, but they understand the gravity of the situation and will have to make a run for their lives. And this is how I want Team INS to play. Now, this is them in the natural groove, right? Getting the better out of the situation, rushing over at teams when they were least expecting it. Oh, what a game it is going to be, XP.
And we've seen Team INS in this position time in and time out, and they love these hills. Now, the problem is Nigma Galaxy, well, they're going to be coming up from up top, as Team EXO is going to be pushed back for now, as Sensei is going to be finished up, and Joker's going to make sure he gets what he started. Now, shots are going to be fired all around, as that Mini Kong over there might just puff his chest and beat it, because I'm pretty sure Joker feels just like that. But for now, Soul could be in the spotlight. They could be in a bit of an amber situation. Orba might switch up, but there you have it. Akshat or Hector from behind providing cover, because again, that's what Goblin's doing. He's using that buggy as a distraction.
Oh yeah, and Hector providing that cover fire. That was so important over there. Now Goblin wants to pick fights. He knows he's got the players of Autobotz in the bag. All he's going to do is deliver the final blows. Few more good grenades could end the things, as he spotted his head out. Hell needs to watch out, does he? He's alive.
He's still alive. I like that Goblin was going for that little shock, but now he knows that Hell is going to be in trouble. Is he going to be sent down to the depths of Hell? Yes, he is. It's not going to be Goblin, but it is going to be Goblin, in fact, but it looks like his teammate got another knock as well with the grenade. Hector and Goblin, both of them just laying down the herd of the Autobots, and now Fox is going down, which means only one man, or two rather. Well, one man is going to be left standing, and Mr. IGL himself, he's like, well, we made a bit of an oopsie. I'm sorry, boys, but I'm going to have to get the hell out of here.
You poked the bear. You better be ready to fight against the Grizzlies out there as Team Soul. This is what I love about them, right? It was so well laid out. Goblin just trying to, create those noises with his vehicle. Hector knew there's someone creeping up. The moment they step out to fight, that is where he gets that knock, as Hyderabad Hydras again in a really precarious spot. But this time, they're definitely bringing in the heat.
They definitely are. And right now, Ace Black, unfortunately, is going to be lost to the elements, as he is going to be shot at, I do believe, from FS in the distance. And now Manti does spot the promotion, and he is going to be shooting at the silhouettes and at the backdrop. And that is beautiful shooting coming in. And I do believe he does get FS's K47 down on his knees, as Team Kinetic are going to be reduced to a one-man squad, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just check. Nope, they still have two alive and kicking.
Oh, they certainly do. But for now, Hyderabad Hydras in a little bit of a spot of visit. I really do not fancy the chances, as Creeps almost got the better out of Manti. Will instantly patch himself up, as there you go, from the far lines, he gets taken down. It is going to be FS who are seeking redemption.
Now, if Nigma Galaxy are paying attention to the finish feed over here, they might just go in for those finishes. There you have it, MJ. He has an idea where the enemy are, and now Hyderabad Hydras once again, buddy, in a tough situation, as we were just talking about moments ago. Forget a rock in a hard place. They have multiple rocks and multiple hard places, as K47 has patched himself up, and he is looking for revenge. There you have it. The grenade being cooked. The grenade is going to be lobbed. It is going to blow up, and Manti could be in trouble, but now it's going to be shots fired on his position by Maxi. Question is, what are the remaining members of FS Esports going to do? Because they might just come in, but no, it's K47 who's taking the fight straight to the enemy.
Look at him making all these advances. Enigma Galaxy also want a piece of the pie. They've also joined the fray. It smokes everywhere. Hyderabad Hydra is trying whatever they can do to remain alive. But K47, has he overextended? That's the big question. Enigma Galaxy are on a path, are on a position to throw a few grenades to that connect.
It goes boom with the second boom. Is going to make sure that Maxi's brought down in the open, and MJ is going to be happy, man. Now he is going to go for a follow-up. Grenades are going to be going every single way. In fact, the cars are going to be bouncing, just dancing a little bit as MJ comes in with this UMP, but there's so much smoke. It is going to be just a little bit confusing, and in that confusion, in that commotion, Striker is going to be going in for the revive, but something might just blow up on his left. There you have it. Another knock coming in for Maxi, and Striker is going to be lucky, but now MJ's going to come in. MJ's going to shoot. MJ's going to connect, and that is all she wrote once again for the boys from Hyderabad Hydras.
It's still not done and dusted. Nigma Galaxy, their happiness could be short-lived if FS decide to charge. But I think they're not going to do that, considering how the circle has shifted towards that eastern side. Esports, while WSF have such a prime position. But take a look at Team Soul, finally trying to enter in from the peripheries of the circle. But this is where they really need to watch out. The northern area is completely jam-packed with teams anytime soon. Enigma, they're going to get that northern side. Hyderabad Hydras, or rather Hydra officials, are on the northwestern. How do they go in? Or maybe they take a fight against Team OR.
Oh, they are going to have to take a fight because OR is coming up hot and heavy on their tails. In fact, they might just go down, and speaking of Team OR, there you have it. A few of them are going to be in a little bit of position, but looks like Team XO, the last two members, are going to be going out in a massive explosion as their vehicle went kaboom, and with that, well, they were sent packing. Now, OR Esports, amidst all this commotion, buddy, they've made it through between the teams, not just, FS Esports, who now are going to have to face the brunt of your winners of the last game, Team Soul, as they are going to be inching closer and closer, vying to get inside the circle.
They have to fight their way in, and they know they've got them battered and bruised as Hitman fights it along, takes down Goblin as Hector. It might follow suit. There he goes. Hitman gets the second one, but can he get in more? Goes in for the finish, but now Akshat really comes in handy.
Again, the instrumental player for his team is going to make sure that Hitman is just going to have two finishes, well, two knocks for himself, as there you have it. It's going to be Nigma Galaxy's Apollo, the god himself, who comes in and steals that finish. Now, Akshat knows that he has to make some plans, right? His teammate Hector is going to be going, I beg your pardon, Omega is going to go in for the revive as far as Goblin is concerned, and I love this. The IGL does everything on its own. He's going to make sure that he's the man for the moment, as now he's going to take the fight to the remaining two members of FS Esports, who have to be careful, because if they budge from their position from behind Nigma Galaxy, well, they could be smacking them with some lead of their own.
Doubts are settling in. Team Soul need to make a decisive move, and here they go. Akshat getting laden down with all those bullets, but FS, they also have to somehow enter inside the circle. Now with Team Hydra officials from the far fray, look at Nigma Galaxy go. It was Apollo who got explicit down, and it all comes down to clutch it out.
Can he clutch it out, though, is the question, because there you have it. Omega comes right in front of him. In fact, he could be spotted right now. He goes to the left, he goes to the right, and it's going to be Omega who gets the better of him. What? Are you kidding me right now? That was a major kerfuffle. That was a major oopsie. I'm sure the adrenaline was coursing, and he did panic just a little bit. But against all odds, I like the way that they moved to the left, he moved to the right, and Omega is the one who got the better of him. However, remember, they've lost a few members, and now the position has been given away as well.
Oh yeah, I did not know how on earth did he whip that. Look at Clutch just going left and right. All he had to do was connect one shot. But regardless, had he even done that, Akshat had joined in. But look at Team Soul, 7C right behind them. They have been reading all those finish feeds. Could strike in at the right moment, because this is where the iron is hot.
Fixes, my head is hurting just a little bit. And I'm not even kidding right now. Had the camera been on over here, I'm literally massaging my temple. But right now, Team Soul, they are going to have their work cut out, and they're going to be changing things around, because if they go to the south, well, they've got 7C Esports. If they go to the north, they've got Hydra Official. If they go to the east, they've got Nigma Galaxy. But for now, it's going to be 7C Sarang from the distance, who is going to be shredding them piece by piece.
Oh yeah, and now 7C, they are going to go in for the final blow. They are indeed inching in a little closer. Spray God already cooking up that grenade. Omega, he's going to pull off a play out of his life. There you go, Akshat getting finished off, and so will Goblin. But 7C advancing. Can Omega pull off a miracle?
Can Omega prove himself to be the alpha over here, as he does have the Vikings heading in their direction? It's going to be a 3-on-1 situation, and Hydra officials from the backsides are going to be laying down lead. Oh my goodness, if you had a look at all those bullets hitting the rocks, mere centimeters from his skull, you know exactly what a position he's in. Now the grenade is going to come in. Sarung is going to be forced to go back, but the follow-up grenade could be beautiful. Omega goes in. He's like, you know what, I've had enough. He gets one, but the grenade that he did flung earlier is going to be a bit problematic as Wakel's not going to go. He gets one, he gets two. He's going to make sure he goes in for the finish. Question is, can he get that final nail in the coffin? Because then there was just one, and this is quick thinking on the lad's part. He's going to try and make it a safety, but his Wakel is so close to blowing up against all odds. Nigma Galaxy, for some reason, not paying attention, and just as I say that, Apollo is going to send him packing, but Fixes, wow.
Words fall short. Finally, Team Soul is eliminated, but boy oh boy did the pack of punches. Apollo, he is going to be raining all that damage from above. Enigma Galaxy, the prime contenders. Dreams has been taken down. Team Hydra have already one of their players taken down as well, as the circle takes a little bit of a southern shift. Now this is a perfect time for the players of BB to come into action, as Esports, Wala, WSF are in a pretty bad spot.
Oh, they are in a bad spot. However, looks like Global Esports and BB might just be raining down death and destruction in the enemy's position. But Enigma Gaming, wait a second, is that all she wrote for them? Yes, it is, because it was a blink and you miss situation, as OR Esports, your winners in the last wrangle. Well, they're going to make sure and they snuff their lives out. Now, speaking of Esports, while WSF, we do know they have a little bit of a tricky situation, but looks like Hero's going to burn them out. Elsewhere, MJ is taking the fight straight to OR Esports, as another one is going to bite the dust. And have a look at that, buddy. 10 finishes to their names already.
OR did try to scout in and just enter the wrong area. Did have to pay a hefty price, as our Esports are against WSF right now. Look at all the players of Enigma Galaxy coaching in closer. Zoro has been spotted out. There he goes. Dreams gets the better out of him. But this is where OR Esports could get a few finishes stolen for themselves.
They can indeed, but Enigma Galaxy's Dreams is going to be in a little bit of a dreamland. He is going to deploy smoke, trying to make sure he gets his vehicles out in time. But Joker, on the other hand, is going to clip the wings of the Canary. In fact, the Canary is going to be blown to smithereens as he's brought down to his bloody knees. Question is, can they pick themselves up? Well, as far as Hydra official is concerned, their journey in this map is over.
Indeed it is. But right now, the circle shifting to the players of Team Kinetic. This is all they wanted at this point, as Mania gets the better out of the players of Esports, while WSF, as Shelly needs to watch out. MJ already started cooking up a grenade, and one more could really mark the end of the IGL of Team OR Esports, barely surviving, finally bow out.
Finally do, and it's going to be the bullets that do all the talking. Enigma Galaxy, boy oh boy, they are looking good. All 4 members still alive, 6 teams still vying for that chicken dinner, and Team INS as well have all 4 members up and running. Now Knuckle, I'm pretty sure he's just going to patch himself up. He does have a few first aids at hand, and position points is what they are probably going for right now, or maybe he just can't catch up to his teammates because, well, Ronnie and the boys are just a bit too far away for him to do anything. Now Joker, he knows that Enigma Galaxy is going to come down, and Dreams, is he going to be living the night there? Yes, he is, as Joker is going to strike first, and well, down goes one of their boys.
Oh, indeed. Now INS, they've got to make a move for the circle at this particular moment. How do they do that? They're waiting for all these teams to fight it out. There you go, Ronnie getting picked off, Rockstar getting the finish, as INS march inside the zone. Team Kinetic and Big Brothers right in front of them, but they also need to watch out for the backlines, as you've got the players of Enigma Galaxy still breathing.
Enigma Galaxy have a few options though, right? They can still go a bit to the north and come in above each and every single team. In fact, they might just have to take the fight straight to Team Kinetic. In fact, that is exactly what's happening. And have a look at this beautiful position. They've edged out for themselves. I think Bale's position is going to be spotted out. Apollo with the daring move on there does go in, and there you have it. His teammate MJ is going to make sure he makes that M4 sing, as down goes another member from Team Kinetic. Now this is where those grenades are going to be called in. This is where the artillery strike is going to be coming in, but looks like Dreams wants to go straight to the enemy, and well, that is not going to be a bad move, because Team Kinetic just got reduced to a one-man squad.
And there you have it, Enigma Galaxy, they are on fire, but God has something else in mind, or maybe he doesn't, as he also gets taken down. 16 finishes XP is what they have accrued for themselves. As Dreams, he's gonna cook up one more grenade, already has Scream on his knees as he needs that revive, as INS decide to push in on Team R Esports.
Well, there you have it. Jadu's going to be the first in the line of defense. He does have the big bad gun. Unfortunately, it's going to be Joker's UMP. That's going to be bringing him down, and now Hero, can he live up to his name? He knows where the enemy is. In fact, you know, I would not mind a grenade being thrown on his buddy's position, because with that, he might have just got 2 birds with 1 stone. Team INS's Joker, on the other hand, is going to make sure he pops them pills, maybe has a few drinks, and now he's going to be going ahead. His position, completely oblivious. There you have it. Rockstar goes down. Hero's position has been given away. Shots are going to be fired. In fact, Hero is not going to shoot. It's going to be Canary from the other end, putting down all that cover fire, bringing them down to a one-man squad. Team INS pretty much wiped out. Can they do something? Because I do believe they only have Crazy Soul left alive and kicking.
Ooh, when silence settles in as few bullets are again being fired over Canary.
He doesn't have any HP.
Does need to patch himself up. Does he have the time though? But Crazy Soul, he's yelling. What does he do at this point? Has to get inside the circle. 50 meters is what he needs to travel. He's got Dreams right in front of him. A blessing, a first aid.
A first aid, and now since the circle is going to be closing in down, he still has time to pick up Shane. However, look at Dreams. He knows where the enemy is. He might just throw a grenade in their direction, but for now, nothing is going to be going boom because, again, he wasn't really sure where he was. And have a look at this replay. Canary playing it to perfection. Down goes one, down goes second, down goes yet another one. And, well, Hero and the Canary were doing the job, but now it's going to be him all by his lonesome. He's still going to try and concentrate on Team INS. But this is where Enigma Galaxy, 18 finishes, buddy. Can they get 21? Because for now, as far as the grand finals are concerned, 20 has been the highest bomber we've seen so far.
And I think they're in a prime position to do that. Look at Dreams making all those moves as our Esports getting the better out of the players of Team INS as Crazy Soul has his soul taken down, courtesy to the play zone. As now the final three remain as Canary blows up yet another. Dreams falling down. Canary having a game of his life. But Enigma Galaxy really need to come into aid for their teammate. And they are a little too late.
Well, they're a little too late. However, I think they might just have this one in the bag. But the thing is, Big Brother Esports, they have 3 members alive and kicking as well. Now, they are all going to be clumped in one direction, buddy. One grenade could spell trouble for this team, but now the shots are going to be doing all the talking as MJ is going to be coming in the line of fire. Zenopi, we know what he can do with the grenades. He does fly. MJ is going to be the intended target. Unfortunately, it was just a bit too long.
Now, Big Brother might have made a mistake of their lives, giving their position away. One good grenade could spark an end to their run in this particular game. But look at MJ coming out in the open. Scream has all that information, but he's going to wait. He's going to wait for them to fight against another team. And this could be the potential moment to strike.
Oh my goodness, I love what he's doing. He's trying to go behind them on that flank because for now, Enigma Galaxy, they're going to think they have their backs against the wall. And if Scream gets a nice little visual on them, it could be it for Enigma Galaxy. Let's hold on to our breaths right now because Canary is making a lot of moves. I would want Scream to go a bit more to the left, get about higher above them, and just rain down all those bullets on their position fixes. Oh my goodness, my heart is pounding.
Not even a single player of Enigma Galaxy is paying attention towards their right-hand side.
So
they might be oblivious. They are getting a little complacent. Get a sniff, maybe have an idea that someone is nearby. This time, MJ has his ADS over there, still waiting for him to open up. This is going to be really close, XP.
Oh, I love this. I love this. I think the only thing working in Scream's favor is that he is downwind from the opposition, so they can't really get a smell of him just yet. But now, Zenopi, everyone's going to be lying in the grass. I mean, you haven't seen this many snakes in Erangel in a long, long time. But MJ does have an idea, but looks like it's only fixed. He's going to coming under fire. There you have it. He's going to be taken down. But MJ acts just a little bit quicker. And now, one by one, Big Brothers aren't looking too good as Beast's position is going to be taken out. And there you have it. MJ is going to make sure he puts that final nail in the coffin. And Enigma Galaxy, against all odds, we kind of thought that it's going to be something different. They are still on top. And 21 finishes. We already have a new record as far as, well, pretty much the BMPS is concerned. It is a tie right now, but it does look like it is going to be the highest finishes in this game in the grand final so far. 22 to be precise. What a game. What a massive comeback from Enigma Galaxy as they get the winner chicken dinner.
Just when we needed this, they strike back as, ladies and gentlemen, we head into the post-match segment powered by Loco, and the point standings, here they are, 37 points out of one single game, and this is going to be enough to propel them to the top 8.
Oh, it's going to be more than enough, and they are going to be happy. And, well, another team that's going to be happy, like we said, take a few chances, do something fun, get some more money for yourselves, are the boys from our Esports. Languishing at the bottom. Well, they're going to be moving up a few places with their 22 points. Not a bad outing for Team INS as well. However, again, they always seem to find themselves surrounded by the enemy.
Oh yeah, and a little bit of an oopsie there coming in, right? I really felt Scream and Xenop to deliver when the time was right, because had Scream made that little bit of a maneuver a little bit earlier, would have 3 players for himself, could have taken down the entire squad of Enigma Galaxy.
Now, of course, we have to crown the iQOO MVP, and looks like it's going to be somebody with double digits. It is going to be MJ. Have a look at that. 10 finishes for himself, 1,195 points of damage. These guys, they played their hearts out.
Oh, indeed they did. And this was the perfect circle, catered specifically from Enigma Galaxy. We did have this conversation, right? How the zone shifted towards the eastern side. They tend to really capitalize, and now they got in all that aggression. Now, you did touch upon it. You did tell that, you know, all these teams at the bottom 8, they really need to start picking up pace. What do they have to lose? And here are the results.
Well, the results speak for themselves as 3 boys from Enigma Galaxy find themselves in the top 5 lead. It's going to be MJ with 10, Apollo with 7, and Dreams finally out of that little nightmare with 4 finishes for himself. And speaking of the bottom teams, are Esports in the mix with Canary and Rockstar on this page.
Canary, I mean, towards that end, those 3 finishes on the players of Team INS, that was something out of the world, just staying hidden. As we take a look at a few more facts and figures in the match summary itself, and this is where we might find something odd, something out of ordinary. The 8 grenade finishes really strike my attention.
They do indeed, and a decent amount of assists coming in Erangel as well. Unfortunately, no vehicular manslaughter because, well, we didn't really have enough space. They did try, yes, we did see that they did definitely try. However, the terrain did not really permit vehicles towards the end, and, you know, after the 5th circle, in fact. But, you know, that's, of course, for all of you guys to quickly have a look at. Now let's have a look at a visual depiction of all the damage and finishes. And there you have it, Enigma Galaxy. Of course, when you have so many finishes, the damage is going to be monstrous.
Of course, and the graph's not going to be enough, right? 3,000 plus points of damage, 22 finishes to their names. Oof.
I think it's high time that now we do add, instead of 2,800 plus damage, let's at least get it to 3,500, because that's where the averages are now.
Oh, we would love to do that. If production can get it done for the final day, I'm pretty sure we're going to see those numbers going as high at that, considering how teams are playing, like they've got no holds barred. But this is where I've got to get the attention back to our top echelon teams, right? Team Seoul and Team Global Esports. Team Seoul, they were having a pretty perfect game up until those mid areas where Omega pulled off a play out of his lives, but that was just not enough.
Well, it wasn't enough, but I did like what he did. He did manage to get 2 of the boys down, and, you know, he could have gone for the 3rd, but then again, he thought maybe he might make it to the next zone, and again, could have, would have, should have, but a valiant effort coming. But now let's have a look at what it does to the overall standings. There you have it. The lead is still going to be intact, as Team Seoul are going to be crossing the 200 point, and as far as finishes go, just 4 shy of the big 100.
No doubt is starting to creep in Global Esports' hearts right now, considering the fact every single game from after the first game, you've seen them playing so defensively. Even in this game, they kind of rotated so late inside the circle. They're barely taking any fights, and prioritizing those position points is clearly not helping them out.
It isn't, but what does help a team on this page is Enigma Galaxy's chicken dinner with those massive finishes. They're going to be catapulting to the 6th position. 7C Esports, well, they're going to be content with the 7th position once again.
Oh yeah, and for Autobotz, I mean, it's been a sort of a fall a little bit, especially trying to pick up a fight up with the big guns, right? Team Seoul, and they clearly weren't prepared to deal with the wrath. But as we move on ahead into the bottom 8, we're going to have a few more names, few teams have been ported out since Enigma Galaxy did come out, and we'll get a more clear picture as of what's happening. And yeah, Big Brother Esports a little bit down. Hydra official, they were being consistent throughout the day, had a good game at Vikendi, but now are at the 9th spot.
Well, like you said, you know, they had to face the wrath of Team Seoul as well, because at one point, if you remember, 7C Esports was at the south, Hydra was at the north, and Seoul was, we thought they were done and dusted for, which they eventually were. But again, the fact that they put up a fight till the last man just goes to show their grit and determination. And, well, Omega, again, he went into the lumberyard as expected, but he was taken down from all those bullets coming his way. A barrage of bullets, in fact, in his way, and his buggy was already on fire. But again, you know, it was entertaining to watch. But boy, oh boy, Enigma Galaxy, they could have been just wiped out because, well, Scream would have literally made them scream.
Oh, of course. Now, for a certain moment, they knew that there's a team right beside them, and then suddenly they were having all their attention focused at Canary. And that was the time where Scream needed to make that move. And a little bit of an hesitancy in that, he was sort of waiting for the players of Nigma Galaxy to be firing at Canary, and that is the moment he struck, right? But the only mistake was the trades did not come in. He did manage to get that knock, but the second moment, the other player, the one right behind him, was cooking up a grenade, and that sort of led to their demise.
Well, that of course is how the cookie crumbled in this last game, and keep in mind they are playing for a massive prize pool, which would obviously not have been possible without BGMI Crofton and our lovely sponsors iQOO and Loco. And yes, we know you already want to watch the video. You know where we're going to be heading right now. Let's have a look at the video, which explains pretty much itself.
Watch it, earn it.
Well, a bit of a switcheroo coming over here as we decided to just, exchange positions.
Yeah.
I thought I've been sitting on that side
It's
for
warm
too
here.
long. It is warm. I mean, I do give off a lot of heat.
It's cold. The studio is cold right now, and we want the situations to get intensified, heated up. And, well,
this
if
side.
you have this phone in your hands, things are going to be pretty much chilled, right? The courtesy to the cascade cooling system we spot. But getting back now, we're done with the wrangle. We have one more game of Miramar. But before all that happens, before we get into the discussion of that, let's take a look at the highlights as to see how all those actions panned out. It was a crazy, crazy game of wrangle.
Oh, it was, but it was one of those games where action, did kind of start off a little slow, but talk about, like I said, adding insult to injury as, 2 pans, not one, but 2 pans were being swung, and, well, they did the job now. Autobotz over here, they were coming under fire from Soul and the boys, and this again, Hyderabad Hydras, they had everything going for themselves, but as usual, fixes, they pretty much dug their own graves.
Oh yeah, again, making all the wrong calls. Getting inside the visit tower without a player providing you cover fire from behind, that is when you know that you're messed up. That is where you all clumped up to one position, and we know how easy it is to kind of flush your enemies out. Few grenades, few molotovs, it's as simple as that.
It is as simple as that, and well, Hitman was kind of making it simple for himself as he did manage to take out 2 members of Team Soul, but Akshat over here takes him down. Now this is where Clutch should have been providing him that much needed cover. Again, if they do go back to the drawing board, well, looks like Clutch wasn't really having a good day because have a look at all those bullets whizzing past Omega's head.
We were talking about Team Soul having issues while entering inside the circle because all those areas, they were already kept by so many of those teams. Now they decided to fire their way in and went after FS, but 7C, they were really not anticipating that.
They weren't anticipating that as, well, Esports One and WSF weren't anticipating their quick demise as well because grenades were being flung in their direction every few seconds. And that is all she wrote. There you have it, the final boom coming in, and with that, well, their hopes and their lights were put out.
Oh yeah, and from here onwards, I really loved how Joker played in this game around, right? The kind of aggression he was getting in, and with the addition of Ivert, had they done it a little bit earlier also, had they had him play a few more games, I think Team INS certainly could have been in a better position.
Could have been in a better position, however, I wonder why they, yes, they lose cannons, right?
Yeah.
They love taking those fights early or mid-game, but towards the end, something happens. They just put the brakes on, and as a result of that, they weren't in the best of positions. They could have actually actually capitalize on Enigma Galaxy's position had they gone up and actually taken the fight straight to them. But however, Galaxy, the boys, they held their ground and, were pretty much controlling the environment. But all in all, it was a good day of action in Erangel. Highest finishes in the grand final so far. And, we are going to break all of this down in a little analysis segment. And what team are we talking about this time?
I think we're going to look at Nigma Galaxy and Global Esports, especially since they dropped down south. And this is where I want to explain what's their cause of concern in trying to get those finish points. It's going to be on your screens in just about a couple of seconds. Here it is. So it all started off for Global Esports. I'm going to start with them. Look at that huge split around the military base. Now, ideally, we've seen them going towards that Western Georgia. This time, the flight path trajectory, they kind of made a very late rotation inside the circle, just going from the peripheries. This shows they do not really want to partake in any of those fights. And then they decided to step in at this particular compound. I just need to circulate down in just a while. There you go. They were somewhere around these areas, right? These areas were where majority of the fights were happening, and this is where they were all stationed. And suddenly, few of the players, if you can take a look, they kind of decided on other ways, right? They kind of decided other paths, and they were really not comfortable, and they were trying to look out for survival, and that clearly didn't work out for them. But this is where we again have to come back to how good Nigma Galaxy were, right? Just drop off at Milta Power, did not have to move much, just waiting for the circle to pan around their area, took over those lumberjack hills, and that is how they managed to get the chicken dinner.
Again, they were lucky that all the action was pretty much taking place at the doorsteps in the neighborhood. And if you do drop down on a position time in and time out, chances are you're going to be well versed with the terrain. But they did use that to their advantage, making sure they racked up all those finishes. And, we have new records in the grand finals. Now, of course, that was what we saw. We did pit Team Global Esports up against Nigma Galaxy, and for Global Esports as well, Manya getting those 2 finishes on Esports Water WSF was something that stood out to me. But, forget reluctancy, forget hesitancy. They are, like you said, holding themselves back. They need to just open up a bit more, get a bit loosey-goosey, and just, go in for what they do best. So maybe they might just have that in store for their fall.
They never have had been in this situation where it was pressure building up, because it was all about the aggression, the fights that Global Esports love to engage in. Now, this is where we also have to bring 2 other elephants in the room, right? We're going to talk about OR Esports and also Team Soul, but after a little while, because now it's time for XP to step it out a little bit as the Sun Incarnate himself, Arca, steps in. And this is where we get back to the desert of Miramar. And yes, Arca, as he kind of settles in down, we've got to give the narrative. Now, Team Soul has built up quite a good lead over Global Esports. Global Esports, they have really not been opening up. They've been focusing a lot on position points. But this is where, Arca, I really need your take on this. OR Esports and Team Soul in the game of Erangel deciding to rotate a little late, and they caught off guard really bad. What do you have to say?
Now, it's just that the other teams were performing way much better is what I would like to say, because there are situations where they've rotated late and dominated from each and every corner. For example of Team Soul, which we will come back later on to discuss more about it. But ladies and gentlemen, time for us to thank our sponsors, especially iQOO Mobiles, for coming up with a beautiful mobile just for gaming. And I know this promo is going to give you all that information. So let's go ahead and watch it.
And we need a little bit of those icy moments before again we get all heated up, scorched up in that sun in the map of Miramar. But yes, coming back to the
one team which did perform like that man over there with that ninja skills and all those stuff was definitely Canary from Hari Esports from one side, and also Nigma Galaxy. The way they dominated that map. I know you've been asking more about these squads who couldn't perform, but they have outshone all of those performances with such a performance. I just can't speak more about it.
Well, we've got to pause you then, because now we've got a question coming out. Which new strategy by a team has impressed you guys the most in BMPS? Now, this comes in from Kake Gurai 3. Huge shout out to you. And I think it's a no-brainer, right? Global Esports,
Yeah.
undoubtedly, for what they've been trying to pull off, those huge Miramar splits that they've been engaging in, the late rotations in the circle, and now this is back. I would have expected a little bit of more panache, a little bit of more punch while they're going in after the squads, but it's okay. What do you have to say?
Yeah, agreed on this point. It's GE, right? Because the way they have been performing in every single map, and they are getting that average which they were not able to put up in the previous weeks, previous days, or the previous league stages as well. That an average of at least 8 to 10 points in every single game, making sure they're on the top row and not letting go of that position is also important. As now we're gonna be looking at a substitution coming up. It's gonna be Immortal coming in for the side of Snacks. And which map is this?
Miramar. And we, this
I
is
think
where
I think
you
this
stand.
is where we have to say think out of the box.
Maybe that could really work out for Team EXO, because from what we've been seeing from their sides, they've been going through a serious mess.
Yeah.
And I think it's time. It's too late, I believe, to wash on what they've done so far. But for now, for all you guys, you've been supporting us. We love you too. And we are giving away 50 merch every single day. And Arka, enlighten us. How do we do that?
Now you guys have to head on to the chat and comment or hashtag a team's name, the team which you feel is gonna be there on the top of the table by the end of the day.
Yeah.
And if we've correctly predicted, few winners is gonna be selected, and they're gonna be given all these merchandises. And also 10 of these beauties are also on the giveaway, ladies and gentlemen. Head on to the comment section, and there's gonna be a pinned comment which will have a specific link which you have to click on. Head on over there, follow them on the socials, and then eventually come back to the specific link or the specific page you have reached after clicking that link. Put your name, your email address and whatsoever. Wait for a phone call or an email ID coming in your way. I'm so sorry, email coming in your way. And then eventually you'll have this beauty in your hand.
Oh, you certainly will. But now, let's get back to business.
Yeah.
This is where, this is the penultimate game of the evening, right? And just 8 more remain. And after this, 7 remain. Now, the reverse countdown has come in. Team Seoul, they have a healthy lead.
Yeah.
Global Esports, they've started off strong, but getting few points here and there. They're surviving, especially in that game of Vikendi. Ronnie did whatever he possibly could. Now, this is where they're starting to, find answers to their question, right? Do we engage in fights or do we just hold back? But this is where they have to let themselves lose. Otherwise, Team Seoul, they are going to keep building up. And all the Seoul livers, they're going to love that. And we're enjoying it because, of course, the most fan-favorite team undoubtedly are Team Seoul. And they're on the way to glory, right? And it's been a long time that they've had to wait for it. It might finally come true tomorrow.
Now, I have to say this, right? They have actually fought their way with all the grit they have.
Oh, yes.
It's not like, they got it overnight or they did not perform. Like, from the first map of the grand finals, they took it so seriously. And till now, we can see that the seriousness is still there. One match goes down, the pressure doesn't build up on their shoulder. And again, they come back to perform much, much better. The biggest example is today, where the first 2 maps went so way off them. And immediately in the map of Vikendi, they come in and dominate in such a way that nothing happened to the previous match itself. And from here on, if they continue to get one more winner chicken dinner, I don't think it's going to be easy to reach them or probably put them off the top.
Oh yeah, but when you talk about the game of Miramar, right? This is where OR Esports comes into play. Global Esports, we know we're going to expect that ridiculous rotation. This is where we can also anticipate Hyderabad Hydras. And yesterday and today hasn't really gone the way, right? The way they got that chicken dinner in the first day. I think the second Miramar game, Ace Black went bonkers. But now it's time, ladies and gentlemen, as we head into the lobby and talking about Ace Black right in front of our screen. He is playing the entire grand finals on that iQOO Neo 6, and it's just not him. In fact, the entire lobby is sporting that beautiful phone, as now the flight path trajectory all the way from La Cobreria towards Chumacera. Now, this is where, Arka, you've done this to me before. Now, I'm going to do the same to you now. Circle predictions. Quick.
I think it'll be going towards the side of Campo Militar or something like that to the northeastern side, if not towards the side of Porto.
Porto Paraiso, you're
Yep.
talking about the home of Team OR
Or-
Esports.
Yep.
It's going to be a long journey for them, though, considering how far they are, and could maybe engage in a little bit of a kerfuffle. But La Bendita is where two of their players tend to drop over. We've seen that even in the past. Jelly and Atanki trying to head over there, and well, on certain accounts it has, and on most of the accounts it hasn't really succeeded for them. But for now, all the teams are just dropping by. Global Esports heading towards La Cubrera. Hydra has taken over Monte Nuevo. Team Soul heading towards Picado. 7C executing that power grid split. Anything out of ordinary that you find?
Nothing out of ordinary, but it's time for us to put some our views or eyes on the stats which is given up over here. 7C have been the best performers in the map of Miramar, right? 71 total points is what they've gained. That means on an average they've been doing the best over here, and 3 of their players are standing out. Sarang with 9 finishes, Spray God with 13 finishes, and Savita with 10 finishes. Shows that they could be the team to watch out for. And with the circle coming right to the dead center, obviously we'll have to look out for whether the circle is going to be forming up towards the side of Picado. 7C versus Team Soul is something for the early skirmish I'll be expecting.
Oh, we might. Now, this is where timings into the circle becomes really important. Now, we had an exact kind of a circle yesterday. We're going to talk a little bit more about that, but we now have a fight right in front of us. Orva, he's been one of the best players so far for Autobotz. The way he performed yesterday, annihilating the entirety of Team OR there in that little warehouse. But I think now they're out of harm's way, gives us enough time. Now, this was the exact same circle in which Global Esports pulled off a chicken yesterday, which was that ridiculous split coming in, the 1-3 from Manya's side. And boy, oh boy, that worked out.
And I just hope that this match, again, Global Esports will be able to perform much, much better, because they need a winner chicken dinner just in case they want to challenge the side of Team Soul on the final day. And we have to see who is going to be restricting either of these players or trying to be that spoil sport, because both of them have raked up enough number of enemies for themselves throughout the tournament. Let's not forget to point out exactly the side of GE, where, you know, they had some challenges with the side of Hydras. I do understand the sportsmanship will be coming into question when we speak about this, but ultimately, when you have taunted the wrong, piece of the heart, it always comes back in a very different way.
Oh yeah, Angry Birds, Maxi. A little bit of a paragliding there though, and they've gone into its Valademar, and well, Hyderabad Hydras did get enough of those beatings in last game, if you remember, the way they tried to enter in and just were obliterated. But for now, this is again Team Soul. This is a game that they might be looking out for, right? Now, considering how the circle pans out, ideally, it would go a little bit towards that eastern side. And they're going to take over the hills. But mind you, this time, they've got Esports, they've got the players of Autobotz. There are players of OR as well.
Yeah, that's where I want to keep my attention to. But at the same time, let's not forget GE back to their old style. I would say that, you know, naughty ways of getting those as many medkits as possible. Look at their complete 4 players taking out the northwestern side of the map at this point of time. ABZs. Oh, the mistake comes in from the side of Team OR. Jelly, an unwanted spray, I believe, coming in from his side, where he'll be running back to the dunes, expecting a backup to be coming in any second soon. But the shots has been fired, where he was almost saved. But let's not forget, he might not live long enough for the backup to reach him, as he's way, way far away from his teammates.
He needs to buy time, but those grenades do come in. Jelly, 1v3 situation. Grenades being already cooked over. Mr. IGL just zigzagging his way. And there goes one. Does it do enough damage to anybody at all? Does not go back. Comes finally, but it's not going to be enough, as Hell gets the better out of him. From the backlines though, Esports, they've got the balls of steel to go against Team Soul. Now, we were talking about that. Team Soul doing something repetitive, and now they have lost out on Hector.
Oh my goodness. What did I say? The bottom of the table. This format which starts to come up, right? Yeah, the bottom of the table always tends to come in and take down the team on the top, try to challenge them out, become that spoil sport. We were speaking about spoil sport. Least did I expect the side of Esports to be coming in over here. It was Hero waiting it out in the shadows, but eventually, no matter how much Hector had to jiggle, all he had to do was hit the ground hard. As retaliation comes in against him, he's going to be pushing far, far away. But those shots does connect to his vehicle.
Team Soul, they are furious. They're raging at this particular moment for what really happened to them. As Autobotz going after the remainder of the players of RE, 3 out in the open. They get spotted out. Jadoo way in the open, gets picked off. Fox gets the better out of him. And now he goes in as another player finally falls. The final one remains Rockstar from the backlines. Look at Orva also applying pressure on that hilltop.
Now, at the same time, I love the way Autobots are playing over here. Might be this is the team which can replicate the side of Nigma Galaxy in the map of Wrangel. But let's see whether that's going to be the case. A good outing for them for now. They've got some finishers in their name, but also they're picking up their teammates as quickly as possible. They know that Rockstar is the last man standing around here, because when they saw 3 men standing, they couldn't find the 4th one, who's pretty far away. And obviously, it's going to be easy for them. But Hero from behind, lurking in the shadows, comes away but more closer. He's got that deadly scar. He knows the location right now. If he takes 1 or 2 players down from the side of Autobots, it can be very, very problematic.
Oh, it certainly is. Our Esports, I mean, in a situation of life and death, Rockstar has spotted out where Mr. IGL is. There he goes swinging, gets that beautiful knock, but the nades keep coming in as Rockstar needs to hold himself, needs to hold some composure and calm as he steps out of that window, needs to switch onto his Vector, has got 19 ammo. Is it going to be enough? No is the answer as Hell just bounces over, but from the backlines, Hero coming in clutch, gets that knock, but Hell, is it going to be enough? Barely on a sliver of HP, he finally falls as Autobots somehow have managed to get the squad wipe. But now, Team Soul, they realize that our Hero did retreat, but look at Baby, one of them already down.
Now this is where Nigma Galaxy will continue the domination. They want somebody to make mistakes, come into the crosshairs, and the trigger discipline, because of the previous match, will be to the hottest at this point of time. And also, let's see, you know, how the side of Team EXO is going to take advantage of all these commotions.
Oh yeah, but now, at this particular situation, Nigma Galaxy, let's see what they're up to, right? Especially Team Soul, after losing out on Hector, they have taken that central position for themselves. Zen OP lobbing a grenade over at MJ's direction. And now we've got to see if he can get anything better. Nigma Galaxy, they've been on a whole high, especially after that 22 finish chicken dinner.
Oh, grenades being tossed at this point of time. I do understand that Nigma Galaxy is kind of spread around over here, as BBs have a little bit of a disadvantage considering the manpower, but it looks like they do not want to back out from this fight, right? If they had that thought, they would have right now retreated. Hellgod is still waiting for Zen OP to retreat, and once he understood that it's not going to be easy, he's going to be grabbing all the attention from somewhere far away, and eventually when Nigma Galaxy is going to turn this side, that is where Zen OP has an opening to escape. But look at the spray coming in from the side of Hellgod. Persistent in taking 1 or 2 knocks for himself, but eventually I think the damage has been done. The fear has been struck on either sides as BB is going to retreat.
Oh yeah, they're retreating, making a run. And Big Brother, I think one of my favorite teams this time around in the iQOO BMPS, but for now, in real close proximity to Team Soul. Now we're waiting for the circle to shift. Hellgod stationed inside his vehicle, just floating around, making sure, waits for the next shift. And as anticipated, but this is where my eyes go out at the players of Global Esports. Around that northwestern side of these areas, they're still yet to enter inside the circle.
Now this is where I have to say that, you know, the side of GE at this point of time, and I really want to understand the mindset to coming in from the side of Team EXO or probably from the side of Team Soul at this point of time, because they know that holding the center of the circle, there's going to be a lot of pressure which will slowly build up with the circle, you know, imploding down on itself, right? So I really want to see how they're going to retaliate against all these teams which are going to be coming up towards them.
Oh yeah, me too. But for now, Team Hydra, take a look at them. Have already taken over the center of the circle, the epicenter, the heart. But for now, look at all those teams. Everybody congregating towards the center. OR Esports finally make a move for the circle. They already have lost out on Jelly. Now they might face the wrath of Team EXO, but Zen OP firing down at Face's way escapes without even a single scratch.
At the same time, Team EXO coming in for a change where Snacks has been put out over here as the persistent spray from Scream is not going to connect whatsoever, but retaliation from far away to keep him at bay from the side of Immortal, a man who's bought out to do the job so that he gives that opening for Team EXO to take that winner chicken dinner. What do you think about this change coming in the map of Miramar?
I don't know. At this point, Team EXO, whatever they're doing, I do not have good ideas for them. No opinions at this point because I really need to read the mind of Fensei, and I think he's one of those guys who's had it shot. And just when we were expecting Team EXO to be one of the prime contenders for the titles, how the mighty have fallen. But look at Joker. What's wrong with him? What's going on?
I think he's healing. Yeah. He's gonna patch him up. Patch himself a little, at the same time wait out for his teammates because they just made it inside the circle. They do not want to enter inside the circle and retaliation from the opposite side. But at the same time, you know, GE badly need this winner chicken dinner according to me. I know that I've already told this before, but I'm just making it clear that just in case they want to catch up to the side of Team Soul, either Team Soul has to get eliminated in the 13th or the 14th position, or GE will need a 10-point finish, a 10 finish winner chicken dinner for themselves.
This is something that Team Soul are doing different today. Akshat is still holding on to Picardo, while the two of his teammates have went over at the hills, just on the eastern side of Picardo, with Big Brothers right on their southern side. Now, this is where they're kind of having their insurance policies come in. If the circle tends to go down to the city, you've got Akshat stationed at. If it goes out to the hills, you've got Goblin and Omega well positioned. But of course, the lack of Hector, that's going to be hurting them a little bit. But now the moment of truth has come. We are still waiting for that circle, this third shift. Where is it going to implode? Is it going to go a little towards the east, or is it going to be towards the center?
I wanted to go towards the side of Chumacera. You know, that is where everybody will come into panic. All those players from the side of Los Leones might be heading towards that place. Let's see where it's going to implode. At this point of time, GE in the vehicles waiting it out. No, it's going to go down to the southern side of Picardo, favoring the side of Team Soul, Hydra, HH, as well as the side of Team EXO. But amongst all these things, where is 7C on the mountains of Picardo? Where will their next rotation be? Because they need this game in their favor.
Now this is where Hyderabad Hydras realize they've got shots being fired, and I do not know what they're really trying to do. But Team INS, they're closing in. Nigma Galaxy at a very prime position, but might get contested from 2 or maybe 3 possible different locations. As Akshat, he's got to move out of Picardo as Team FS passing by, and Goblin coming to his aid. Does need a pickup though as the Uber arrives. And there you go, Team Soul has to rotate in, but Omega still has a really good position for himself.
Now, on the other side, Team INS against the side of Team HS, they've started to take them out. Probably a confirmation also comes in as one finish coming in from the side of Team INS. We have seen that Team INS kind of goes a little bonker when it comes to the map of Miramar before, right? So I'm expecting them to do the same, as at this point of time, Team FS is going to just watch out for the side of Hydra and Team Soul to take their fight amongst one another, probably strike when it's required from their side.
Oh, they certainly will. At this point, FS Esports, they've had a decent start to the day, and after that, we did see them getting down pretty early on. And this is where they could reclaim the little bit of a consistent run they've been having. But Global Esports are yet to enter inside the circle, as now the big wolves, Team Soul, they've spotted them out. And now they have to play, and they need to ensure that Global Esports get out early, because they are their nearest competitors. And if Team Soul goes out and Global Esports has a chicken, then it's all going to be even Stevens.
No, as you said that, you know, I just went blank. I was just thinking about that momentum which might come in, and as soon as what you just said now becomes true. But at the same time, it's time for us to head right into the map, because we are able to see that Enigma's late rotation might find somebody gatekeeping them inside the circle, and also from the side of 7Cs, where they have a little bit of a ridge to work around with. But at the same time, Goblin, look at him. He has found the next set of praise for themselves, as the sprays connect perfectly against the side of FS. But if FS retaliate against them with 4 men standing, Team Soul is going to have a very, very hard time.
Oh, they certainly are. But I'm really more concerned about 7C and Global Esports at this moment, because Hyderabad Hydras have them figured out. You know, it's not going to work for the 3rd or the 4th time, right? Someone is going to decode your strategy, as Shane opens up on the god himself, Apollo, gets his head cracked out. He's awaiting a revive as Nigma Galaxy still having a little bit of a center to themselves, but this is where Hyderabad Hydras, they're just out everywhere, shooting at every possible team, and now is the moment of truth, and the circle shifts a little towards the southeastern side. This is the game that the teams like Team EXO and OR were waiting for.
Now, at the same time, I really want to see whether BB is going to gatekeep the side of Team Soul and restrict them from making it inside the circle, because ultimately that is what the other teams in the bottom will be also wanting, as GEF successfully made it inside the circle, at least holding one corner, but they have to watch out for the side of Autobotz at this point of time. Kinetic is taking on the side of WSF. That is happening way far away, but I do understand this is going to be a crucial match for either of them.
Global Esports decides to strike from the southern side against Autobotz. That could be the fight that they were looking out for, or maybe could just triple them over as Mania gets that knock on towards Orba. This is what I was talking about, but elsewhere, 7C, they're after the players of Hyderabad Hydras. Now Manti getting picked off, and well, Sarang is trying to get that finish confirmed, wants to explode him and blow him into smithereens, as now 7C, we know how aggressive they tend to get in Miramar. Nothing less expected from this time around.
Now my Mad Vikings are going to be let loose from one side, but on the other, we're going to have the side of Kinetic versus the side of WSF, which is going to be crucial for both of them, as 4-man standing have just rushed in from the side of Kinetic. I do understand. Oh my god, retaliation. Look at the way they've taken down the two players, and this is where Kinetic would want to come in and capitalize. But let's not forget, Invader has been finished off as quickly as possible. It's going to be Molly tossed in from the side of Bajwa. If this connects, then BEO could be in huge troubles.
Oh, he certainly could be, but he's not burning. Somehow has found a perfect corner where the fire did not spread. But for Esports Wala, WSF, having lost out on two of their players, this time they wanted to bring the fight right at the faces of the players of Team Kinetic. But even from the backlines, you also have the players of Team FS that have decided to take advantage of this situation, as Clutch and K47 come chiming in. One good grenade and someone could go kaboom.
Now, at the same time, Team FS are also taking a fight against the side of Team Soul, where they're actually paying a very, very hefty price. Two men have rushed into this hard compound, but they have to realize this, that just in case they get a knock on the opponent, and look at that grenade which is connected perfectly in front of Clutch. I don't know whether he saw that or not, but eventually it was just fallen right in front of his knees, and now a push might be inevitable, because the footsteps were just two of these players, and WSF have started to come in closer. FS 47 does the best of what he can, but eventually an UMP from the opposite side is going to put an end. And that's going to be the side of Bajwa.
They did not see it coming, but for now, Kinetic want to capitalize on this situation. Bio already pushing in. Karan right on his knees, wants to ensure he gets that finish as his teammate takes it to the top. All by his lonesome is going to be Bio, but he's taking damage from elsewhere. From the backlines, is it Team EXO?
Yes, it's Team EXO from one side and Team Soul from the other, and that has become a big problem from the side of Kinetic. Look at that now, they've reduced to just one man standing, and this is, I really want to know how he's going to move around from here on, because placement points will be something which they'll be playing out for. Spray God at this point of time kind of confused between whom to go around with. Eventually tries to go against Mr. IGL, has to pay a little bit of a price as he was in the open. Team 7C are looking a bit vulnerable as Sarang is trying to push in, and grenade is going to be tossed to perfection. Puts him down at this point of time. Can Mr. IGL dominate? No! A little bit of a sweaty fingers. That is going to be affecting him a little bit.
Little bit, but 7C, they need to know where to pull that leash, but Mr. IGL still is going to continue his onslaught. One more grenade comes in as Aladdin and Savita, they want to join their teammates, they want to get that res back up as Mr. IGL opening it out, but it is going to be Enigma Galaxy from the far off fray, firing a few shots at his direction as Aladdin trying to cook up that grenade. Can he survive before it though? Does take a fall. It is going to be someone from the backlines. Yes, it is MJ.
Oh my goodness, look at the amount of third parties which are happening over here, and 7C, who are looking so strong, suddenly have to let go of all their fallen comrades and make it inside the circle, as GE on the other side have started to take the fight. But let's not forget to see where the circle has shifted, a drastic one away from the side of Team Soul, where it's going to be Team EXO and OR who are inside the circle, wants to capitalize on this one situation, this one game which they have in hand. But let's not forget that at this point of time, the demise of Team 7C is something which is kind of disappointing.
I mean, they went all guns blazing, and that is how they wanted to go out of the lobby, as Ronnie, against all odds, wants to make a run for the circle. I think he is the lonesome survivor from Global Esports, and they are all in tatters, as there you go, falling to his demise, goes out of the lobby, and this is Hellwrath Fury for GE.
This is where OR would want to welcome the side of Enigma with a pour of lead at this point of time. I do understand the grenade also has connected. Probably it's the shots from somewhere far away. Look at that molly connecting to perfection. It's going to be burning both of them down. And this is not the first time we are seeing the side of Enigma rushing in towards the team and eventually getting eliminated or toasted out with a molly thrown towards them.
Aditya getting those beautiful grenade knocks over here. Has to get the better out of Avi. OR Esports already 5 finishes strong. Do they get the final player? I believe they have. As Enigma, they bow out. Now Team INS, they've got the center of the circle. Team EXO in a very prime position. Sensei looking elsewhere, will get punished by Aditya, and now he's learned his lesson the hard way.
This is not the first time he's been learning this lesson the hard way, but still it looks like he's not capitalizing or learning from his mistakes. But at the same time, Punk is going to be falling back eventually. They want Immortal to rotate around and pick up the high GL, because that's going to be very, very crucial for them, as Fierce and the rest of the team will try to keep Team Soul at bay so that the crosshairs doesn't come in, because we all know once they put their crosshair or somebody, it's just bodies everywhere.
You know, just after Hector's demise, Team Soul have done a really good job in keeping them alive. But look at that circle shift. Even the gods want Nigma Galaxy to get a back-to-back. Aspius, he's been taken down. Punk is going to deploy all that smoke that is required to get him back up. But this is where the big question comes in. When does Team Soul make a move inside the circle? Do they want to pick up a fight when they need to get inside the zone? Because Nigma Galaxy is waiting for them with their arms stretched wide.
5 finishes strong are what Team Soul is looking at this point of time. I do believe they've decided to get some finishes before they make it inside the circle. Goblin has the view of the 2 other teams right in front of them. There's a huge roadways which they can actually pick up right now and go away. And I do believe that Team EXO is thinking the same. Since I'm still alive in the 6th circle is something Team EXO would also want. It looks like the new equation of Immortal coming in is kind of turning out to be successful for the side of Team EXO.
Oh yeah, there you go, Goblin gets the better out of one, gets the second one as well. This madman, he is on a rampage. Now Team Soul, they know exactly what to do at this point. Have lost out on Omega. There is no way they can get him back up, but that is not going to deter them from making their way inside the circle. They realize they spot out the players of BB who are being shot away from the players of Nigma Galaxy, and this is where Goblin, he wants to fire off at Scream right in the open, gets yet another.
I mean, this is Team Soul at their best with 2 of the strongest assaulters still alive in this game. Look at them going for a rampage. They want to pick up as many finishes as possible. But I love Goblin, right? As soon as he gets shot from somebody, he knows exactly how to retreat and get himself a cover. And Akshat is still going to be alive, acting as a support and also a secondary assaulter for the team. Let's see how long they can stay alive in this game. An amazing molly, an amazing grenade coming in from the side of Immortal is going to put down Athanki, as Aditya, the last man standing, is going to be rushed in from, but on the other side, retaliation from INS is going to put an end for the side of Team EXO. At least 2 players know the complete end of Team EXO.
OR still clawing and scratching their way, trying to stay alive, but Nigma Galaxy have other plans in mind. Aditya trying to patch himself up. He is playing with fire. Dreams charging at his direction. So is MJ from another one. He steps out, takes a few shots, gets into cover as Dream steps out, and there you have it. Aditya getting that first knock secured, but the nade comes in. Somehow this man is still alive as I speak. MJ gets the final finish, and OR, they're also out of the lobby.
Now look at the number of finishes Nigma Galaxy have got for themselves over here. 14 yet again. 4 more right in front of their eyes, just in case they get 4 more. This is the second time a team is showing mere domination in the map of Miramar. Let's see whether that's gonna be the case. But for now, INS have started to push in.
They certainly have. 7 finishes to their names already, and how, I do not know. They're still alive. They have to deal with the wrath of Team Soul. Goblin is on fire, but Apollo gets the better out of him. This is where it all comes down to the big brain player. Akshat, what does he do? Has already got his team to 3rd position, but Goblin just giving his finish away as Shane gets shot from the backlines. It's going to be MJ, and Dreams doing all the damage, but he fights back, does not want to give up yet, as Akshat gets the better out of Evert as they get sandwiched between between the two teams as Team Soul make it to the top 2.
Now this is where 16 finishes strong. Nigma Galaxy is waiting it out. They don't know the location of the final player, and we all know winner winner chicken dinner is written all over in the name of Galaxy over here, and they finally get it in their name. That's going to be the final finish, which goes out for the zone itself. Team Soul looking the strongest at this point of time. I want to see the difference they've built up between themselves and Global at this time, and also let's not forget the side of Nigma. I mean, look at the emotions which is coming in from their side from the boot camp.
As we, ladies and gentlemen, head to the post-match segment powered by Loco. Enigma Galaxy pulling out the comeback of their lives, a back-to-back chicken. This is all we wanted. Taking a look at the point standings, 31 points they've secured, but this is where Team Soul might just have claimed their chance at the throne. 21 points. And where is the second team? Global Esports with just 2 points from the game. Oh, it might be over.
19 plus 30 is almost 50 points difference from themselves and Global Esports at this point of time. Let me remind you this, we are just left out with 7 maps left out in the grand finals itself. But again, we'll be looking at the iQOO MVP, which will be coming on our screens. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know from which team this man can be again and again and again. This man is going to be there at the iQOO MVP. Soul Goblin, 7 finishes, 1,201 damage, 2 headshots, 4 assists, and 23 minutes of survival.
And Team Soul, they did get targeted by the players of our esports, but they were not concerned. They knew the moment they saw the circle, they knew it was theirs. But Enigma Galaxy, that final shift, really helping them, getting them that back-to-back. But now taking a look at the top 5 leaders, Dreams, MJ, they've been phenomenal. And so has been Hell, the way he started after the players of OR Esports.
Yep, he did do the damage, shattered the dreams of OR Esports to an extent, and from there on it was a little hard for them. Aditya was the only fighting man out there who did the best of what he can. 596 damage for 4 finishes for themselves. As we head on to the match summary, trying to understand what all happened in this game, we'll be able to see very, very less. Oh no, 9 grenade finishes. When did that happen?
It was happening all around the map, right? So much of action. It was chaos everywhere. 3 airdrops were also looted in this game. The healing numbers...
We did see the gods.
Yeah, we did see the gods. It was on the players of Enigma Galaxy. I'm telling you, the BGMI gods have been blessing them. Now, they're certainly fighting for the top 3. No caps at that. But for now, let's take a look at the FT craft, and you can see all those high-rise buildings are being formed. Enigma Galaxy, Team Soul, even INS and EXO. I mean, could have been a little bit more clinical.
Now, Team EXO, the way they were not watching out for the side of Team Soul, every single time they got hit from the same angle. I don't know why that was the case, but ultimately Enigma Galaxy proving to us that you need to press the trigger only when required. 2,000 damage on an average for 16 finishes. Very well done.
Now, the moment has arrived, ladies and gentlemen. The overall standings as Team Soul. The rocket is flying to the galaxies afar, as there you have 222 points. But Enigma Galaxy out of nowhere, have managed to get that 3rd position for themselves.
Now, this is where Team OR, Enigma and S7C, including FS, have to realize that from now on, if we just tend to perform just like how Enigma Galaxy have performed, we might have a chance to, take the top spot. But let's not forget, 52 points difference between Team Soul and Global Esports at this point of time. They're going to be very, very confident to get up an average of 5 to 10 points in every single game and live up to the big name they have on their shoulder.
Oh yeah, for Team Soul, I feel they've done enough. They have done enough. This is the kind of a lead that I was talking about. But for Global Esports to even have a slight possibility to, topple them over, they have to ensure that Soul goes down early and they get those juicy chickens. As we take a look at teams that have taken a hit, Hydra official keeps falling down. Big Brother, Team EXO finally lifting up a few points and having that 9th and 10th position to themselves, as Hyderabad Hydras keep falling down.
I mean, every time we see HH on the screen, either they're down on their knees or probably, they would have been erased to just 2-man standing. And I really want to understand exactly what's happening with the side of Hyderabad Hydras. I do understand that their rotation clashes is something which they're not able to capitalize on. But when you know that is not happening, why don't you take an early rotation? Always head to the center of the circle.
Because they've never practiced that. As simple as that. Because Hyderabad Hydras, they had times in the, I think, the third week, they could have certainly done that in the league stages of the iQOO BMPS. And having failed to have done so, are bearing the fruits of their labor.
Yep, ladies and gentlemen, amongst all this enjoyment which we're having over here, all this entertainment, we have to thank our sponsors. I know iQOO Smartphone have come up with a beautiful device over here. This promo will exactly explain you how this is built.
Watch it, earn it.
Oh God. All that action, all that drama, all possible from our sponsors, the iQOO Neo 6. Do check it out on Amazon, as it is an Amazon special. Also, don't forget to check out Loco. And now, let's get back to business. Because the way the game started off, we were really anticipating it would be a circle like we had yesterday, but it was not the case, right? It kind of shifted a little down southwest. Hector went off for a little bit of a scouting and got the better out of, and he was taken down by Hero. But mind you, Autobotz came as a blessing in disguise for Team Soul, because the next moment, they annihilate the entire squad of our Esports.
Now, not only that, you know, there was also Jelly out there who made the biggest mistake, you know, getting taken down. All of this we can witness yet again as the highlights is going to be coming on our screens. Do not keep your eyes off the screen, ladies and gentlemen, because every single finish over here will show us the correct standings and what chance they have for the upcoming matches.
Oh yeah, and this is where our Esports wanted to mess around with the big boys, and then they suddenly realized the others are being taken down in a far-off fray, and it was all they could take. Autobotz, I think, they've also been picking up quite a lot of pace. Even yesterday, I think they were the second best team, and slowly but surely, they are creeping their way up the standings. And this is where we were telling about Team Hyderabad Hydras. Every single time we take a look at them, they're making some mistakes.
Yeah, at the same time, Team 7C, an unwanted rush coming in towards the side of Autobotz, paid a lot, and Parv, oh my god, that grenade, putting an end for the whole squad. Amazing one. But OR on the other side, after losing on the top player, they were also looking a little bit shabby with just two men standing. But let's not forget the Team EXO's demise over here. Every single time they were getting shot from the side of Team Soul, but still they dare to stand up, not put a smoke on the other side, due to which they had to pay a very hefty price, losing most of their player, and nobody was standing to make it inside the circle.
Oh yeah, I mean towards the end it was all they could do. But Aditya, I think, still a valiant effort from what he did, and Team EXO wanted to go in for that push, but little did they know Team INS, they were just waiting. But from here onwards, Nigma Galaxy knew that this could be the second chicken dinner they were waiting for. Goblin was being a thorn for INS, wipes him down as well. And I think there was that mad spray coming in where he took down 3 players in quick succession. And eventually, just to get taken down by Apollo. But overall, I mean, Nigma Galaxy, the way they've been playing, out of their minds. But Team Soul, nonetheless, I think this was the exact game that was needed. And for all the Soul leavers out there, this could be it. This is what makes them the champions of BMPS. Or am I, talking too quickly?
I don't think so. But I would like to say this, that, there are chances for the others still, it's like a miracle which has to come out, and with Nigma Galaxy playing like this, miracles are possible. And just in case they perform the next map the same way and also start off tomorrow with the same note, I do believe they can challenge the top contenders over here, as we'll be stepping into the next phase where we're going to have an analysis of exact rotations about these teams. It's going to be fixes showing us exactly what happened in this game.
Oh, of course. Now we start off with Soul's Hector, right? How he got picked off. Now we've always seen, even yesterday, Team Soul loves these area to themselves, right? They love taking over these hills, and Hector did want to scout that area where Hero was waiting for him. As he gets picked off, this is where the panic settles in Team Soul. They kind of get on a little bit of a defensive back foot, but that is where, Autobotz spoiled the party for our esports. Now this is how I'm going to come down to the players of Enigma Galaxy. Now the ones who've got that purple marker, they drop over at Chumasera around this particular region, as you can see over here. And just a second, technology is something that I need to get adjusted to. But yeah, there you can see they were holding off. They dropped off at Chumasera. They went over these particular hills, and that is how the circle shifted. The moment this shift comes over here, they realize this game is theirs to win, and they never let it go.
Now, all the other players of Team Soul, we would want to see their rotation as well, right? Because after losing one of the key players, how did they rotate around the map?
Oh, this is where. How? Look at Akshat, and I think Goblin and Akshat are the two players that we have to talk about, right? This is how Goblin drops off just beside Picardo. That is where UP50 used to drop in, get that loot, take over those hills around that eastern side. Now, these are the areas that Goblin went, and he did majority of the traveling. And then they realized that we have to, sort of get inside the circle. Look at their pathing, right? The way they've been moving, they've been making sure that they've got adequate cover every single time. Look at the directions, respecting those ridges, respecting moving around it, trying to stay alive as much as possible, and towards the end did manage to get the top 2 finish for themselves as well.
This couldn't get better, right? This one perspective of the map, looking at the rotations of the teams, actually show us that how they have been traversing around, how they're respecting the high grounds, how they're respecting the ridges for themselves, and finally in the key for their success. But again, two teams. This is not the first time we're able to see this, right? The teams which get favored by the zone is being the team which is getting that winner chicken dinner. So I would like to say this, that from now on you guys start to pray for the gods of BGMI and pray that the zone falls into your favor, because ultimately in the grand finals this has been the new meta.
When luck doesn't favor you, maybe prayer shall, right? And you've got to give your offerings, and we have our ways, right? We offer few chickens, few delicious items. Considering we are in Hyderabad, we certainly have a plenty of them. But for now, it's time to get serious again.
Yeah.
Erangel, the final game. Team Soul, they've built up a huge cushion, but Enigma Galaxy have spotted a comeback of their lives. Made it to the top 3, but for global esports, I mean, the ships is starting to sink.
I think Global Esports wants their assaulter to start performing, because Enigma Galaxy's key to success is somebody stepping up from their side and assaulting, like ruthlessly assaulting. And GE also have a capability like that, Let's not forget Joker alone. If he starts to pick up 3 to 4 finishes here and there, every time he moves, gives a little bit of an opening for the side of GE. I do believe that the average of 10 finishes by the end of the map itself is more than enough for them to actually, retain that second spot for the day and probably fight out and do miracles in the final day.
This is where the conversation sets in. Global Esports, they did something out of ordinary. They did something out of the box, but now everybody knows what they're doing, right? Those ridiculous splits, everyone sort of is anticipating, and suddenly all those planning and plotting is not working.
Yeah.
Now this is where they've got to go back to the drawing board. They have to come up with something new, something crafty, or maybe go back to their old self. This is where you've got to pull off something that you have never done before, or maybe something that you've always been doing and succeeding at it. And this is where I would love to have the players of Global Esports go a little bit more aggressive. Like you said, get that extra little punch, go for those fights, because I have always loved them in those 4v4 situations.
I mean, I do understand what you're saying at this point of time, right? But eventually turning out to plan B, as soon as one game doesn't work out, not many
It's not
teams
just
can.
one game anymore, Arka.
I do understand, right? But for example, they think that, yesterday things didn't work out. Yesterday, the mad rotations did work out for them. So
Yeah.
they thought that, the first or the second match might happen the same way. And eventually it doesn't. They didn't want to change it immediately. But probably this is the time where they can do it, as we'll be stepping into the matchup and going into the pre-match segment powered by Loco. The final map of the day in the map of Erangel, where the big voice or the bass voice is going to be hitting the mic, ladies and gentlemen. Increase the volume, as these final 16 teams will have a lot of job to do in this game. I know, XP, that you're going to be nodding, you're going to be doing whatever you want, but Nigma Galaxy's performance, what are your takes on that?
Oh, it's just absolutely amazing. Let me just take a second to adjust my mic. There you have it. I can hear myself, and the bass is going to be there. But anyway, these guys have been phenomenal, right? I mean, we did expect great things coming in from them in the past, and finally they are showcasing what they are made of.
The 2 straight matches where you're actually assaulting and getting more than 15 to 16 finishes for your team. I mean, you can expect the side of assault, the mindset of the assaulters over there, right?
68 points coming in from 2 games is what they have done.
Yeah.
And again, they're showcasing their prowess, because the pros are definitely on the prowl, and that is the whole essence of the iQOO BMPS. So once again, a massive shout out to BGMI Crofton for giving us such a lovely game, and our sponsors, iQOO and Loco, for making this all possible, which means one last time before the final game of the day, let's have a look and see how to slay your dragon. The iQOO Neo 6 and 90 FPS is something that's going to be a bit of a game changer. So if you grab one for yourselves, we might just be seeing you in the next big tournament. And speaking of next big tournaments, oh boy, there's going to be plenty of action coming there. But once again, it was a lovely game for Enigma Galaxy. Back-to-back chicken dinners. Oh, I like what I can hear right now. But anyway, just coming back to that point, can they do a third? Because we haven't seen a treble. We haven't seen a hat-trick thus far. Maybe the momentum that they have, they are like a, like a truck, like I love saying this, a runaway truck with the brake lines clipped. They might just run away over everyone and everything in their path.
Now, once you have that momentum, you need to hold on to that momentum. But at the same time, the way they've been placing themselves inside the circle and getting that assaulting position, that has been amazing for them.
What also is amazing is that all our lovely viewers stand a chance to get some BGMI merch heading their way. Of course, I'm talking about those nice little t-shirts and those water bottles to beat the heat. And you already know the steps, so I'm going to let you figure it out for yourself. Also, we're going to be giving away 10 iQOO Neo 6s, so you still have a day and a half to basically make sure you check that pinned comment in your comment section and follow the steps, and well, you just might have this bad boy in your hand. But I do believe, Arka, we have a few substitutions coming in.
Oh, it's going to be Knuckles stepping back and AJ coming in. I mean, as we were speaking about assaults, yet again, we have another changeover coming in. The previous match also, we had a change, like an assaulter came in, but I did not see much of a difference from their side.
Well, let's see if we do see something this time around, because in about 5 seconds, we're going to say bye-bye from the studio. And before the carnage and destruction is going to visit the map of Erangel, I wonder if you're going to start off with the UAZ at the water. But no, it's going to be the bike with the sidecar.
Now, this does bring a lot of memories, especially for the kids of the 90s, because our parents were so obsessed with one movie, and that movie's song always going in over there, the legendary movie Sholay.
But what's the song though?
Sholay.
Oh, right, Jay and Viru, that's what you're talking about right now. Just testing you, but of course I wanted you to sing it out just a little bit on our stream. Now, buddy, this is going to be the final game of the day. Oh my goodness, I mean, if my heart is palpitating the way it is, I'm sure all the players are going to feel the heat as well. As we have a look at the prison. It's a place that we really haven't seen much action. In fact, I wouldn't mind something happening down over here in this game. Something similar to what we saw in the last Erangel. However, as far as, the end game action is concerned, please, I want to see some action down at the military base, because like I said, that's my favorite place to drop down.
Now that is where I would want to see whether the flight path will be favoring that as well, right? Every time the flight path goes in to the center of the map, that is where teams will tend to go to their drop location.
Well, now for the final time in this day, looks like your prediction is going to be right, because the Big Bird is going to be taking to the skies. And have a look at what's down below. It's the military base itself.
Now that is where we also have to look out for that Neo 6 in the hands of those players. Everybody are playing with this, and that shows that it's pretty much capable to go competitive with this device. And ultimately looking at the flight path, starting off from the side of military base, heading towards the side of 70. Somewhere my eye says that the circle might betray me and go toward the northern side favoring 70.
Well, you are going to be picking Severny. I'm going to be picking... I kind of have a feeling this time it's going to be around Gutka Hospital. Even Primorsk might be in the first zone. But again, speculations aside, Global Esports aren't going to be taking any chances at Georgia Paul, where we've seen them in the past couple of days. Yeah. They're going to be heading down to the military base itself, making sure they capitalize on all that real estate. Now, if the circle is going to be in their favor, and if it does have a little bit of a southern trend in it, well, they're going to be a happy bunch of people.
I just hope so that happens, right? Because G, at this point of time, they know there's another team coming up their tail, and they might snatch away the second position. Also, catch up to the 50-point difference between themselves and Team Soul, who are on the top right now, dominating. But let's not forget the two good games. Nigma Galaxy. Oh my goodness, my visions have come out true. I can see another shift in the circle.
Now, of course, we have seen a circle similar to this in the past, but this one is going to be a bit to the north. I wonder if Stolber and Kameshki is where the action is going to end, but hold on a second. INS is going to be off to a good start this time around. They already have a couple of members of the Autobotz down on their bloody knees, and this is something we were vying for a long time. Now, Mr. IGL is going to be in that little shack all by his lonesome, as his teammate is going to be coming in from behind Crazy Soul. He's got to be careful, because what Mr. IGL is doing, there you go, he's biding his time, and now Crazy Soul is going to be on the retreat. However, a Molotov could be flung his way, and there you go, it does break behind him. However, he's still on his feet.
Now that is where retaliation or the backup comes in from the side of Team INS. They have gone head into the side of Mr. IGL, put him down under. 2 finishes confirmed at this point of time, and I know that... Oh my goodness! Evert from behind comes in and finishes off the last player standing, and Autobotz.
Well, the Autobotz this time around did not assemble. In fact, there was some deception in the air as far as Team INS is concerned, and these boys are off to a good start, something that they needed. And this is a little bit of a gamble that I do believe the boys from Autobotz took, because maybe they dropped down a bit too early for those vehicles, and, well, Team INS made them pay a heavy, heavy price.
Now, this is where I really want to look at Nigma Galaxy, because they are at the side of probably prison at this point of time, between prison and Milta Power, trying to get themselves a proper kind of loot. But at the same time, Team EXO again going back to the usual drop location, Enigma towards the side of Mansion. But Team Soul going in for a split where nobody's going to disturb them. Can they again dominate in the map of Erangel?
Well, up until this point, Team Soul's drop spot has never been contested. However, all of that could definitely change tomorrow, because I do believe a couple of the teams might just come for them. You know, we were joking about this earlier during the league stage, that, you know, everybody wants their Insta clips and their Insta reels, and maybe that is something you want to do, because if you want the glory, well, you have to go for the kings themselves. Now, the circle up on our screens, Team Kinetic moving a bit further inland as far as the Water City drop is located, because that means they're going to be taking those compounds just northeast of Pochinki, and that could be problematic, because OR Esports, if they spot some commotion in the distance, chances are they might charge them pretty much head on.
Now, we all know that they all have circle under their control. And I really want to see which of these teams will actually restrict the side of Team Soul to make it inside the circle. Because right now, OR also needs to watch out for this rotation coming in from their side. 7C holding the right corner, placing themselves in Pochinki and also restrict them. Ultimately, we have to realize this, that you have to bring down the king to make sure that you have a fighting chance over the throne.
Of course, it's the throne that's all about, and there you have it. In fact, the Autobotz... Oh boy, a little bit of a mistake coming in from their part because they did realize one of the members was caught off guard, but that vehicle came in so quick and they weren't anticipating that Crazy Soul would have had a weapon in his hands already because I do believe it was the gas station where he did touch ground in the first place. And you got to keep another thing in mind. Normally, they love heading to Primorsk. However, if you kept an eye on the direction, they were heading in the opposite side. So again, a little miscommunication coming in, or they didn't anticipate that anyone was going to be so close by.
The circle at this point of time, you know, this I do understand it might be favoring the side of Team Hydra, but in case the circle shift way towards the side of Stolber, which we have been asking from the beginning of the finale itself, right to the dead center of Stolber, where everybody will have to go in for a couple battle, you know, trying to take out one another when they're climbing up the hills. That is something which we have not witnessed so far.
Well, we haven't seen that so far, but I do believe one of the members from Team EXO, in fact, a couple of them, Punk and Immortal, are getting dangerously close to MJ from Nigma Galaxy. Now, Nigma Galaxy's MJ is going to be in the backdrop. We might, in fact, just have a little POV of his. There you have it. Dreams is going to be close by. MJ is going to be close by as Immortal and Punk came dangerously close. However, I do believe they sensed something was wrong in the air and they had a quick U-turn and are going to get out of harm's way. Now, Team EXO, buddy. We've been talking about that comeback, even in the last couple of games. You know, they were in a good position, but I don't think, you know, taking fights head-on against teams individually is the call of the day.
Now, we have not seen Team EXO being surrounded by 3 to 4 different directions and shots being fired from all 4 directions before, right? Because nobody was playing for the center of the circle, just like how teams are playing lately. So I do understand that, you know, it's a little bit hard for them, but at the same time, not watching out, not sticking to your basics and watching out in all 4 different directions for somebody to fire at you, that is something which we not expect from the side of Team EXO.
Well, we haven't expected this so far, but let's see if things do change because they definitely need a couple of big games to, you know, not maybe vie for the throne because, you know, with 6 games left after this, it is going to be difficult as long as Team Seoul, they keep holding on to that lead and, well, slowly and steadily keep adding points and, you know, make it insurmountable. But for now, 7C Esports, they had a good day yesterday. They were going out, you know, getting a lot of finishes. However, they seem to have kind of slowed down in their tracks at this moment. And, of course, another team that has kind of fizzled, not fizzled out, not hesitant, not reluctant. I don't know what the game plan is. Of course, I'm talking about Global Esports. And, well, what are your thoughts on this team so far? Because Fix and I were having an animated argument or discussion earlier. But what do you think is happening with them?
I am sorry that I did not, you know, listen to the argument between you and Fixes at that point.
Blasphemy. I'm just kidding.
I mean, I had to use the washroom, right? So I was better.
Nature calls, buddy. Nature calls.
Yeah, but eventually I do feel that they become a little hesitant to take those frontal battles because they're wanting to have that old 4-man standing and they've relied on this heal battle every single time. And as we speak about it, look at the count of medkits which Joker is carrying at this point of time. 8 for himself. Being an assaulter, his concentration will always want to be taking down enemies or in front of him. But right now, the IGL is making him run around, pick up as many medkits as possible, try to play for an average of 10 to 12 in this game. But the hidden strategy, which I can read from the side of GE, is that today, let's not be that offensive because somebody can read our strategy. Somebody can become, you know, oblivious of our strategy and tomorrow they might retaliate. So, they're going to be very, very careful today. But tomorrow, they'll be playing like how Nigma Galaxy is playing and challenging this side of Team Seoul.
Also, you know, just a point that I wonder if anybody picked up when the map is coming on. Oh my goodness, perfect timing. Have a look at the hospital towards the top left. Global Esports' AJ is going to be there all by his lonesome. And what's happening right now as far as the other members are concerned is that they're going to take their sweet time coming into the circle, which means they need to be able to take on the brunt of the blue zone, which means, of course, they're going to have all those first aids. But now the circle is going to implode in on itself, and, well, it's going to be fairly obvious and fairly simple right now. Yasnaya Polyana is still going to be at the center of all the action to come, but have a look at the kaleidoscope of colors, a splash of colors on your screen, because everyone and their friends are going to be heading in that same direction, which means we might see some vehicular collisions like we did last time around.
Now, Team OR's home ground is specifically this spot. They proved to us in BMOC. They proved to us in the previous games as well that they can be performing at their best if the circle forms in exactly where it is right now. But at the same time, I really want to see where is Jelly at this point of time, because 3 players are visible on our mini map over here, Aditya and his teammates. But Jelly, way far away towards the side of Rozok, is gone in to get probably information and also some farming for himself. But just in case he gets taken down over there, that is where the problem will occur.
Well, looks like Enigma Gaming and Big Brothers did not want to play bumper cars this time around, as they're going to take a quick left as BB are going to be going forth towards their position. And suddenly it looks like Eggy's like, hey, wait a second, they didn't stop over here. Might as well take that compound for ourselves. Now, Big Brothers scream in the distance there. He is going to try and read them. He's going to try and keep an eye out as to where these boys are moving, because yes, you know, these particular houses right over here, they do have advantages, but they have a lot of disadvantages as well, because you are open from every single direction. And have a look at how many windows this one little house itself has. Now, Global Esports AJ still in Georgia Paul. He's going to take his sweet time. I wonder what all he has on his kit, as Joker and the others are going to take their time coming in, making sure they pass themselves up every few kilometers.
The northern side of the map, that's going to be Stallburst, 70, shooting range, all of it completely abandoned. And least of these teams are actually placing their bets that the circle might shift in over there. But just in case it does, that is when the southern side of the map, which is conquered by the side of Team EXO, Nigma, Galaxy, 70s, all of these teams are going to have a very, very hard time rotating around, because ultimately the teams in the center, that's just going to be a linear formation of many teams, restricting them to go to the other side.
Of course, everyone's going to be in close proximity to one another, as GE Joker, still with 8 first aid, which means he probably did find a couple along the way, is going to make their way to the circle, driving right past Pochinki over there, as Ronnie again, as expected. They want to make sure that they have the first aid till the end. So when you have all that boost helping you out, well, bandages definitely will do the trick. Now, this is the calm before the storm, ladies and gentlemen, because a lot of teams, again, like I said, are in the vicinity of one another. And speaking of teams or esport, they do have their mound over here, and INS Evert could be in a bit of trouble, because Aditya might just line up his crosshair, let loose a few shots from his M4, but realizes the distance and the tree in between is going to be a bit of a hindrance, and well, it's going to go for that reload.
Now Team O are again sticking to the same basis of creating a no-man zone, so that no-go zone, so that they have control over the terrain pretty much close to them, as Team INS right now locking arms with the side of Team EXO, as Immortal and Fierce are relying on going back or probably getting a hard cover for themselves. Team EXO again challenging someone out at the corners of the circle. I just hope this time they might come out successful, or else this could be ending bad when it comes to the overall points table.
Well, we're going to have to wait and find out, because the circle is going to shift, and for now, Team EXO are going to be a happy bunch of people, and we've seen this time in and time out. Yasnaya Polyana is still in the circle in its entirety, and those dreaded fields to the south, the finish zone, as I like calling it, is also going to be in contention. And I think you spotted something. What do you see?
The rotation coming in from the side of Team Soul to the northern side of the map, you know, where they're going to be rotating around, coming in from the side of Yasnaya, probably heading towards the side of Mansion and taking control, where they knew that there's going to be a hefty lot of teams right to the map, right to the corner of the circle. And I do believe this rotation coming in from the side of Team Soul can be very, very beneficial for them.
Well, looks like you got to stop reading my mind, buddy, because I was just going to get to that, but right now it's going to be GE Manya from Global Esports who's going to be making sure that Spray God is going to be brought down to the ground. And, well, just as I say that, Ronnie is going to finish what his teammates started. Now, Beast OP from Big Brothers, he does see some movement in the distance. Ooh, he's got to be a bit careful, because Enigma is going to be to the right of his position at this point. And if he gets up and shoots FS, well, it's going to be problematic. We're talking about shooting Soul Goblin all by his lonesome. Well, he does have his teammates backing him up. Have a look at Omega's flank. That is going to be pretty instrumental, as Striker is trying to strike from the distance. But for now, Ace Black is going to be lost, and, well, he's going to be put 6 feet under.
Now this is where we have to see how many of the other teams are actually looking out to third party this fight, because Team Soul is one of those teams you do not want to take on. Team Soul is one of those teams you do want to eradicate or eliminate from the lobby itself. So both of these, you know, perspectives, when we look at the side of Team Soul, the daring team will be the only team to put them down.
Well, of course, like they say, the higher the risk, the higher the reward. And, well, Team Soul, they have the highest reward to give. But again, it's going to be just a little bit too risky. Now, Team Soul, they're going to be moving up the mountains and probably coming down somewhere north of Yasnaya, anticipating that the circle is going to shift possibly towards the south. And, well, it is not going to be a bad idea after all, because pretty much the northern part of the city, as you can have a look from that little overlook over there, is going to be theirs for the taking. Team Kinetic, however, are going to be a little bit of a problem because they are going to be in their wake. Looks like they might just spot something down in the distance, but for now, the boys from Team Soul are going to make it to the safety of that concrete jungle first, and, well, Team Kinetic could now be in a bit of a pickle.
Team Kinetic trying to play to the corners of the circle, as OR at this point of time are finding or facing the wrath of 7 Seas. The Vikings over here as Aru retaliating against the side of Aladdin as they make their rotation. Wants to again think out of the box. 7C wants to get inside the circle somehow, but they're holding the wrong corner according to me, because ultimately in front of them are hooligans themselves. We have Global, we have the side of BB as well as OR, and the circle is going to take a drastic shift away from the side of Yasnaya, favoring the side of GE as well as Enigma. Can GE capitalize on this and get the maximum number of finishes, as they already have enough medkits to go for a heal battle?
Well, they probably can, because they do have the little mountain and that little dip in the terrain to work with, but Enigma Gaming's position is going to be coming under fire from every single direction, as we had anticipated early on. However, they do have a little bit of a high ground, which could be something that they might use in their favor. And speaking of favor, there you have it from the distance. Rex knows someone is lurking in the Wizard Tower. A few shots are going to be laid down, and they were pristine, they were precise. Had he let loose a few more, maybe one of them could have been brought down. But now, Evo, he knows that he's going to make sure he keeps the northern part of the map under control, as Big Brothers are going to be the ones in their crosshair. Keep in mind, we did see OR Esports. There you have it. You see them in the background. They're going to be coming down, as well as finally we're going to have some action. Someone is going to let slip the dogs of war. It's going to be chaotic, as I do believe Yasnaya is going to be littered with just too many bodies.
As you correctly pointed out, it's going to be calm before the storm. It's going to be hitting us anytime soon. But at the same time, now is where we have to look out for the rotation coming in from the side of Team Soul. It's going to be hard for you to fire amongst all these, buildings over here. But somewhere far away, we did see that 7C has already started to face the wrath of 2 teams over here. One is going to be OR, and the other one is going to be the side of GE, as most of the players have been gone down. And retaliation from the side of 7C has also kind of hindered the performance of GE as well as OR.
Well, for now, it's going to be Sorring, the last man standing for 7C Esports. And, well, they're going to go in for position points. And speaking of Team XO, Immortal's mortality is being tested, as he is going to be backing off slowly and steadily. That looks like a good molly. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough, but from the distance, far, well, that's another fight that's going to take place, as Team INS, remember, they're the team that had the first squad wipe in this game, are going to try and get the better of Team XO. Expect them to switch to their weapons. Unfortunately, it's going to be a bit too late, but knowing Team INS, they're going to go in for those finishes. They are going to make sure they start what they finished, and now Face once again could be spotted out. Immortal is going to be right next to him. Keep in mind, have a look at the right side of your screen. The remaining 2 members of EXO could be problematic.
Oh
but
no!
This is a little bit of a mistake coming in from their part. I was not expecting that at all. They should have stayed in the dip, should have asked their teammates for help, but now they're going to be reduced to a 2-man squad.
The reason why they couldn't call in for the teammates were, look at the distance between themselves and the 2 other players. They're way far away, right to the dead center of the circle. The split gameplay coming from the side of Team EXO, backfiring to the best of it and making sure that they're just a recipe of disaster at this point of time. But, the eastern side of the map, where it's the side of Yasnaya, where we can see that the side of Team Soul and WSF has started to take off.
Of course, they are going to be fighting it over here, but what I meant by call-in, just to clarify my point, is, well, I'm going to hold on to that right now, because Soul could be in a bit of trouble. A projectile was lobbed in their direction. However, it hasn't done anything. Now, they had that little dip to work with, right?
Yeah.
Because INS could not have overgone and, come over the little mound, they could have been shot at from the distance. That is what was going on through my mind. But anyway, coming back to the fight at hand, Team Soul going up against WSF, and keep in mind, Hydra official are going to be nearby, and if Soul let loose their positions, because have a look at Punk, he was in the Wizard Tower, so he could have seen what was happening, but the circle is going to shift, and Big Brothers are going to be pretty much in the thick and thin of all the action.
Now this is where Nigma Galaxy will have a long rotation inside the circle. They have been purring perfectly, all because of the zone in their favor. But Goblin at this point of time takes down a player, gets a confirmation. 3 finished strong. Team Soul is looking really hard, really hot at this point of time. And I do believe that their rotation has to pick up immediately and they have to make it inside the circle. And a grenade.
Beautiful grenade comes in through that little slit in the wall, and well, down goes the Goblin himself. But the problem is, none of the teams are going to be moving in on the position just yet, because Hydra official, they're like, you know what, we're just going to move out as Esports, while WSF, they'd have nothing much to lose. And if they get the big boys out, again, with an amazing grenade, Bajwa's precision with his projectiles is on point. He definitely paid a lot of attention in his physics classes back in the day, but now they're going to be coming in under fire from Sensei as far as Team EXO is concerned. But for now, Bajwa, he knows he's going to make a move. However, they're not going to go for Team Soul just yet. They might, in fact, try and blockade them later on. But now they see them out in the open. They're going to come out. They're going to shoot. Question is, are they going to connect? No, they're not, because one of them goes down, and Bajwa is nice as well. Team Soul firing on all cylinders.
Now this is how you play it, right? The person who's got the low HP is going to hit the ground, whereas the other one is going to be not only acting as the shield but also the assaulter, and that is how you play a game when you're on the weaker side. But at the same time, Team OR from the other corner, a lot of retaliation towards them. It's going to be Global Esports who wants to make it inside the circle, but they are also taking damage as Manya, almost getting eliminated from the lobby, needs to be picked up. Is the revival coming successful?
Well, speaking of eliminations, Team EXO on the verge of elimination. There's only one man standing, but now Joker, he knows where the enemy is. He wants to get in as close as he can, and, well, he is going to deploy some smoke to obscure the vision. Now he hears the vehicles moving past him, expect him to get through the smoke and, well, put the enemies at a little bit of a issue. A grenade is going to be flung, but it's going to be on the other side as Sensei walks right into that one. And, well, that is all she wrote for Team EXO.
Oh, this is where Atanki has got taken down. GE are looking pretty strong with this fight. 2 finishes strong, and they're pushing in towards the side of Team OR. The third one also comes in. The final man standing for the side of Team OR will have a lot of job to do. I'm sorry if I made a mistake over there, but I do believe that, no, 3 men standing from the side of Team OR, because the 2 other finishes that come in early from the side of GE as Crazy Soul is starting to open up over here. Take down the side of Enigma. Could this be the beginning of the end for the side of Enigma?
Well, right now, Enigma, they're going to be depleted to a one-man squad. It's going to be a one-man army. Question is, can Navi do something? Because he's going to get shot at from the left side, and now he suddenly realizes where the enemy is coming from. Team INS go around this house, and, well, 2 guns are going to be better than 1. As Enigma Gaming, they're going to bid us adieu, and Team INS are looking good with 10 finishes. Coming back to the fight between GE and OR, Aditya might just spot Ronnie. He does have an idea where he is. However, all that smoke is going to keep the enemy confused, as Global Esports are taking shots at Kinetic as well. But there you have it. Ours brought down. Aditya's running around. The trees aren't going to be enough for him as Joker hits the deck. And, well, OR Esports out in the blink of an eye.
Now this is where we have to say that Gia is looking the strongest from one corner as the circle shift way far away. And look at the position of Team Soul controlling the circle at this point of time to another corner where we thought that they might get eliminated from the side of WSF. They're still looking strong. Somebody had 23 medkits in his name, if I'm not wrong.
Well, you aren't wrong there, but Soul and INS, they have exactly the same number of finishes, 11 to be precise, and all 4 members still alive and kicking. As Kinetic, we did kind of anticipate there might just be a little bit of a blockade as far as Global Esports is concerned. However, they still have to make it to the circle themselves.
Nigma Galaxy on the other side, after having 2 amazing games, it looks like they're kind of crawling into the circle. They exactly don't know how to make it inside, but on the other side, it's going to be 2 teams facing off, and INS are going to be again coming out colorful with that, with more finishes for themselves. But the problem is this, they have others looking out for them. That's Big Brothers who are having the hard compound and looking out for them as Team Soul is slowly the slithering snakes making to the center of the circle.
Well, they are going to try and make sure they deploy enough smoke, make a smoke screen, and pretty much blind the enemy. But that was a massive grenade coming in from Goblin as Joker goes down, Shane goes down, and now Crazy Soul, he has his work cut out. Another follow-up grenade is going to be it. Nope, this time it's going to be just a bit too long as Soul Goblin's teammate Omega is taking the fight with Kinetic on the other end. Now Crazy Soul, he's going to try and wait to deploy some smoke because Team INS, well, they better watch out for flying cars because if they get hit, that could be problematic as Omega is brought down courtesy of BB's Scream.
Now this is where Team Soul is going to get a divided attention. They're going to be going in two different teams. One is going to be BB. The other one is going to be the side of Team INS. And how well can these two retaliate against the big dogs themselves, as INS somehow have two men standing. They've got 15 finishes for themselves. They're looking the strongest. And on the other side, Team Soul is also following up. And this grenade can be very, very fatal for Evert, as the follow-up grenade from them can be really, really crucial.
Well, they're trying to flush Crazy Soul now. That Molotov might just do the trick because he is going to be on fire right now. But Evert is going to be taking a few shots.
No.
Oh my goodness, Goblin hits the ground. He goes prone. And well, it was Hector who put the final name in the coffin for Team INS. Not a bad game. 15 finishes and well, the 6th position exit for them at this moment. Now, Team Soul, they can capitalize on this. In fact, they're going to go straight up to the enemy. And Goblin is a man who has no fear, because even though the enemies are going to be slinking on their bellies, well, he knows he has to make the most of the situation. Time is going to be of the essence, and this is it for Global Esports. They only might just be survived by a couple of members, Ronnie at one side and AJ still out in the blue.
Now this is where they'll be going in for the heal battle, but who is going to stop the side of Team Soul at this point of time? It's going to be BB, Beast, OP as we speak about them. They're going to be forming up, making sure they take them down. 19 finishes strong. Team Soul is looking. It looks like they want to create history over here. They want to cross over the 21-pointer, as AJ far away is left out with just 9 medkits for themselves.
Well, I do believe 37 was what Enigma Galaxy had, so 22 is the mark they need to beat. And Buddy, looking at the amount of bodies in the ground right now, that is definitely going to be a possibility. Wait a second, Beast with the crossbow. That is going to be interesting to see if he can get a few sneaky finishes at this moment. But for now, Big Brothers, their position is going to be contested by Team Kinetic, as they're going to be moving in. Zen OP over here, trying to just outflank the enemy, but it's going to be Onyx who's brought down courtesy of Scream's grenade, and there you have it. Zen OP finishing what his teammates started. It is going to be a 3-on-2 situation, if I'm not wrong, because, well, their numbers are going to be slowly and steadily dwindling now. Global Esports, 2 men strong, however only 1 man can do anything, because from the other end, Kinetic, they are going to be taken apart piece by piece, as Bayo does want to try and revive his teammate. However, too much of open space between them.
Now Scream knows the exact location of Team Soul, but still he doesn't want to turn towards them. He's like, I'm just going to wait it out, make sure I clear off one team in front of me, because Team Soul is having control of the circle. So just in case they move in towards them, there's going to be a batch stat coming in as well. The final medkit is going to be hit from the side of Global Esports, where they'll be playing to get some finishes for themselves, which is going to be next to impossible, and AJ is going to be hitting the ground.
Well, that is going to be it for Global Esports, as Ronnie was taken down inside, and the blue zone basically took out AJ for itself. Now it's going to be Team Soul going up against a 3-man squad of Big Brother Esports. Both of these teams have the advantage of the terrain. In the point of Team Soul, they do have that bridge to work with. And, well, FS does throw a grenade in this direction. It was a molly instead, and for now, he still wants to take a fire, but there you have it. Scream thought he was going to be in cover. Unfortunately, he is going to be brought down by K47. Now, a grenade is going to go in. If it connects, Team Soul are going to be in a good position to take it all, as Goblin comes into fire as well. And I think he has an idea. Someone is lurking behind that crate, and K47 loses the massive chunk of his HP, and Goblin's keen eyes, well, he spotted movement behind, and this Molotov might just do him in.
Now look at the number of finishes Goblin has got over here. 12 finishes for himself in the total of 19 out there. He is creating history yet again for the side of Team Soul. This is why he's one of the man to watch out for in the game of BGMI right now, looking at all the other teams. But at the same time, let's not forget Hector far away is playing the crucial role, as they have the center of the circle with Goblin right to the dead center. 2 other scavengers from the side of BB is also waiting out for everybody to come to the dead center. No, it's the 3 again. Eventually, they did not get cleared off. That was Scream still standing out. But it's going to be a different story as Hector strikes from one corner. How much can they bear?
Well, right now, Team Soul, all they have to do is wait for the enemy to come towards them, because they have the circle off themselves. It looks like Goblin again. This reaction is amazing. He goes, he shoots, he gets him. And that is what champions are made of. 12 finishes now become 13. It is going to be a 2v3 situation. But again, like I said, you know, Big Brothers, they are at the edge. The only problem is they're going to be clumped in on one particular position. Now, this is where Goblin and his teammate Hector can make up that little crossfire. 20 finishes is what they have. They're going to go for some more. He's going to be shooting randomly in the smoke. Now he gets out. No, he goes back in because he realizes he was out of cover. And now the UMP is going to be reloaded. 35 bullets. Can he get them both? He's going to zig. He's going to zag. He's going to shoot. Unfortunately, it's going to be Beast who brings him down to his bloody knee.
Now Hector is in full HP at this point of time. Can they do wonders over here? As Scream is trying to take all the attention, but I love the way BB played this out. Eventually, they were like, we're going to make sure we create a diversion on one side, and every single time the crosshairs moves, the other guy is going to come out and make sure they put them down. But least do they realize that Team Soul has already done the damage in this tournament, has got 20 plus finishes for themselves, and they might be on the top with the maximum number of distance.
Well, of course, that was going to be it. It was inevitable as we head into the post-match segment powered by Loco, and Team Soul with their 20 finishes are going to be looking good. But of course, it is going to be Goblin who's going to be the talk of the town. 13 finishes, buddy. I'm pretty sure new records are definitely being set. But a valiant effort coming in by Big Brother Esports, getting that chicken, getting those position points. 25, not a bad outing.
Now, I felt it was 20 plus because eventually they had a knock on the left side. They have not capitalized on that, but 20 finishes is fine. But look at the number of finishes the first three teams have taken, right? 15, 10 and 20. That shows that, most of the room was wiped out by just three teams over here, whereas Global and FS, all of them had just a bit for themselves to share.
Well, there is no doubt in our minds that it is going to be the Green Goblin himself with 13 finishes and oh la la, 1926 points of damage. That is phenomenal. Forget anything else. This is the highest damage by one single person in one single game. The highest number of finishes by one single person in one single game. Are they still going to go for the top? Because, they were just shy of the highest finishes as well. But joining them, we of course have our winners from Big Brother.
Now, Big Brother still did hold on to their nerve, right? They did play it really, really well in the final moments of the game. They've got 7 finishes in total, but we have to give it to Scream 1,083 damage to be specific for just 3 finishes for himself, and also 753 damage for 4 finishes, whereas IG, Joker and Crazy Soul coming in from the side of Team INS have done a little bit over there. The healings on the other side.
Well, of course, 10,185 is going to be high considering the fact that, Global Esports, as you mentioned, they did have a tremendous amount of first aids in their kitty. But of course, you can have a look at the match summary, all the facts and figures on your screen. But now the FD graph is going to be popping up, and Team Soul, well, they are going to be head and shoulders above everybody else. 3,190 points of damage, but I like what BB did, and Team INS, oh la la, right from the beginning, they were pretty much wiping out teams left, right and center, unfortunately finding themselves in that usual spot, pretty much the thick and thin of all the action.
Now, I have to tell you this, right? Goblin's damage alone was 1,900, which is way better than all the teams over here. Just 2 teams are having better damage than Goblin himself. So I would say that, the lone man coming in from their side, look at the difference between the first and second position. You have been the best when it comes to the match. Would you please put out the number?
Well, of course, Team Soul, 253 points for them. They are going to have a 71-point lead, and that is just cray-cray if you actually think about it. And, looks like they might just have run away with the entire show. However, this is where things are going to get interesting on the last day of action in the iQOO BMPS Grand Finals, because they might have to come up with something new. Some of the teams at the bottom, they might just, group up and be like, hey, let's do one thing. All right, Team Soul, I see you guys. And of course, they are the most well-known, probably one of the pioneers of this game. So they might want to take them out. And if that happens, maybe, just maybe, again, it's a speculation, things could go awry for them.
Now, I don't know whether that is going to happen, because the kind of domination showed by Team Soul over here, even if 2 spots come in towards them to, ruin the party, they might pick up 5. They might be shooting practice, pick up all those 8 finishes and be 8 more points stronger when it comes to the overall points table. But the bottoms is where the teams are already shattered, especially for the 14th to the 16th position.
Well, I mean, the dreams could be shattered as far as winning the tournament is concerned. However, they can still get a few more points and climb up and get a little bit more of that chunk of that amazing 2 crore rupees prize pool. And at the end of the day, of course, it's not always about the money. It is about so many other things. But let me tell you one thing, buddy. Money definitely helps too.
Like how Fixer says, right? You need to put the bread on the table over here. So that is how things are going to be. And I don't know whether it is quick for us to say this, but Team Soul almost on the verge of lifting that trophy. They just have one finger on it. They need to put 4 more fingers, which might be happening every single map they play. They need an average of 5, and that is what they need. An average of 5 in every single game. But in case Global wants to challenge them out, they need to perform all 4 maps, which they have amongst the 6. 4 maps, just like how Nigma Galaxy have performed today with 2 maps.
Well, I guess what they have to do is pretty much push the pedal to that metal and just, basically take all those fights and basically bring it as far as the opponents are concerned. But again, like I love saying, that is the beauty of this tournament. It will still come down to the last game. Who knows? But we are going to be thanking BGMI Crofton for giving us this wonderful game and our sponsors iQOO and Loco, which means one last time, let's have a look at the video which says it all.
Watch it, earn it.
चलो बॉयज, एक मैच और हो जाए।
बस 2 सर्कल बाकी है यार, इसको निपटा के खेलते हैं ना।
क्या सर्कल?
यार राज, तू क्यों नहीं खेलता हमारे साथ? अपनी स्क्वाड बन जाएगी।
स्क्वाड? पर पता नहीं यार, इसमें स्कोप है भी क्या?
हाँ देखना भाई, 2x लगा हुआ है।
2x?
तुझे चाहिए तो 6x मुझसे ले ले, मेरे पास एक्स्ट्रा है? मैंशन चलते हैं गाइस, क्या कहते हो?
लूट के सीधा रोटेशन मारते।
मैंशन में लूट? तो हेलो, ये चल क्या रहा है यार?
BGMI
है?
सब यही खेल रहे ब्रो, तुझे कैसे नहीं पता? हर चीज है इसमें, जैसे फुल ऑन सॉलिड प्लानिंग, स्ट्रॉन्ग टीम वर्क, ट्रस्ट और सबसे जरूरी 4 अच्छे दोस्त, ताकि अपनी स्क्वाड और चिकन डिनर के बीच कोई ना आ सके। अब तो सब अपनी स्क्वाड बना रहे हैं, तू कैसे रह गया?
चल यार राज, अब एक मैच हो जाए।
क्यों नहीं, अपनी स्क्वाड बना ले। हमारी BGMI स्क्वाड तो रेडी है, आप अपनी कब बना रहे हो?
I love how, BGMI is pretty much part and parcel of our lives now, especially for us. I mean, we're speaking about it for a living. But oh my goodness, what an amazing end to the day. And, well, Team Soul almost just, just wiping everything out once again. But Big Brothers this time did manage to get the better of them.
Now, this is where I would like to say that there's got to be a lot of preparations coming in the boot camp of Team Soul already. I mean, I do understand that, they've fought, they've waited for a moment like this for a really long time, right? They were coming up with rosters after rosters. They were trying to experiment on all those things. But eventually, could this be the tournament where they lift the big trophy and prove to us yet again why they're the best entity out there?
Oh, it definitely does seem like it because, at the beginning also, week 1 was when they showcased, their prowess, especially for me because that's when I came in the BMPS. I said one thing, this is a new breed of Soul because to be the best, or rather to be in the best team, there's a lot of pressure that's going to be coming on you. And of course, all of you watching over here, if you think you have the cojones, if you think you have the skills, by all means, go and try out because you're going to be under scrutiny 24/7. One little hiccup is going to be something that is going to have a little bit of a negative aspect as far as your performance goes. So it sounds all flashy and glamorous, but the pressure on them to excel in what Soul in the past has done is something that is pushing them forth, and looks like they're going to be the new household names.
Now, this is what happens when you have hard work, when you're doing the right homework as well, when each of your players in your team is actually dedicated with the same thought. No matter what happens by the end of the day, we need to lift that trophy.
Team game.
Let it be the last map where we have to fight it out. We're going to take it until then. Like, who expected Team Soul to perform like this in the final map when the first two maps went so bad? Compared to the other teams, other mindsets, I'm telling you, as soon as the first two maps go bad, they tend to change this strategy. They tend to play a little safe and all those stuff. But look at Team Soul. They're sticking to their old strategy. Go to the center, start dominating, and in case the circle shifts a little away, start dominating from that corner.
Well, domination is going to be the word of the day as far as Team Soul is concerned, which means if you guys want your BGMI merch, well, time might be running out, but you still can try and, put a few hashtags in if you know what I mean. But, speaking of domination, boy, Enigma Galaxy had two amazing games as well.
Yeah.
And although they did kind of fall short in this one, back-to-back chicken dinners is what they did achieve early on. 68 points coming in from 2 games is just wow.
Agreed on this point. But again, when you are under the limelight and somebody else comes and steals it away from you with a big name like that. But at the same time, we have to give credits to Enigma Galaxy, Apollo, especially. You kept telling him that, he's one of the gods for whatever he is right now. The way he assaulted and led the assault was also phenomenal compared to the side of Team Soul Goblin.
But Goblin, again, is a beast of his own, right? I mean, I'm going to be comparing him to the likes of Jonathan, which he was back in the day. When he first, came onto the scene. But, that is all our speculation. We're not going to be yada-ing anymore about that. What we are going to show you is who all are going to be the giveaway winners, and your names are going to be popping up on the screen. So beforehand, congratulations to Shayank, Mayur, Mr. Khan, Aditya Kumar, Mohammed, Soham, Kumar Nikhil, Sandeep, Tejaswa, and Vaibhav.
You missed out. It's Mohammad Shahnawaz.
Mohammad Shahnawaz. Oh, wait a second. Is that our boy?
That's what I was looking out for. But the next set of names are going to be coming on our screens. It's going to be Anup, Zihan, Somesh, Rajiv, Mayur, Akhil, D. Venkatesh, Jambukia, Harsh, and Amardeep.
And of course, Harish as well.
Harish.
Congratulations, lads. You are going to be getting some BGMI merch headed in your direction. And I like the fact that, even though we have long names, I mean, we should be proud of where we come from. That's why I have Angat Singh Chahal written every single time. But we have some more coming in. It's going to be Jaren JK. It's going to be Adeep Zaidi, Chandan Kumar, Anil, Rahul Shinde, Deep Godani, Love Singh, nice, Muhammad Ibran, Rohit Tony, and Anirudh Kumar.
Now, we have a lot more names coming up, right? But finally, somebody has predicted it right, and most of the Soul fans are going to be happy, as well as Enigma Galaxy was very close for that as well. It's going to be Rohit, Manish, Intwala probably, Islam. Islam. I mean, this team is way far away from me right now.
Saksham Garg. I'll help you out over here. Saksham Garg, Vihan, Kaushik, Prathamesh, M.A. Razak, and Anand Yadav. Congratulations, boys and girls, again. And make sure you rep all that out in public, because I'm just going to go with this since it's a bit further away. Mayur Patel, Rohan, Islam, Harshraj, Ruli Gogoi, from Assam, I'm sure, Nikhil Bobde, Saif Ali, Akhil, Dipender, and Phantom. Ooh, Phantom. Were you a big fan of Phantom in the past?
Obviously, the big purple man. I mean, this muscular body with the tight suits. Oof! I was just waiting every time it used to come on the newspapers, and I used to be waiting it out. And they made it like this, that it comes only on the Sundays.
Oh.
And I used to be like, I just wish you what's going to happen next again.
Oh, like a major Phantom fan over here. And I'm going to be pulling your leg later on. But day 3 was a phenomenal affair once again. One team did dominate, pretty much head and shoulders above everybody else. But Enigma Galaxy, boy oh boy, what a comeback to the top 3.
Now, this is where Nigma Galaxy will start to contest with the second spot itself, whereas Global Esports will be looking on to take the top spot. But at the same time, the middle bracket will start to wake up, because everybody's strategy is an open book now. The final day is all about re-strategizing.
It is going to be amazing. There's going to be a lot of chaos tomorrow, and I'm pretty sure, like me, you all are going to be pretty much predicting a few drop clashes and teams just going after the big dogs. But it was a wonderful affair. Make sure you do tune in tomorrow. But for the last time tonight, from BGMI Crofton, all our sponsors, iQOO Loco, Arca, Fixes, and we're going to be wishing you a good night. But be sure to be here tomorrow. We'll see you then. Good night. Bye-bye.